Good morning, everybody, and welcome to beautiful New Jersey Motorsports Park, the Lightning Circuit for the May Lightning Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. Good morning, Brian. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, Greg. How are you?
I am doing very, very well. As you can see from looking at our cameras right now, it is a beautiful day here at Lightning. About 55 degrees, scheduled to go up to a little bit over 70 today, and we'll see how things play out. But we have a full day of racing action on tap for you all today. On track right now for their 20-minute qualifying session is our SSM class, made up of early 1.6-liter Mazda Miatas. But let's go and we'll give you a rundown of what our schedule is here today, if I can. And I'm having trouble with my little button box here, so we'll hopefully make that work in just a moment here. But let's take a look if we can bring this up now. And no, it's still not coming up. So let's go and bring up our schedule coming up. Basically what we have, Brian, is we've got 7 different race groups here this weekend. And today we're going to start off with a 20-minute qualifying for each one of them. We're going to go to lunch and, always want to go to lunch. And and I got to fix that up. I knew I forgot something. We'll get that changed in just a moment. And the turns are actually showing from VIR. We'll get that squared away in just a second. I knew I forgot something, but we're
kind of kicking it old school. We're going outside this weekend, right?
That's
we're not
right.
Inside in the tower, not in a booth. We're actually at Lightning. We're kicking it outside. We're going back old school.
We are literally trackside, Brian. Here. And so 7 groups of qualifying this morning, 20 minutes for each qualifying session. We're
15.
then going to
15 minutes for
15?
Each session. Yep.
Oh, yeah, you're right. 15 minutes for qualifying.
You're lucky I'm here.
I am lucky you're here because I'm going by what one of the stewards provided to us. It says 20 minutes. So 15 minutes for qualifying. We're then going to break for lunch. It's going to be a fairly early lunch, probably around 11 o'clock this morning or so. And then when we come back in the afternoon, we will have our first heat races of the weekend. They are going to be 15 laps or 25 minutes, whichever comes first. And so, as we mentioned, on track right now is the SSM class, and they are already putting in some laps. They're just now actually starting their first flying laps around the course. And we'll get those times for you here in just a moment. Now, the SSM class is a class that, Brian, as you know, primarily out of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, a local class. And, again, made of 1.6. What? Did we just lose sound? No, I think we're working.
Now we're back.
Yeah, now we're back. 1.6-liter Mazda Miatas. There we go. Now we're back. Let me come back to our timing.
Cutting in and out there, but, hey, look, it is what it is. Like I said, we're going old school. We're going back outside, so we're, we'll take a look at what we got and going on. But, these guys are really just now starting to fly. Scott O'Rourke sitting atop here, with a 120.105. Ryan Maloney didn't practice at all yesterday, which kind of highly unusual for Ryan, but I know his dad was out practicing. Russell was out practicing yesterday. Ryan crossing the start-finish line now. He's going to go back up to the top, 119.279. Jay Bindrum sitting in third with 121.183. Frank Taberzi, good showing right now early on for Frank with a 121.247. And Kalen Crocker with a 121.535. Great run right now this morning for Kalen in that number 123 machine. 13 cars went out. I've got 12 have taken time. I have not seen James Roberts come through, although I do know that he is out on the racetrack, so maybe his transponder may not be working, right now on that car, on that machine out there, because here comes Scott O'Rourke across the start-finish line. Scott was actually the first car out early this morning, so had a chance to go around this racetrack yesterday. Last night we were putting up the cameras, got to check out some of the nuances. This track here really, if you get offline here at Lightning, it can be a little abrasive. It can be a little rough. There's a lot of marbles. So you've got to be careful making sure that you're going to make your passes in the right spots here on the Lightning. As you can see on our cameras, it looks like we had one that may have gotten 2 tires off. These guys are going to push the limits coming that uphill right-hander, Greg, going over turn 1, coming down. It does throw you back over the hill. I know we were in the truck going really slow, and it was almost to the point you couldn't see the bottom of the hill. So we'll have to see, what happens there. But, yeah, for the most part, it has been actually pretty decent track. It seems to be in great condition right now. We had a lot of practice yesterday with a bunch of different race groups. Even had our track day group out here practicing yesterday, which was actually kind of interesting to watch. Those guys, coming out here and doing their thing too. I was able to talk to a couple of those guys when they came off. We talked about that. Making sure you're on the line, making sure you don't get in the marbles, because it will throw you around a little bit. So. Be an interesting day. We got a lot of racing, as you said, Greg, early on here. Again, 15-minute qualifying. This SSM group, this is a regional group. This is the DC regions group that they have right now. So these guys are up here joining. And let's take a look and see. I see Ryan Maloney here on pit road, so he's probably going to call it a day with that 119.279. Scott O'Rourke sitting in second with that 119.614. Frank Taberzi in that 121 machine at a 120.275. Again, good showing there. John Hotz now moves up into fourth at a 120.464, and Jay Bindram sitting in fifth place, knocking Kalen Crocker out with that 121.183. Is that top 5.
All right, real quick, Brian, because we want to get our next group up to the grid. Let's make a call to the grid for group number 2. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's B-Spec, ITA, ITB, ITC, ITS, Spec E30, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, GT Pinto, IT7, Legends Cars, SPB, SPU, Spec RX7, STL and STU, T4, and if there are any of them, T5 as well. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 5, please start heading to the grid. All right, so we are now just about, let's see here, about 9 minutes, a little bit less than 9 minutes into this 15-minute qualifying session. And so Ryan Maloney, who did bring the car down the pit lane, and from the looks of it, he did head back to the paddock, Brian.
He did. He did make that right-hand turn. Real quick, Greg, I want to clear something up here. So it looks like we may have given some false information. Adam Volatil's coming in there. He's sitting right now in 12th out of this 13-car field. So not really good qualifying. I want to clear something up. If you're looking at Race Monitor and you're following along and you're listening to us, it shows they're going to go 20 minutes. So you may have gotten something. Everything we have written down is 15 minutes. We'll get that clarified. We'll make sure and figure out what's really going on to determine whether it's 15 or 20 minutes. If you're here at the racetrack and you're listening to us and you can't hear the PA, you can turn your FM dial to 104.7. So if you're back there in your motorhome, your trailer, whatever it is you've got, you can turn it on 104.7, and you'll be able to pick up the broadcast here from out in front of the start-finish line. That's exactly where we are. So we'll have to we'll get clarification on that, whether it is 15 or 20. Race Monitor shows it is 20 minutes because I'm showing about 10 minutes left to go here. So we'll definitely get clarification from that.
Yeah, we will try and get that done. But, and I'm just getting word now from Race Control that they're saying that 10 minutes remain.
Okay, so we are.
So 20-minute qualifying sessions they are.
That's it. Which would make sense because they moved the Mazda Invitational race that they had yesterday. They moved it over to last night.
Right.
Right, instead of today, which is what their original schedule was going to be. And so, honestly, I may have printed out the wrong one when I printed out because I did print it out late last week. But we'll see. Sometimes those changes, and I don't get them all the way. So we'll definitely check on that. We'll get confirmation, but I do believe we are going to go 20 minutes. So if it was definitely a 10-minute call that came across the radio, we will definitely make sure that we we keep that up. But you know what, Greg? We've still got several cars out there with about 10 minutes left to go. Some of them came in, made a change, and then went back out. Let's go ahead and take a look at this top 5 here one more time. Just
Absolutely.
Right now, first, number 15, Ryan Maloney with that 119.279. Scott O'Rourke sitting in second with that 119.614. Frank DeBerzi now back up into third place here with that 119.816. Good showing for Frank. John Hott sitting in fourth with a 120.282. Jay Bindrum is in fifth with a 121.183. Isaac Jordan sitting in sixth at a 121.498. Kalen Crocker drops down to, well, as I say that, Kalen Crocker now jumps back up into fifth
yeah,
with a 129.64. Which actually drops Isaac Jordan, Jay Bindrum. David Furstein in that 08 machine at a 122.099. He's sitting in eighth right now. Russ Maloney in that number 65 machine, 122.331. That's your ninth place. Ben Sarley in the 199 at 122.574. John Moyer in the 113 at a 122.937. And as I said, Adam Volatile in that 04 machine at 124.646. I did see James Roberts in the number 6 machine go out this morning down here off pit lane. I don't know if he stopped somewhere there or came in and I didn't see him. Based off all the monitors we have kind of in the way, not being able to see. So he may have come in or he may have a problem with his transponder. But I know he went out. I just don't have a time here listed for him, so we'll have to see when we get our grid sheets later on. But again, few cars on the track right now. There goes the Jay Bindrum in that 88 machine. Crossing the start-finish line there. He's kind of completing his lap nine, no faster. So as the fuel starts to burn off here and these cars start to get going, we'll take a look. Here comes the 123 there of Kalen Crocker and the 46 of Isaac Jordan crossing the start-finish line. Here comes the 113, the 08, and the 199 of Sarley crossing through. So no real big changes.
No changes there for Sarley. A little bit, actually, that last lap. I'd say about a half a second off of his previous best time. And the 123 at Crocker, about 3/10 off of his previous fast lap. John Hotz, who was spending some time yesterday during the test day working with two different machines for both his SSM machine as well as his Spec Miata machine. And when I talked to him last night, was trying to figure out tire strategies, not on the SM car. He says, oh, that's easy. He was trying to figure out what he should do with these shaved Toyo tires that they run as a spec tire in SSM. So great to, good to see that he is there in the top 4 right now, as we have a number of drivers coming down the pit lane, John Hotz being one of them, and as well as the 121 machine of Frank DeBerzi. So our third and fourth fastest drivers currently are bringing their cars now, it looks like both of them, back to the paddock. Their qualifying sessions are now done.
Yeah, I think both of them got pretty much everything they're going to get out of those. I talked about James Roberts again. He did go by the last time, so he must be having transponder issues. May not even have it on there. So he was running right behind the 65 of the Russell Maloney machine. Here comes our 08 Furstein and Isaac Jordan. Or no, that's the 113 John Moyer as they go by the start-finish line. So again, a lot of these guys have called it a morning already for their qualifying session. And I think at some point in time today, Greg, we may be able to talk to some of these drivers later on in the afternoon here as they're sitting on the grid waiting to go for their race. So we're going to add probably a new little element in here this weekend. Since we're not that far from the grid, we are going to look to get some driver interviews. I'm going to actually run around the corner. Well, there's no running for me. I'm going to walk around the corner.
Walk very slowly.
Yes, I'm going to walk around the corner and, maybe get a microphone in and talk about some of these guys as we go through the day here. And especially when the race comes up, we'll talk about that qualifying sessions.
All right, real quick, Brian, as we are now about 15 minutes into this qualifying session, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 2, that's small bore, our production car classes, B-Spec, ITA, ITB, ITC, and ITS, Spec E30, IT7, Legends Cars, SPB, SPU, Spec RX7, STL, and STU, as well as T4 and T5, GT Pinto as well. Race group number 2 drivers, please start coming to the grid. All right, so to recap here, and we should have our timing and scoring there right on the side of the screen for you. Ryan Maloney is your provisional pole sitter. He's put in 4 flying laps, then brought the car back to the pits. The majority of our drivers right now have brought their cars down the pit lane. I think we've got Isaac Jordan, Callan Crocker in the 123, Dave Fierstein, John Moyer, Ben Sarley still out on track. And James Roberts, who is I believe, our sole driver that has not turned a wheel.
Well, no, he has. So he's been out there running. I think he's having some transponder issues because they just brought him down. They talked to him. He has pulled off and gone back to the pit. Okay. So it could be that it wasn't charged, it's not working, and or he probably forgot to put it in this morning.
Okay. Possibility. All right. And I want to thank folks that are joining us already in the chat. David Cunningham. Just so you know, David, Deacon Greenfield is going to be running today. He's got his old SSM machine, the number 75 car. He's actually not running it in SSM this weekend. We're going to see him actually in this next run group. He's using it in STL.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be an underpowered machine. He had originally planned on bringing out his Honda CRX. They just put a new motor in that car, different displacement motor than they had previously, and ran into some technical issues. They needed to order up some parts still before that car in its current form was ready to turn a wheel. So we'll see him in the blue 75 today.
And he definitely knows that car very well. So it's going to be won't be any different. I'm not sure how many laps he has here on this racetrack on Lightning, but I'm sure that he's been hitting the sim pretty much in the last couple of weeks, knowing he was coming here if he hasn't. But Deacon's going to do really well, and who knows? We may even get him over here at some point during the weekend. I know that's an RP performance car with Brett, so that car should be well prepared. Here comes Callan Crocker now. Callan didn't practice yesterday at all, so this is the first time out. So Callan's going to use this first 20 minutes, Greg. That is not only a qualifying, but this is going to be a qualifying and a practice session for Callan. So he's going to get as much out of this as he can. As we're starting to wind down here, got a few more cars, coming up behind the scenes. So.
Oh, jeez.
As one of our guys decides to, we've kind of blocked off the front here because of the fact that we don't want anybody tripping over the cords that come in front of us through the start finish line. And one of our good friends,
2 of our good friends,
yeah.
we're now surrounded.
Yeah, One of them decided to walk through, and when he realized that the tarp that he couldn't get through because we have it tied down because of the wind, as we almost lost our entire set here yesterday.
That's right.
During the wind, decided to get on the ground and crawl underneath. I wasn't sure if we were doing military maneuvers over here or what. I wasn't sure.
Roger Troxel would not be doing any kind of military maneuvers, although I've seen him on his back, or I've seen him crawling under race cars forever. He is here working with Morgan Burkhardt, who we're going to see in just a little bit in an F production Toyota MR2.
Yep.
All right, another driver coming down the pit lane now, as we've got only about a half a minute remaining here in qualifying, and this is the 123 machine.
Yep.
Of Callan Crocker, so his session is now done just as the checkered flag flies on the session. So, Brian, let me quickly make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll run down the finishing order here. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, B-Spec, GT Pinto, IT7, Legends Cars, Spec RX7, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under, Touring 4, ITA, B and C, S, Spec E30 as well, and I'm sure there are about 60 other classes that I've left out of here. But if you're in race group number 2, and if you haven't made it to the grid, you should head up there now. You are scheduled to be on course in just a few moments. So, Brian, let's run down that final qualifying order for our SSMs.
All right, sitting on that, as Greg said earlier, on the provisional pole is at number 15 of Ryan Maloney with a time 119.279. Scott O'Rourke sits in second with a 119.614. Frank Taberzi is your third position right now at a 119.816. John Hotz in fourth at a 119.957. Isaac Jordan in that number 46 is at 127.76. That's your top five. Sitting in sixth is Kalen Crocker with that 128.20. Jay Bindrum sitting in seventh right now with a 121.183. David Fierstein in the 08. He sits in eighth with a 121.740. Ben Sarley in that 199 machine with a 122.029. Did that on his last lap. That puts him at ninth. Rounding out the top 10 in the 65 is Russ Maloney in that 122 with a 122.105. John Moyer sits in 11th with a 122.214. Adam Balatal in that 04 machine with a 124.646. James Robert doesn't have a time, but we think there's a transponder issue there. So if they did some manual scoring with that, that may move him up and move people around, because I know that he was running pretty closely with the 65 of Russ Maloney. So should put him in that 10th, 11th position possibly, but we'll have to check and see what they have out of that. But that's going to round out your 13 car field here for our first group of SSM.
All right, Brian. Well, I'll tell you what, let's take a quick little break. We'll get ready for our next group. And as we go to break, I'm going to thank one of our great partners and sponsors is Cornerstone Financial Group.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com. Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the many picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
All right, and you can hear now lots of cars going in front of us, but we are back here at beautiful New Jersey Motorsports Park. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and we are here for the 2023 Lightning Challenge. And Brian, we have going out on track right now, as you can hear, a number of machines with, well, rather loud exhaust systems. And when we said that we're going old school and we're trackside, I mean, we are literally 15 feet away from where these cars going right in front of us as they head off the grid, down the pit lane, and on the track for their 20-minute qualifying session.
Tell you what, some of these cars, Greg, I think I could go out here and just give them a high five as they pull off the grid and come back. As Bert Struble is trying to really trying to get that going there. So,
yeah, if you ever need to figure out where the RX-7 is in the field, there you go.
I think our last car is the 65 B-Spec car, Adriana Di Simone, as our first car is actually just now coming across the start-finish line. So, she getting a late start. So a pretty big field here.
Yes.
In our group, Greg, and so it's going to get spread out. Take a look at the cameras. You can see where some of these cars, it's going to take a lap or two to get these tires in. It still is a little chilly. The sun's beating down here. It is getting a lot warmer. So it's going to be a little bit of challenge early on.
Yeah.
As we get going through here.
Yeah, and for this 10-turn, about 2-mile Lightning circuit, we've got a number of drivers on course right now, Brian, with DOT-approved racing slicks. And then we've got the true racing slicks that most of the production car racers are using that take a couple more laps to get up to speed. So you're going to see in some cases some of these cars maybe still for a lap or two, kind of moving around somewhat gingerly. And big brake lockup from one of our ITA machines out on course there. I believe that was the 43 of Kyle Colby. Kyle down from Elmira, New York, right outside of Watkins Glen. And huge as now, of course, you're able to see as drivers are exiting turn one in that top left camera on the screen. Coming down the front straight here, there is a rise entering turn number one. So you have the hill to assist you a little bit in braking, but we've seen a lot of brake lockup about the 200-foot mark here as drivers are turning in, and I think a lot of that has to do still with the cold weather.
Well, yeah, a little bit of that, and plus, and that's more of a little rise. That is almost a complete hill. But you think in the car, you think that hill there, Greg, is going to slow the car down a little bit. and it actually does not.
No.
So you do carry a lot of momentum and speed for that uphill right-hander, and it can throw you off. It is a little bit difficult to see over that hill. So if there is something down on the other side of that, you've got to be careful. So you're right. Guys will get in there, or drivers will get in there. They'll think that it is to the point where, they can get through it, and then they just can't, they can't do it. So they end up having to lock up to do that. So it does make it pretty difficult to do that. So, again, we'll let these guys play out a little bit. But the best thing to do here is to really, we get some brake lockup or some smoke really coming out of the light bulb there. That was kind of there. So I don't think somebody thought that they were, another car was there. They were side by side. You got another car coming down pit road. So, again, as this field starts to spread out, we'll start looking at the different classes and we'll start looking at the different times. Right now, Thomas Polino in that 34 STL Miata at 120.011. You got Jennifer Romes in that T4 machine in that 186, 128.45. So, again, guys are still trying to get, as much, space as they can in order to get these qualifying laps in. Jeremy Butts going across the start-finish line right now. Ted Cahall next. And then a big gaggle of all different types of classes right there. You've got the 87 of Morgan Burkhardt in that MR2 going up over the hill. Then you had the 08 of David Furstein, that ITA machine just went up over the hill as well. So, again, different types of classes right there all mixed in here. And that's what makes this small bore group so fun. I raced in this for years,
Yeah.
When I did have my Legends car. And it was just so fun to race with the different cars because, in certain aspects of it, you can get deeper in some corners and not, and then they can get deeper in some corners and not. And so it makes it really fun.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 3. These are our spec racers. So we've got Spec Renault, Spec Racer Ford, Gen 3, EM1, and EM2. If you could please start heading to the grid. Race group number 3, our spec racers, Sports Renault, Spec Racer Ford, Gen 3, EM1, and EM2. Please start heading to the grid. You're up next. All right, so let's take a look here, Brian, now as we are starting to get some flying laps in. And we'll start off with F Production. You were talking about Morgan Burkhardt there, who just turned his personal best time. Jerome Hinkle, in the number 66 Mazda, not Mazda, it's a Lotus 7, is currently your fastest driver with a 119.911. Morgan Burkhardt in his Toyota MR2 out of Charlestown, West Virginia, currently a 122.699, and then David Colby in the number 142, I think Honda CRX, 127.705. In ITS, we've got Joe Stadelman, currently your fastest driver with a 121.230, with Steve Moeller in his Mazda Miata at a 123.429. So about 2.1 seconds separating those two drivers. In ITA, it's Kyle Colby, who we talked about just a few moments ago in that yellow number 43 Honda CRX at a 118.9. David Furstein with a 122.125. Dan Freeman in his Mazda Miata 122.155. Then Justin Shepard, Peter Doan, and Bill Riley. Bert Struble in his Mazda RX-7, second gen RX-7. He is our sole e-production driver out right now. He's out of Brookhaven, Pennsylvania. He's got a 125.5 in the books. A good size, a 10-car super touring light field. Douglas Ahn, who is our fastest driver of all on course, currently a 118 flat. Bill Gartner at a 119.0, currently your second fastest. He's out of Wyoming, Pennsylvania. Kurt Lawmeister, currently third fastest at a 119.275. Tom Paolino, fourth fastest in the number 34 car. Now, big change here, and I think he just went out on track. Joel Gambino, driver of the number 31 Mazda Miata. It's an ITA car. He's a multi-time Mars champion, and he just now going out for his his outlap. In H production, Amber Stevenson at a 120.2, Michael McQueen at a 124.9, Ted Heinrich's third fastest at a 152.7 in his Honda CRX. In Touring 4, Michael Lamena and Jeremy Butts, about a half a second, actually 0.6 of a second separate them. Lamena at a 118.3, Jeremy Butts at a 118.89, and Jennifer Romes in her Subaru BRZ, third fastest. And in B-Spec, 2 drivers today, Brandon Lewis with currently a 126.25, and Adriana Di Simone with a 143.6. So big split there in B-Spec.
Yeah, I tell you what, we're going to be talking about that Michael Lamena, Jeremy Butts T4 battle pretty much all weekend long. I know talking to Michael last night, we had dinner over there and everything. He wasn't sure whether or not he was going to run it. He's out here qualifying for it. 4 cars in T4. From a regional side of it, it's not, not really big, not a lot of cars, but when you get to the runoffs and everything else, you've got them from all over the country. So, I think we're going to be talking about Michael and Jeremy pretty much all day long here. I think Michael is going to go ahead and decide to run. I know it's a short turnaround time from this to get into his SM car. He's got one group in between, but as physically fit as Mike is, he should be able to do it. Hey, real quick before we get to other stuff here, just want to announce again, if you can't hear us on the PA here at the track, because we know they have it right there in the building, if you're back in your trailers or you're back in your motorhomes, whatever, you can hear us on the FM dial at 104.7. So it's pretty good to do that, especially, if you've got some pretty good connections out there. I know we did. Bring up the stream, listen to the stream. You can listen to it here, and, you'll be able to pick us up, on that FM dial.
All right, looks like Kyle Colby, who is our fastest driver in ITA at the moment, he brought his car back behind the wall. His qualifying session is done. Watching Jerome Hinkle in the number 66 Lotus 7. Actually, I believe that's a Caterham. He brings his car now back behind the wall, and he is done as well. He retires as currently your fastest F production driver with just about a 1.8 second advantage over Morgan Burkhart. And as we now are just a little bit past way in the session here, Brian, will we make another call to the grid for our next group? Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. Those are our Spec Racers, Spec Renault, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, EM1, and EM2. Race group number 3, please start heading to the grid.
Greg, in this group, we talked about it, small bore group. It's such a fun group. There's so many different multi-classes in this small bore group. Right now, early on, it's hard to get a good, clean lap. It seems they're in traffic. Drivers are trying to spread out across this, across this 2-mile track. But unfortunately, when you do that, you end up with another car right on top of you because of the different speeds and the different classes in some of them. So it becomes difficult here and there to get through here. So qualifying is going to be at a premium. You've got to get out, get that lap going. Again, we talked about that turn 1 kind of coming up over that hill, then it's down the hill. Then you've kind of got through, a little bit of flat part. But then when you get to 3 and 4, you've kind of got some S's. And then as you get to turn 5, again, you are coming up over a hill and down the hill. That puts you down underneath the bridge out of 6, down into the sharp left-hand turn there, turn 7. You can see on the camera there as you come out of turn 7 there to the left and kind of come back up a little bit of an incline there to 8. Then you end up in the light bulb there between 9 and 10. And then they have a little bit what they call 11. It's not really, that's kind of where the straightaway starts. And then back across the start-finish line. So this track has some really good characteristics across the board all the way. Up-hander right-handers, or uphill right-handers.
On camber,
downhill
off camber.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lots. All right, so we just had Joe Stadelman currently running second fastest in ITS in his number 33 Miata. Had crew take a look at tire pressures. He's now back behind the wall. Michael Lamena, who you were just talking about just a few moments ago, in Touring 4. His crew checking over that car. Now I would suspect that will probably be the end of the session for him. We also have the number 34 car on the pit lane currently. and the number 34, and I'm trying to grab which class the 34 is in. I've got so many cars
That
here.
would be Thomas Paulino. That's the
Paulino, the
FPL
car. Yeah, and so Paulino, he's heading back behind the wall. All these drivers look like they are wrapping up their qualifying sessions. Let's check back in ITA as Joel Gambino got that late start in the number 31 Mazda Miata. He's just now coming through turn 1 and coming over the crest of the hill. Joel Gambino now has just set his fastest lap time. It's a 120.461. That is 1/100th of a second off of Peter Doan, who is currently sitting second in ITA. So very, very tight running there. Kyle Colby still with about 1.6 seconds, though, on the rest of the field.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not Joel Gambino is going to be able to get a good, clean lap once he goes and, gets some little space. You talked about it coming over the hill at 1. He's probably down through 5 right now. When I looked the last time, it didn't look like there was anybody there. So, again, getting a late start here, only really completing 4 laps. This may be the lap that he ends up coming out and kind of hoping to outrun Kyle Cobley or definitely get ahead of Peter Doan. We'll have to take a look and see as he comes through there.
All right, so we saw Thomas Paulino in the 34 machine come down the pit lane and bring his car back to the pits a few moments ago. Douglas Ahn in the number 100 Mazda Miata out of Brooklyn, New York. He does the same. Ahn, as he goes and retires, still about 0.3 of a second back from Paulino. Now we have on the pit lane, and this is not a good sign, the number 87 F Production Toyota MR2. And I'm seeing quite a bit of smoke coming out of the under the engine cover there in the very rear of this MR2. I don't know if it's engine smoke, don't know if it's maybe differential, but the crew is taking a look underneath the car right now.
Yeah, I'll take a look. Let's see as they're down there looking at it right now. Again, I'm going to wait for Gambino. Looks like he went by. He wasn't able to outperform Peter Doan there. Ran faster with a 123.77, but still not going to catch Peter Doan in that second position for ITA, 123.41. So close the gap a little bit more, but just not enough to get that done. So we'll have to see whether or not he's going to run that 6th lap or not, or just let it start to come down. Here comes Bert Struble in, coming into the pit lane.
Cover your ears.
Yeah. Here comes the 03 machine, I believe. Coming in, I think that is the Jonathan Cavell in that Miata. So he's going to call his qualifying session day. Here comes one of our B-Spec cars. That is going to be Brandon Lewis in that 79 machine.
Yeah, the Ford Fiesta, and we had already seen Adriana DeSimone on the previous lap in the number 65 Toyota come in as well. So both of our B-Spec drivers now back. Morgan Burkhardt heading back to the pits, and it looks like, Brian, all the smoke has been let out of the back of that Toyota as he heads back to the pit lane. Looks like his qualifying session now done as currently second fastest in F production.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see the crews right in front of us. I don't know if there's anything leaking or not, trying to get their attention, but not going to be able to see anything right now. So we'll wait for them. They're going to run up to the fence here and yell at us. And, now we got a new leak in that motor, so we're going to not too much, but I think that that crew will be able to get it done get it repaired. If not, you know what? I think I've got some Flex Seal tape.
That's right.
In the motor home, because we've had to use.
We know it'll keep water out. I'm sure it'll keep oil out as well.
That's it.
All right, as time is starting to run down here, we've got just about 2.5 minutes remaining in this session. Let's make another call to the grid, final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 3, our Spec Racers. We've got Spec Renault, Spec Racer Ford, and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, EM1, and EM2. If you could please start heading to the grid. Race group number 3, Spec Racers, please start heading to the grid.
As we wind down this Group 2 small bore session, one of the things I've noticed here, Greg, is Jeremy Butts in that number 69 T4 machine running the entire practice. Now, Jeremy went out yesterday and had some practice early on. Also ran that Mazda Invitational, was the winner in that Mazda Invitational yesterday afternoon, early evening time frame. In that T4 machine. But, Jeremy really trying to get the most out of that car and run it all the way through this 20-minute session, which was a little shocking knowing of how well it ran yesterday. So, you look at the times, Jeremy's in that 116, broke that 117 mark.
Right.
So Michael LeMain is going to have some work to do. Jennifer Rome, she's going to have some work to do along with Richard Miller. It looks like just went by the start-finish line just now. So, again, those guys are going to have some work to do in order to get into T4. But, I tell you what, they're going to be starting out in the front, I believe, looking at the times in this. So they're going to be able to run away, although you may end up with Kyle Colby in that ITA machine mixed in there, Greg. And also you got Polino in that STL. So, when they run down the grid, you're going to have some people in there. Looks like Jeremy Butts may be on the pole of the whole entire group. But then you've got LeMaina going to be mixed in with some of these other classes. He's going to have to get out and get around if he wants to catch Jeremy in that T4.
That's right. All right. So you just mentioned Jennifer Rome's in the number 186 BRZ, or it might be a Scion FRS.
That's Scion, yeah.
Yeah, one of the twins.
Yep.
She just came down the pit lane. She's heading back to the paddock as we've had a number of drivers now retire.
As our checkered flag now comes out on this session, the first one to take that is going to be Daniel Freeman. So
yeah,
the session's going to end right here. So Daniel Freeman is the first car to take it for this last session. Everybody else behind him that has not come in already will take it. Here comes the 132 machine.
Yeah, and so Freeman puts in on his last lap a 121.863, not his fastest lap. It's going to put him fourth in ITA. Peter Doan and Joel Gambino now as well. Gambino not able to best Peter Doan. When we checked in the last time, there was about 1/100th of a second separating the two drivers. Peter Doan in the number 59 machine, he's able to open up now about an 1800th of a second gap back to Gambino. So the Toyota MR2 driver, second fastest, Kyle Colby, as you've mentioned, still our fastest ITA driver, seventh fastest overall.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot of mixed groups here. And like I said, that's what makes this small bore group so much fun to race in, because you have a difference of variance in times, and the drivers in this group, they all know who they are most of the time.
Right.
And so what ends up happening is you end up, working with somebody in a different class. You don't want to get mixed up in that class. But in most cases, you can turn around and you can either work with them or, not get into their race. So it's not a big, not a big deal, but, it is just so much fun. There's just, again, this class usually has probably between 7 and even, 8, 9 different race groups in it. It makes it challenging across the board, but it also just makes it so much fun. Some of these cars, especially now this weekend that we're going to have the B-Spec in there, and I know there's only 2 of them, but with Brandon Lewis and Adriana DeSimone, they're going to be able to pick up some drafts and go a little bit faster as their race goes on, not only today, but tomorrow when we come back and we go 22 laps or 40 minutes, on Sunday here. So these drivers are really going to be in for a challenge. They're really going to be in for a treat so that we can get going here. But again, got through race group 2. Pretty interesting times here. As our cars are starting to wind down, come down through pit road here. Here comes the 65, Adrian DeSimone. So going through there, 23 coming through. And again, these guys are really going to they're going to have to really work hard today, especially when we come back after our lunch break for their race. They'll be right after, pretty much in the heat of the day. So the track is going to change a little bit, but we'll have to see how they handle it with this multi-class racing, Greg.
All right. So as we go and wrap things up here now, Brian, because I had to step away for a moment, did you give a quick little rundown of where some of these classes were?
I did not. Hadn't gotten to that part.
Okay.
So why don't you go ahead and do that?
All right. Real quick here in F production, Jerry Hinkle in his Caterham, fastest driver in the class with a time of 1:19.835. Then Burkhardt and then David Colby. In ITS, Steve Moeller, the battle of the two Mazda Miatas in ITS, Steve Moeller with a 2.3 second advantage over Joe Stadelman. In ITA, Kyle Colby with a second and a half over Peter Doan. In E-Production, Bert Struble, the sole driver, he had a time of 1:21.833. And then they just took away our scoring. Let me, I think I can go back and pull that back, though. Give me 1 second here. I am a master of doing this by class. Let's take a look at B-Spec, where Brandon Lewis was your fastest driver on track, had about a 15-second advantage over Adriana DeSimone. In GT Light, Serena Stevenson, your sole driver on track. She had a 1:30.880. In H Production, Amber Stevenson was your fastest driver. She had a 4.4-second advantage over Mike McQueen. And then in SPB, Michael Thompson, your sole driver in the class, at a 1:21.8. And then let's take a look at these other two large classes. In Touring 4, we've got Jeremy Butts. He was your fastest driver overall in the session with a 1:16.895. Michael Lamena, 1300ths of a second back from there. All right, so Brian, I've just gotten word that we have got just about a minute before our next group goes out. So let's do this very quickly. I want to just work in a quick break to thank one of our great partners this weekend, and that is Ciocca Corvette.
What's it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
All right, and we want to thank Ciocca Corvette for being a great sponsor of the South Jersey region for many years. And we also played during some of our larger breaks, Brian, some information that there is a giveaway for a brand new Corvette that you can actually configure yourself, with all proceeds going to Toys for Tots as well as the SCCA. We'll get you some more information about that just a little bit later. But we've got now, Brian, heading out on track, our next group. These are our Spec Racers, primarily Spec Racer Ford, and I believe Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, primarily Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. There's a single Spec Racer Ford out there.
Yeah, I was going to say Tristan Welling in that number 32 machine is a Spec Racer Ford. So, again, the bulk of this group is the Gen 3s. Tristan Welling in that, that I would assume that was a Gen 2, probably.
Yes, it would be a Gen 2 car. Yeah, absolutely. We thought maybe we'd see some of the Spec Renaults come out. Actually, we had Entropy Motorsports bring them up to Pocono last weekend, is my understanding. But maybe we'll see them before the end of the weekend here, as our drivers are just now starting their first flying laps. And again, these are 20-minute long qualifying sessions. And we have 8 different run groups, of which this is our third. Brian, as they're getting started, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2 drivers, please start heading to the grid.
You know, Greg, we talk about this qualifying session, and you and I saw it yesterday, and I actually really saw it firsthand yesterday by looking at some of these cars, and we talked about this with the racetrack. When you stay on line, there is some grip in it. You don't get all the marbles and you don't get all the rubber buildup. If you go offline for any bit, whether you're letting another faster car go by you, whatever, that rubber starts to build up on there. And one of the things I'm noticing on these tires when they come off, especially on the Gen 3s and also even on the Miatas here this week, is that rubber gets built in there and it just will not come off, right? And so what it makes it feel like is in certain situations, especially through the light bulb, and we talked to a few drivers last night, and again, looking at some of these cars walking around the paddock last night, it builds it. You get a vibration. You think there's something wrong with the car. It's really not. So one of the things I did notice, and I saw it this morning actually when we were you were out putting out the cameras, and I was coming down here. I saw a couple people when I walked back to the motorhome real quick. They're starting to really clean their tires as much as they can. I saw a couple people out there with torches and a scraper. I saw people out there with a heat gun and a scraper. It's no easy task. So, if you didn't get it done yesterday, you got to get it done before you go out. So, again, getting offline ever so slightly here is a big deal. It will ruin a lap for you and possibly could ruin either your race or it could ruin your qualifying lap because you think there's potentially something wrong with the car, and there's really not. It's so much buildup that comes through here with this track.
All right, so we've got our drivers coming around, starting their now second flying laps, which actually with the spec Hoosier tires that the Gen 3 drivers are running should be in a spot now where they're starting to come in. And so as their second flying lap is now complete, Jisoo Kim for the moment has the fastest lap at a 1:14.57, just about 0.2 of a second up on Don Privet, and another 10th back to John Hall, then Mac Harrison and Nick DeMeo. And actually, it's interesting to see Nick DeMeo here in a Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Had raced an ITA in production for a number of years, had raced a Toyota MR2 for a number of years in the Mars series, and neat to see him here. We haven't seen him up at Summit Point or down at Summit Point for quite some time, so nice to see him here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Now, I did get a message a little while ago from Eric Prepsius. We've got Eric Prepsius and Melanie Meckel that are out running in the number 50 and 51 machines. Well, apparently this is Melanie's birthday weekend. So don't know if it's today or if it's tomorrow. And she is also, as she went and was at the driver's school at Summit Point Raceway back in March. This should be for the 51 machine, I think, or pardon me, the 50 machine. Sorry, the last that she has to run the rookie stripes on this weekend. And if we take a look, currently her fast time, a 1:33.078.
Yeah, they're starting to spread out here a little bit. Few of them are in there. Jisoo Kim getting faster and faster. Every lap seems to be faster for him. When I look on my look on there, yeah, he's gone faster every single lap. So we're going to have to we'll keep an eye on that. Let's see if we can get down into that one underneath that 1:13 time frame, break that 1:12 barrier. We'll have to see if he can go there. He's got a long way to go, but as the car's getting faster and faster, one of the ones I want to step out here and talk about here is 54 Mike Thomas. Home track here, does really, really well here, getting his feet back in here. I'm not seeing his brother Steven, so I'm going to have to talk to Mike. I haven't talked to him, but so Steven not racing. I'm looking down here through the down on the pit wall, not seeing Steven. I'll have to walk back there, make sure Steven's okay. I know Steven had some kind of got out of it last year a little bit, missed some races, so we'll have to I'm going to check on my friend Steven there, see how he's doing. But again, these cars, Sam Schechter now going to the top of the board. He broke that 1:13 barrier. He's a 1:12.754. So when you start to get some of these cars, and again, this is really all about the draft with these machines here, especially here on the Lightning course. As they go through. Again, let's give you a quick rundown here, the top five. 55 here of Sam Schechter, 1:12.754. Jisoo Kim still holding on to second spot at 1:13.116. Mac Harrison in that number 30 machine with a 1:13.312. Kyle Robertson in that 25 machine, 1:13.433. John Hall sitting in fifth place with a 1:13.730. Donald Privet is in sixth with a 1:13.851. Greg talked about Nick DeMeo in seventh place, a 1:13.897. Stephen Minkin in that number 99 machine, 1:14.661. That's sitting in eighth. Mike Thomas in ninth, 1:14.890. And rounding out the top 10 there, Kevin Silbert in that 1:14 machine at a 1:16.389. So we'll have to check a little bit there as we continue to keep going here in this session. About just under 12 minutes to go here for for our SRF 3s and our Gen 3s and our SRFs. We talk about that SRF, Tristan Welling. He's sitting in 13th place in that number 32 machine with a 123.39. So we'll have to kind of see what's going on there. We'll get him to move up. And then right now your top 5 is still, as we talked about, Sam Schechter, Jisoo Kim, Donald Privet, Mac Harrison, and Kyle Robertson. Field's starting to spread out here just a little bit. Again, you got a few individuals here really working on that drafting to set that top time. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to pick it up. It's got a few cars coming by a start-finish line, looking at the cameras here. Again, right now the sun not playing a factor. As we get into the afternoon, I think this sun's going to play a little bit of a factor as we get there. We were out walking around yesterday, and it became a little bit of an issue. I did talk to some of these drivers yesterday afternoon. Clearly, they said that there is a potential for some sun problem later on. We're looking at this course, but these drivers, they'll get through it. And, you sit there and you look at our camera here, 9 and 10 coming through the light bulb there, had a pass kind of on the outside. That's the kind of going offline that I talked about of whether or not, you're going to get that stuff on your tires. I think that was the let's see here. Yeah, that was Kevin Silbert over the Melanie Meckel machine kind of coming through that light bulb last time by. So, you move out there ever so slightly, you've got a little bit of an issue there probably.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 4, SMT, and SM2. Please head to the grid now.
I see you getting your workout in this morning.
Yeah, I am.
I don't think I've ever seen you run that fast.
Oh, I've run that fast, just not in the last 4 years. Oh my, yeah, we're having some challenges out here today, but we'll definitely work through them.
That's the old school, going outdoors. I got to tell you, the weather is fantastic right now.
It is beautiful out here.
We're going to get a little bit of wind here later on, so if you hear two people screaming like little girls, that'll be Greg and I, because we'll be having to hold stuff down.
That's right.
As this wind picks up. Now, hopefully it doesn't pick up all that much. It's supposed to get 11, 12, up to 15 miles an hour here today, but Greg, we only had 11, 12 mile an hour yesterday. We almost lost the whole entire set.
Exactly.
Our whole entire set almost ended up in the light bulb yesterday.
That's right.
And then one big gust came up. So just under 9 minutes here in this qualifying session. Let's take a look here again at our top 5, because it has shifted a little bit.
It has.
So Mac Harrison in that number 30 machine runs a 112.539. Sam Schechter in second still with that 112.738. Kyle Robertson in that 25 machine, 112.749. That's third. Jisoo Kim now drops down into fourth with a 112.767. And Donald Privet now rounding out your top 5 with that 113.197.
Yeah, and our top 3, they just crossed the start-finish line, Brian, and they all seem to be working together there. Yes. Harrison, Schechter, and Robertson, and they all set new fast laps. Personal best, Mac Harrison resets the bar, to a 112.297. That is 99 thousandths of a second. Let's call it 1/10 up on Sam Schechter. Right now with Kyle Robertson just 8 hundredths of a second back from there.
Yeah, all 3 of them working together right there. They're going to come up on a couple other machines, so you're going to have a pretty big, I believe, a 5-car group there coming through 6 into 7. So we'll see. I think if they're in the middle of that, they may go even faster. We'll see if they can get down in the 111 mark here, if they can break that 112 barrier. I do believe Mac Harrison and or Sam Schechter could possibly do it here on this lap, the way they were coming through here. Here comes Jisoo Kim. We'll see what he does. Not able to go any faster. He's kind of marred in a little bit of traffic there. So here comes our group here. We'll see here. Nobody able to go a little bit slower than that. But again, not much further off. About 2/10 for each one of them. Sam a little bit 4/10 slower on that lap there, along with Kyle Robertson.
All right, we've got driver coming down the pit lane now, and I see some crew on the side here. This is the 57 machine of Don Privet. And comes to a stop here all along the pit wall. Crew taking a look at some tire pressures and tire temperatures as we have a little bit under 7 minutes remaining.
I think he was in that group and got out of that group and let them go. And I think that really what happened there is kind of moving out and letting them go by and getting out of that group. That kind of slowed down that, that Schechter and Robertson deal as they were coming out of there. Because they were all there nose to tail going in, coming out of 6 up into 7. And then as they got up into 8 and then 9, Donald Privet moved down. Came back in, gave the thumbs up to his to some of the crew guys there looking it over. He's making that right-hand turn to go up the hill and back up into the paddock. So he's going to call this qualifying session done. But for the most part, pretty good run right now. Seem to be pretty happy coming in.
All right, looks like the number 14 machine, Kevin Silbert, considerably off the pace coming down the front straight. I think he was just letting a faster pack by, however. Silbert currently sitting 11th fastest overall, and I think he did have some of those lead cars bearing down on him here on the front straight. Didn't want to impact their runs down into turn 1. And let's see here now. Mike Thomas sets his fastest lap in the number 54 machine at a 1:13.924. That's good for 8th. Steve Minion. Tom Kirchman just crosses the stripe here as well. Minion in the 99 machine does not improve upon his 1:13. As a matter of fact, that last time by was almost 11 seconds off of his previous best.
Yeah, a lot of these guys starting to wind down a little bit too, right? You may see some people coming in. And again, some of these were out here practicing yesterday, so they kind of know the temperatures when they went out for their practice were kind of right around right now, kind of what they are. Again, it's getting a little bit warmer. I may have to take off my hoodie here because it's going to get a little.
All right, and just got word that as he was trying to overtake a slower machine, Kyle Robertson had a little bit of an off-track excursion over by turn number 2. We might have actually picked that up on our camera, but we'll see here. And I apologize. We are having, I know, a little bit of an issue with our camera over at turn 5, and our network connectivity over there is not exactly what it is around the rest of the track. But it looks like we're back up and running. So, again, apologize for that.
Spectator or fan over there trying to connect into our Wi-Fi or our phone. No, I'm just kidding. Certain parts of this racetrack, you kind of go up and down on coverage, right? I mean, we were down here near the tower, and we got, pretty much like no coverage. Go back to the motorhome, and it's like full-bore coverage, right? You couldn't do anything wrong there.
Exactly. So a little bit more information now. It sounds like the 25 machine, and it was Nick DeMeo in the number 9 machine. So the 25 did happen to spin off track briefly and then recover, and then the number 9 just went wide to avoid.
Okay, both cars okay though. They'll continue and come on down, and get there. There goes the 25. There goes Kyle Robinson right now, crossing the start-finish line. There's the 114 Kevin Silbert crossing the start-finish line. Another driver I want to shout out to here, Greg, is Philip Ackley in that 41 machine.
Yes.
Back out here running. I know he's dabbled in this class, off and on for the last couple of years. Known for running his baby grand, kind of around the region. But good to see Philip Ackley out here running. Just ran his fastest lap, 1:18.745, kind of on lap 12. So good for Phil. All
right, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, because I know our stewards are really pushing to get us back on schedule after that slight delay in Group 1. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. This is your final call to the grid. All right, so we've got now 2 minutes remaining on the clock, and looks like most of the drivers at this point, Brian, They're kind of getting into a rhythm here, but not seeing any fast laps as we do see a car that ran a little wide. Many cars now running wide through turn one on the exit of turn one, and I think this might be a sign that not only have they gone past that golden lap on these Spec Hoosiers, but they may have gone just a little bit beyond that as well.
Yeah. Sorry, Greg. I was going to say, I think that, again, early morning here, they've run the limits of those tires, and that car starts to get a little loose, especially on that uphill right-hander, and that car wants to continue to keep going off to the left, and you pick up the track limits there, and with very little rain around here in the last couple of weeks, it is just dust.
It's dust and dirt. And, it's interesting. We were talking to Brad Davis, who's out of the Southeast, one of our stewards here this weekend. The last time I was here was actually one of the very first weekends that the Lightning circuit was open, and it was all sand. There was no grass around this circuit at all. I mean, it was like you were going to the beach, like you're going to the Jersey Shore. And there's a lot more grass here, but the soil itself is still a very sandy base. And you can see that even when you run just a couple of feet off of the exit curbing there at turn one, it's going to bring up a lot of dirt. It's also going to bring a lot more dirt onto the circuit as well, which makes things challenging for the drivers.
Yeah, and especially, turn one, when you come downhill, right? You get that dirt, you get a little bit of that sand, and you come in. If you keep it's like almost Summit Point, right? Come out of turn 10, you keep it straight. Same thing here. You keep it straight and go down, everything's going to be fine. But you're going to kick up that debris. You're going to bring it over to the right with you, and then the next car through is really going to have a little bit of a challenge.
Hey, real quick, when we get this group rolling out, I need to hit something awful. So, and if you need to make a call to the grid, it's the button here, top right. All right, so here as the clock is winding down, and not only winding down, but checkered flag is now in the air. And Jisoo Kim runs his fast lap on his final lap, on his 15th lap to move him up to third. But as it stands, we'll see here as the last flying laps will count. Jisoo Kim now comes down the pit lane. So he does not complete what could have been a final flying lap. Also now coming down the pit lane is the number 25 machine of Kyle Robertson, calling off his last flying lap. And things are incredibly tight up at the top of the field here, Brian.
I'm telling you what, Greg, it is going to be one heck of a run and one heck of a race later on today and even tomorrow, for these drivers.
Yeah, you take a look at this. Mac Harrison, our fastest driver on track with a 1:12.297 that he set on his 9th flying lap with a 99 thousandths of a second advantage over Sam Schechter. Schechter has a 68 thousandths of a second advantage over Jisoo Kim. Kyle Robertson, 13 thousandths of a second back from there. And you don't have a bit of a gap until you run to John Hall, now sitting in 5th, who is 6/10 off of our top 4 drivers, as I think now all of our drivers have seen the checkered flag. And so that is your top 5, with Privet 6th, Mike Thomas 7th, Nick DeMeo 8th, Steve Minkin 9th, and then Tom Kirchman, your 10th fastest driver.
Yeah, looks like our last car is just now coming out of the light bulb to come down on pit road. So as soon as that last car gets down here on pit road, that will completely close this session for these. But again, a really, really good run by a number of drivers, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's take a quick little break as long as we have it here, and we're going to get set up. Our next group going to be the Spec Miatas. They are going to be on track next. But before we get there, I want to tell you a little bit about one of our great partners bringing you the action here this weekend, and they're just a couple feet away from us here, Brian. It's Glasstown Brewery.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
The 2023 Lightning Challenge here at New Jersey Motorsports New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Talk about tongue twisters. I don't even know where I am anymore. All right, we've got on track right now for their 20-minute qualifying session. Brian Spec Miata, and I believe we're going to double check here as we've got our racers crossing the line. We also have a couple of our SM2 drivers and also I believe one SMT driver as well. And we've got a late taker to the grid. That's the number 44, Kip Gaynor,
He
who's
probably just
heading
got
out on
up.
track. Yeah,
Kip
probably just woke up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, yeah, Greg, it looks like we're going to have, 26 Spec Miata cars and then the one SM2 there going out for right now. So we'll have to take a look at some of these. We're going to give these guys a couple of laps to go out and get some laps in there before we start giving some times. But a pretty good-sized field here today for our Group 3 of our Spec Miatas and our SM2 machine that we have out here. A lot of these guys are going to be looking at drafting, finding a partner. A lot of these drivers were out here yesterday practicing pretty much all day long out here on this course. Some of them even ran the Mazda Invitational. I know the K-Hall brothers came out. They were actually laid out for the Mazda Invitational. They were able to run all the way up from basically, starting on pit lane in that Mazda Invitational to run up in that top 5, top 6. I think they had 14 cars overall out there for that event. But to start from pit road in that race and then to turn around and run all the way in the top 5, and they stuck nose to tail the entire event. They never got away from each other, never tried to make a pass of each other until it came down to the very end. Looks like we may have had one car go off there in turn 1. Looks like that car continued. I'm looking over in turn 5, so that would be, kind of out of that camera, probably in that turn 3, turn 4 area, maybe another car with some 2 tires off. These Spec Miata cars, they are going to push the limits of their car and the tires on this qualifying session. They're going to get the most that they can. I think you're going to see about half this field take the entire 20 minutes that they need to get going here for this event. So it's going to be as much as they can. I think right now what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and get the next group moving here till we can get Group 5 out on the racetrack or out on the grid here. So let me just go ahead and give a call here. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 5. Group 5. This is your first call to the grid. American Sedan, GTA, GTX, GT1, GT2, GT3, ITE, ITR, SC, SM5, SPO, STO, STO, T1, T2, T3, and the USTCC. This is your first call to the grid for Group 5. We jump back here. We'll look at some of their times right now. About 5 minutes into this qualifying session, Ted K. Hall in that number 78 machine, leading with a 119.104. Robert K. Hall again sticking nose to tail pretty much all weekend long in that 08 machine, a 119.137. Thomas Polino sitting there in third in the 119.137, and that, as I quickly say that, it changes. So. Well, let's get them sorted out. Now Douglas On going to the top of the chart in that 100 machine, a 117.674. Polino dropped down to second. Hotz in third. Jeremy Butch right now sitting in fourth. Ted K. Hall in fifth. Jared Odrick had a little tough time yesterday in that Mazda Invitational. We'll talk about that here in a second. Sitting in sixth, and then Robert K. Hall in seventh. Bill Gartner in the number 23 machine sitting in eighth. Peter Seabrook is ninth, and rounding out the top 10 right now early on is that 88 machine of Michael LaMena. So take a look at the cameras again. Another one pushing the limits there, coming up over that hill, and that hill gets a little blind. It is very tough to see the bottom of that hill as that car, it throws all the weight off of the onto the front of the nose as you crest that hill and come down over it. So again, that hard right-hand turn, and I wouldn't even call it a hard right-hand turn, but you think the car is going to slow down headed up over that hill, and ended up not being able to slow down enough. And so that's where we talked about early on. Greg and I were talking about with the brake lockup there as a big group of cars come by the start-finish line right now. Again, looking to get that draft. Still Douglas on leading 117.674. He's at the back end of that group that just came out as our looks like our Jeremy Butts there with that may be the 18 of Peter Seabrook heading up over top of the hill, headed down into turn 1 and turn 2. Got a pretty good-sized group of cars now coming out of the light bulb. I believe that's going to be led by Shauna Lamena. That's in the 6 machine there. Shauna dropping all the way back quite a bit. I'm not sure if the transponder may not be working or she may have gone off, but I did see that she is coming through there now. At least I thought, having some problems there. Shauna not even really completing a lap, so I'll have to take a look and see where she may have gone off, but I thought I saw her going through there. So unless she's having some transponder issues, haven't seen that car come by yet. Again, just under 12 minutes left to go in this session right here. Douglas on still leading your provisional polls that are Thomas Polino in second, John Hotz third, Jeremy Butts fourth, Robert Cahall fifth, Ted Cahall in sixth, Jared Odrick is in seventh, Bill Gartner is in eighth, Peter Seabrook sitting in ninth, and again, still rounding out top 10, Michael Lamena in that number 88 machine. Few other drivers crossing the start-finish line. 33, Joe Stottleman, that's in the 15th position. Kip Gaynor, one who got a late start to this, basically missed a first lap as these drivers were already out there. Sitting right now in 16th. Brian Hune in 17th. Stu Libby in that 188 machine sitting in 19th. Ivan Seabrook in that 71 machine sitting in 20th. William Kerr 21st. Back a little bit down. Valerie Hune in that 132 machine sitting in 25th. Monica Stevens in that 112 machine. That's an SM2 machine too. So we've got a couple cars here in SM2, 151 Steve Ferracci and the 112 of Monica Stevens. That's going to be a battle going on along with the 26 cars that we have here in our Spec Miata group. So again, nice good group of cars coming through through this field. We got a couple cars, Thomas Polino and the 78 there of Ted Cahall coming down the front stretch. Looks like the third car in line may be, I believe that may be the 18 there of that may be Peter Seabrook trying to catch that draft coming out of the light bulb down the front stretch and up over the hill into turn 1. Some of these other drivers starting to stretch out just a little bit, so not able to capitalize on that draft that they need. Another car going 2 off, coming up over the hill in turn 1. Wasn't able to catch that out of the corner of my eye on that camera, so not sure exactly who that was, but it does look like they continued there. So it doesn't look like there's anybody there. I'm going to look up here in turn 5 as this group starts to come through and up over that hill, down that undulation. It kind of gives you a little bit of, throws the car forward to get up underneath the bridge in turn 6, and then when they come down into that hard left-hander into turn 7, one of the heaviest braking points we have on this racetrack. So just about 9 minutes, coming right around 9 minutes left to go here in this in our Group 4, our Spec Miata and our Spec Miata 2 race qualifying session right now. Jeremy Butts going through here, so we'll pick up some of those and we'll give them a couple extra seconds here. John Hotz now moving up into P2 in that number 63 machine, that 117.576. So about a tenth and a half off of Jeremy Butts now to the top of the leaderboard. So Douglas Hahn dropping down into third, Thomas Polino back to fourth, and Jared Odrick. And we talked about Jared Odrick a little bit, having some troubles yesterday in that Mazda Invitational. So great to see Jared back up, in that fifth position, but went from the pole yesterday in that Mazda Invitational, Greg, and just had a rough go of it the entire time.
Yeah.
So
It took him about 30 minutes of the 40 minutes or so in order to come to grips with it.
To get his feet back underneath him and go from there.
Now, I also had just heard, and I think we may have seen it here over at Turn 5 on the cameras, Douglas Ahn, who is currently our third fastest driver on course. He might be our fastest driver off course at this moment also. He had some issues coming over the crest of the hill. Turn 5 went wide, has managed to recover that car. Obviously, that last lap that he turned in was about 8 seconds off of his previous best.
Yeah, so definitely had a problem there.
Yes.
He may also have been one of the ones that went 2 off there, turn 1, that I was talking about during that same entire lap. So, and now Douglas Ahn's on pit road. So,
all right, so Brian, I guess we've got now. All right, so Brian, let's go and quickly here, as we've got just about 7 minutes here remaining in the session. Let's make a second call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Big Bore, American Sedan, GTA, GTX, GT1, 2, and 3, ITE, and ITR, Spec Corvette, who is joining us here this weekend. SM5, SPO, STO, T1, T2, T3, and GTSC as well. Oh, and USTCC as well. Let me not forget USTCC, the United States Touring Car Championship. They are part of this group as well. So race group number 5, if you could please start coming to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, looks like we've got now the number 34 machine on the pit lane. That's Thomas Paolino. He's got the crew taking a look at it right now, checking tire pressures, and we'll see if they continue on. Michael Cohen just sets his fastest lap of the session in the number 54 machine, a 1:18.977. Kip Gaynor had just a moment ago turned in a 1:19.045. He just now crossed the stripe again, a little bit off that pace. But we were talking about how tightly packed, Brian, the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers were a few moments ago. It's looking to be more of the same here in Spec Miata this morning.
no, absolutely. I think it's going to be a closer. This is really going to be, again, there's 2 races I'm really, really excited to watch this weekend, both today and even tomorrow, is going to be obviously this SM race. And kind of when we get into tomorrow, the small bore race, right? I talked about that before. I got a little bit of it's kind of a, what do you call it? A little bit of a bias towards it just because I've been involved in it. There's just so many classes. So 2 races I'm really, really looking forward. I'm really looking forward to all of them. But I think at the end of the day, when we talk about the closeness of it, what's really going to happen, you probably are going to have, I'd say, anywhere from 15 to 17 cars right here, right now, that are going to be within that top pack that are definitely going to separate themselves and try to drive away.
All right, we got on the pit lane right now Stu Libby. Stu is 19th fastest overall. He is out of the Illinois area, typically driving out of the Monticello Motor Club. And he's racing one of Flat Out Motorsports machines here this weekend along with Jonathan Weissman. I think Weissman this weekend, we're going to see him in GTX driving a Porsche GT4 Club Sport. But I believe that they are both running on their SCCA novice permits here this weekend and really liking what they see in SCCA Club racing. And so Stu Libby now brings his car back to the pits and again qualified at the moment 19th.
Yeah, and look, getting out there running as a rookie, in this and still having your 3 stripes, sitting in 19th out of a 29 car field
on a track you've never been to before is
not bad.
That's pretty commendable. All right, looks like Jared Odrick now brings his car back to the paddock. His session is now done, and Odrick Where did we have Odrick?
Top
Currently
5,
fifth, fifth fastest at the moment.
Yeah, pretty good showing right now. I talked about it yesterday. Had a really, really rough day. We're going to see Jared out here, I think, in the next group as well.
Yeah, and that's actually why he's coming back. Is he's got his GT2 Porsche, it's a GT2, Porsche GT3 Cup car.
Yeah. I think that maybe what I ought to do is say, hey Jared, since you're out racing in your SM car, if you need somebody to drive that Porsche down to the grid, maybe I'll do it. It may not be there when you get there, but because so we'll have to see. Did have a nice little conversation with him yesterday, a little bit about coming out here and running. He's pretty excited about running this weekend. Like I said, had a rough day of it yesterday afternoon, so early evening, but I think that's all behind him. So Greg, I got to tell you, you're looking at the chat room, and there's one person there that I'm so excited to sit there and see that's in the chat room.
Is it David Cunningham?
It's not David Cunningham.
No.
I'm excited to see David Cunningham.
Who is it?
It is, I believe, it is up early in the morning out on the West Coast time.
Michael Collins? Could it be?
Good thing we're not giving him my phone number.
No.
I don't want those texts. So,
well, good morning, Meathead Mike Collins. Good to see you in here from out on the West Coast. I'm sure Pabst Blue Ribbon in hand. All right, we got another car coming down the pit lane. That is the number 39 machine. And as the 39 car comes down the pit lane, looks like it is heading straight back to the paddock. And let's do this, Brian, as we now have just under a minute and a half remaining on the clock. Let's make a third and final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, American Sedan, GTA, GTX, GT1, 2, and 3, ITE, and ITR, Spec Corvette, SM5, SPO, and STO, T1, T2, T3, GTSC, and our great friends with USTCC. If you could please head to the grid. You're scheduled to be on track in just a few moments. Race group number 5, please head to the grid.
hey Greg, as we wind down this, just under a minute left to go, I do want to give a shout out to Terry Fisher in that 111 machine. We kind of met him last night. Kind of right before, as everybody was getting ready to wrap up for the evening. Came from the Formula Vs.
Yes.
Years ago, hasn't driven really anything in 5 years. This is his first official time in an SM car. Never driven an SM car before.
I think he's a former Formula V champion here.
Correct. Yep. And so coming out and running in in an SM machine out here. In New Jersey. He's got some laps around here, obviously, but never running it. Renting a car from Windsor Custom. Chris Windsor. I'll get that right. The cough drop was kind of falling down a little bit. But again, Terry Fisher out here running. It's a good little story to listen to him last night.
He had a couple of daughters getting married. Actually, I think he has one getting married in just a few weeks. And as he says, he's now an arrive and drive driver because he's got other priorities right now, and that's paying for all his children to go off to wedded bliss. But yeah, it was great meeting him last night back in the paddock. As we all had a wonderful
bit
time.
Of a chuckle.
Yeah.
Bit of a chuckle.
Yes.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right. So we've got now the checkered flag in the air, and.
Looks like Kip Gaynor's going to be the first one to take it. That's the first. I didn't see it out on the.
Indeed. And let's see how Gaynor does if he improves on his last lap. Does not appear as though he does. And we've got the 195 machine. We have a number of drivers coming down the pit lane now. The number 32 machine. That's Michael Apatow coming down. Let's see here. Shauna Lamena just turned in her fastest lap here, but she only put in, I think, 4 flying laps, Brian.
Well, I'm not sure if there was a transponder issue on that machine or not. As I said, I know that she was out there running. Then I never seen her come by. I never saw her come in anywhere. So evidently something must have happened out on the racetrack, was able to get that going and back through. We'll have to wait and see, as I know the crew is out there waiting for waiting for her to come in. And when I say crew, I mean mom.
Mom.
Right? So,
All right, we got the K-Halls here down on pit lane, having tire pressures taken, but that is going to round things out on track. Let's take a look here as Jeremy Butts is your provisional pole sitter. That's 2 sessions, isn't that like 2 sessions in a row for him, or
yeah,
2 in a row?
2 in a row.
Yeah, as he was your T4 pole sitter as well, with the fastest time in our group 2 session. Jeremy Butts, your fastest spec Miata driver, with a time of 1:17.093, almost a half second, 48 hundredths of a second up on John Hotz in the number 63 machine. He was your second fastest driver. Douglas Ahn, 65 hundredths of a second back from there. Third fastest. Thomas Paulino, 4th fastest. Jared Odrick, 5th fastest. Robert Cahall in the 08 machine, who's sitting right in front of us here on the pit lane. And Robert, 6th fastest. He is 1.2 seconds off of the pole. Then Bill Gartner, Ted Cahall in the 78 machine. Yes, they are brothers. Michael Amena in the 88 machine, 9th fastest. John Jenkins will round out the top 10. Whew. All right. So, Brian, I think we're going to have another group heading out on course here in just a minute. Our big bore drivers. I have not heard the 5-minute warning given, but I believe it is coming up fairly soon. So let's do this. Let's take a quick little break. We're going to save our our voices here just a little bit. And we're going to talk about a great partner bringing you all the action here this weekend for the South Jersey region and, of course, for us here on YouTube. And that is Ciocca Corvette.
What's it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Sean Alamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
And we're back here at the Lightning Circuit, New Jersey Motorsports Park for the South Jersey Region Lightning Challenge presented by Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and we've got the big ground pounders heading out on track right now, and I think we've just now had the entire field go out as we just had Jared Odrick our last driver to join the field after having very quickly transitioned out of that Mazda Miata.
Yeah, and it's going to be a heck of a transition too for him. You go from an SM to a Porsche. It's going to be a little bit of a different. But Jared likes the Porsche. He's been spending a lot of time driving that quite a bit. Ran it last year. In the runoffs. But yeah, it's going to get a little bit louder here. So we're going to put the microphones up closer to my mouth here and
and yell twice as loud.
Yeah, exactly. So.
It's funny, Brian, because we had somebody last night ask about how our voices hold up over an entire weekend, and I was saying, well, because we're not outside trackside any longer, like when we used to call in previous years at Summit Point or even on the Super Tour, our voices actually make it through an entire weekend because, we don't have to go and scream to even hear ourselves over all the race cars. Well, that streak is now over. As to give you a little peek behind the scenes, Brian and I are already deep into the Hall's mentholyptus cough drops.
Yeah, we may have to find somebody at the racetrack who drives back and forth to the hotel tonight. Hey, can you do us a favor? Stop and pick us up some Hall's Relief cherry cough drops, either at a local 7-Eleven or a Wawa or something in the morning, because we're probably going to need them by tomorrow morning.
Without a doubt. All right, so right here now on the pit lane, Brian, directly ahead of us, went for its out lap and then drove back to the pit lane. The number 60 American sedan Mustang of Melvin Miller, and our grid workers, or probably our pit workers, they've got the hood up and they are sitting there by the ready with a fire extinguisher. Ready to put out the fire if it pops up again. It looks like it may have been maybe some oil on the headers or something along those lines, but they are looking it over. The driver is just sitting there. Nice little American sedan field this weekend. We've got, besides Miller, we've got both Jared, we've got the three lick lighters. We've got Jared, we've got Daniel, and we've got Dylan. So the question is right now, which one of the three is going to be the fastest? Now, Dan, he's the father, 74 years old and driving a 93 Mustang. Started doing hill climbs with the SCCA back in 1971. So he is a long timer here. Jared is the son in a 2001 Ford Mustang, and he started apparently drifting back in 2009 and then decided, you burn up fewer tires, I guess, doing road course racing. And then there is Dylan, who is Dylan is Dan's grandson, and it's actually Jared's nephew. So it's not like father, son, and grandfather. And Dylan is only 21 years old, and he started racing four-wheelers at age 4.
Yeah.
So pretty neat little family story there.
Well, I think this weekend we may end up changing the American sedan class if Melvin can't get that car back out and get it running. It's just going to be the lick lighter.
Yeah,
the lick lighter class.
Yeah, we'll just call it LS for lick lighter sedan.
AS now has become LS.
Yes, exactly. All right, so we also mentioned we've got the northeast region of the Spec Corvette series here with us. We've got David Sanders running, who took the win both days at Summit Point back when we saw them early in, I guess at the end of April. Then at Virginia International Raceway a couple weeks ago, Dave Sanders was actually upset over one of the two races. Only came away with one out of the two wins. Let's see, we've got John Gatzmeyer, Dominic Rizzo, Frank Deline, and Jeffrey Pascal. He came over and he pronounced it for us. It's Pascal. And of course he apologized since his son couldn't pronounce his name correctly for us either. In Touring 3 this weekend, we've got Raymond Buchanan and Anthony Pacelli. Pacelli was he's got to be like the most traveled Subaru driver ever. He was just at, and there he is right now, coming across start finish. He's going to be coming up into turn 1 in just a few moments in his 4-door bright blue Super Impreza. There he is coming through our camera at turn 1. Pacelli was just out at Heartland Park this past weekend in Topeka, Kansas, running at a majors there. And I think he brought out a second car for Scott Schmidt, who is the tech manager for the SCCA, to run as well. And so right now in that class, it is Buchanan currently with a 122, probably a 124 flat, Pacelli at a 124.994. In Touring 2, we've got Alan Phillips and Anthony Valente. Don't have a time in the books for Valente. Maybe he's having some transponder issues. The 46 car of Phillips, a 113.707. Let's see. In USTCC, we actually have 2 different classes in USTCC. Yeah. We've got the ST class, and that is made up right now. We've got Andrew Connor in the number 66 machine. We've got Coyote Black in the number 13. Black running a Porsche Cayman, and good to see he got that repaired, because he had, I think, the shortest race ever at Summit Point Raceway in April. He took the win in the wet, and then perhaps, I don't know, maybe anticipating a wet run onto the track, he came off the pit lane, went about 50 feet, and directly into a wall, ending his race before the green flag ever came out.
I was thinking he wanted to come talk to us.
That's quite possible. He was pointed directly at the announcement.
At us. Yeah.
Of course, we were 3 floors up at the time. Let's see here. In USTCC SP, Martin Swark is our sole driver in the class. He's got a 121 flat in the book. So not a ton of difference time-wise between the ST and SP classes there, about 2 seconds. In GT2, Jared Odrick goes to an early lead in his number 1 Porsche, a 110.787. That is 11 hundredths of a second clear of Jonathan Weissman. And looks like Weissman has been moved out of the GTX class. And I think Kathy McLeod, our chief steward, had actually mentioned this to me yesterday, that the GT4 Club Sport Porsche is actually a GT2 car, not a GTX machine. Yes. So that's where we'll see Jonathan Weissman running this weekend. Yep. We've got Robert Benson in SPO with Robert Hayshak, and I think that other SPO machine, we'll have to check if it's the Chevy Monza. Neat machine that is out on track right now is a mid-70s Chevy Monza with a body kit on it and a huge power bulge on the hood. Really looks very neat. But in SPO right now, it's Benson and Hayshak. Hayshak in his Factory 5 Cobra, who just crosses the front straight. And look at that, Brian, with the ball of flames coming out of the side pipes on that Factory 5 machine from about the starter bridge all the way up to the turn-in point for turn 1. All right, real quick, Brian, let's do this. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, our bracket racers. If you could please head to the grid. Bracket racers, please start heading to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Greg, real quick, what I want to touch on here is if you're at the track, and obviously the PA system is right here on the building. If you cannot hear it through the PA, you can turn your FM dials to 104.7. That's 104.7, and you can hear us on our FM dials if you're all the way back. I know there's a few individuals that have come up early this morning, and they've seen some different things. The what it says on the subs is not correct. We've made that change. It is 104.7, so tune in there, especially if you're all the way back near the go-kart track. So,
yeah, that is going to be the way, and the track just notified us of that change yesterday.
Yep.
So we're trying to get the word out, but especially for this layout for the Lightning circuit, where the PA system, its reach is a little limited. That is going to be the best way to hear us. And indeed, we could see at the 76 machine of Robert Benson in that Chevy Monza, and that thing is a beast, Brian. And he turns in a 114.516, almost 4 seconds up on Robert Hayshak right now.
Yeah.
All right, coming down the pit lane, we've got two drivers coming down now. One of our Porsches, and I think that might be Coyote Black in the USTCC machine. Indeed, it is the Lucky 13 of Coyote Black. Coyote has gone ahead of Andrew Connor for fastest time in USTCC ST. Black with a 1:14.7, Connor at a 1:18.4, so about 3.7 seconds separating those two drivers currently. We also have another one of our Porsches. This must be like the Porsche meeting place or something. The 62 machine now of Weissman, currently second fastest in GT2. He comes down the pit lane. He's got crew taking a look at tire pressures as we speak.
Yeah. And again, you get in the big bore class, and, like 20 minutes, that's a lot for these guys, with these big V8 motors to run a full 20 minutes, out here. So it's going to be, they'll do about 10, 15 minutes at most, and then they'll come in, take some tire pressure, register those, put them in the, in their books and their database, and then haul them back up off to the pit. So.
All right, that's 76 Monza, Chevy Monza hatchback now heading back to the pits. And, it's funny, I'm looking at that Monza, and I know nobody would ever compare a current or last generation Honda Civic Type R to a Chevy Monza, other than the fact that it's a hatchback, other than the fact that that thing looks great championship white. But it has got a wing on the back of it with huge stanchions on either side that actually remind me very much of the FK, which is the last generation Honda Civic Type R. Now, another driver that we haven't talked about, and I think a lot of this, Brian, is because he is the only driver in his class currently since Weissman was moved out of GTX, is Frank Sanchez. He is driving the number 6 Lola prototype car, and that is a seriously fast machine. Turned a 1:13.756 in it. That is currently good for 6th fastest overall, as he is still getting getting comfortable, I think, behind the wheel of that car. And we've seen Frank Sanchez in a number of different machines over the years. We've seen him in rear-wheel drive GT Dodge Chargers, and when I say Dodge Charger, I don't mean like the 70s Chargers. I mean like the not the 2000s Dodge Chargers. I'm talking like the 90s K-car derived Dodge Chargers.
Right.
That were normally front-wheel drive machines, but tube frame and rear wheel. We've seen him in big GT1 cars as well. So I'd like to see how he fares here in this machine as he crosses the stripe right now. And that Lola, I mean, it looks like one of the prototype cars from like the early 2000s American Le Mans series. We'll have to get a little bit more information on what type of Lola chassis that is.
Yeah, we'll go by there and talk to him tonight when we pack up here and we head out. Go up there. We'll stop over there, this evening. But I tell you, last couple laps by, you had Sanchez and you had Jared Odrick in that Porsche. They were coming up on some slower traffic, and Jared, as he goes by the start-finish line now, had to move over and get underneath and get behind Frank Sanchez, and it was like, whoa, I got to really back out of this thing because I could actually see over top of his car.
Over top of him, exactly. All right, real quick, Brian, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6, our bracket racers, the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please head to the grid. You're scheduled to be on track in a little bit more than 5 minutes, probably about 10 minutes. Race group number 6, bracket racers, please head to the grid. All right, the number 66 machine now comes down the pit lane. That's one of our BMWs. That is Andrew Connor, the second of our USTCC ST drivers. And as he heads back to the paddock, he's going to rest on a fast time for him of 1:18 flat. That's about just about 3.3 seconds off of Coyote Black's times in the Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, Andrew does really well with that BMW. I've seen him out here many times. Been up here, here and over on the Thunderbolt course. Does really well. Handles it really well in the rain, too. So I've actually seen him run in the rain as well. Coyote Black goes through the start-finish line here one more time. Came in, got some tire pressures. I think they made a little small change and sent him back out. So,
all right, John Gatzmeyer in the number 92 Corvette, the one of our spec Corvette drivers, the Series 4 C5 Corvettes. He heads back to the paddock. Currently, your third fastest driver in the class with a 1:14.526. About 2.5 seconds, 2.6 seconds off of David Sanders' provisional pole time in the class. Jeff Pascal just crosses the stripe as well. He's your second fastest driver, 1.3 seconds off of Sanders' times. And he came up. Jeff came up to us a little earlier this morning and wanted to remind us of the new nickname that the Spec Corvette drivers have for David Sanders, who's out of Malvern, Pennsylvania. He is now to be known and referred to, not in the third person, mind you. Well, we already refer to him in the third person. It would be funny if he referred to himself in the third person, but as the Malvern Missile. That's the
Malvern Missile.
The Malvern Missile is the new way that we are to refer to his greatness, David Sanders.
Didn't I think when we had him in Summit, it was about flip-flops or shoes?
Yeah,
or Crocs or
well, they mentioned like you, like me, men of a certain age now find New Balance sneakers to be
New Balance. That's what
now
it was.
find New Balance sneakers to be the best, the most comfortable brand out there. All right, coming down the pit lane now is Coyote Black, as we only have a touch less than 2 minutes remaining on the clock. And so it appears now is both our ST class in the U.S. Touring Car Championship are done. A lot of smoke coming out of the front end, not the back end where the engine is, but out of the front end of that came. And I'm wondering if perhaps it just happens to be brake dust and maybe some overheated front brakes. The Touring 2 Mustang, the number. That is the number 46 machine of Alan Phillips, heads back behind the wall. Phillips, again, the only driver we see as having set a time in Touring 2. David Sanders, the aforementioned Malvern Missile in the yellow number 73 C5 Corvette, heads back behind the wall as well. He does so as that class's provisional pole sitter. All right, Dylan Licklider just crosses the stripe, and Licklider on lap number 13, or probably lap number 12, sets his fastest lap of the session, turned in a 1:13.123, and that is almost 1.9 seconds up on Jared Licklider. So the young buck, the 21-year-old. The 21-year-old, currently your fastest driver in the class, and should mention that Melvin Miller, the driver of the number 60 Ford Mustang, who's been here on the pit lane, well, pretty much since the end of his outlap. Yep, 20 minutes. He is still here. I have a feeling he's probably waiting for a tow.
Yeah.
Back to the pits.
Yep, I think he's going to have to get that thing shut off, not able to get it started again, but. It becomes interesting conversation with the Licklighters back in the paddock area. Does one go back and just go, yes?
As the other ones, all right. And the checkered flag is now out on the session. Is everybody else in the group there just gives them the side eye? All right, Brian, as the checkered flag is out, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. Our bracket racers, please start heading to the grid. Bracket racers, please start heading to the grid. So, Brian, why don't we break things down here by class? Let everybody know how things finished up.
All right. Well, we'll just start from the top, right from the beginning here. Sitting in T2, the 46 Alan Phillips with time 1:12.409. The number 90 of Anthony Valente didn't take a time, or if he did, the transponder was not working. We look at T3, 44 Raymond Buchanan with a fast time 1:18.685. And then the 74 of Anthony Pacelli with a 1:22.411. In our Corvette division, 73 of David Sanders with a best time 1:11.907. 63 of Jeffrey Pascali in the 63 with a 113.241. John Gatzmeyer in that 92 with a 114.526. Frank Sanchez in that GTX machine that we talked about earlier, 113.123. We talk about American Sedan. Dylan Licklider with a 114.711 is going to be your pole sitter there. And the 170 of Jared Licklider second with a 116.597, and Daniel Licklider with a 124.544. Melvin Miller not able to complete even a lap. And USTCC in the ST division, Coyote Black in that number 13 Porsche with a 114.692. Andrew Connor with a 118.063 and that number 66 BMW. In the USTCC in our SP division, we do have a Honda, I believe that is, in that SP division in the 93 with a 119.429 for Martin Schwark. In GT2, Jared Odrick in that number 1 Porsche GT3 Cup car with a 109.164. 62 with Jonathan Wiseman with a 109.970. And SPO, Robert Benson outdueled Robert Hayshak in that number 76 machine, a 114.516. Hayshak with a 117.360. And GT1, the 43 of James Benson with a 117.087. And 50 of Joseph Fagala with a 126.004. And ITE, the 42 of Joseph Hall, he's going to set that provisional pole in that class with 117.122. With the 27 of Chuck Burns with a 117.547, so 4/10 off of that. And our GT3, the number 98 of Tim Proctor with that 117.659, and he's the only one represented in that class right now.
All right, Brian, so let's do this. Let's take a quick break and to thank some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you the Lightning Challenge presented by Ciocca Corvette here today, and we'll be right back in just a few moments with more action from New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit. We'll be right back.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Sean Alamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com. Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Sean Alamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
And welcome back to the New Jersey Motorsports Lightning Circuit and the 2023 Lightning Challenge, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we've got heading out on track right now our bracket racers, and this may give us a little bit of a rest. we may hopefully be able to give our throats a little time to relax here, as I believe that we have out on track currently 6 machines, and still waiting for Steve Martin in his Ford Focus to come across the stripe. But why don't we tell racers what bracket racing is? Because this is going to be a little bit different than every other group that we have racing here this weekend.
Yeah, so bracket racing really kind of started, it's a DC region is where it really first started. It is, very regional. It's almost like drag racing, right?
Bracket racing for
you're in a
drag
bracket.
racing.
Yep, absolutely. Although you can run out, so it is kind of the same of your time in your bracket. It's about being consistent. But it kind of started in like 2017, 2018, kind of the concept got going, being brought around. Then it kind of grew. Then it kind of, stepped back a little bit. What it does is it allows racers to come from any form series, right?
Right.
As long as you meet the SCCA safety regulations, right, in order to get the car on track. A lot of guys use it as, we're going to see right now, Kyle Robertson, Mac Harrison, Prespius, Silbert, Jennifer Romes. Those guys have already been out there, or those drivers have already been out there once already today from a qualifying session. So it kind of lets them double dip a little bit as they go through, their weekend. But when you get qualified in, then that kind of sets the lineup of where you're going to be starting. And then as the race goes on and you get faster, obviously, you move to a different bracket. And when you move to that different bracket, what ends up happening is you stay in that bracket. You could be going from first in your bracket to now third in your bracket, and again be racing somebody that's not in there. So it can change. It changes every lap. It's about really being consistent. But as I said, a lot of these guys use it as a as another test, or as a a double dip. Chuck Edmonston, I think Ted Cahall is the one who built this this platform for timing, right? So we know what brackets they go into. So we'll have that for you as
exactly.
we get going.
And to give you an idea here, the brackets that we're talking. So in drag racing, you basically you give the officials a time and say, I'm not going to run any faster than X.
Right.
And if you break out of your bracket, you run faster than the time you gave them. I can't give that raspberry noise, but sorry, you lose. So in sprint bracket road racing, what we do is we have a number of different predefined brackets. And here for the Lightning Circuit, we're giving about a 2-second variance. So for drivers that run a 110 or faster, actually a 109.999 or faster, they end up in our bracket called A1. If you run times in a 110 to 111.999, you're in bracket A2. Keep adding on as you add 2 seconds each and every time. And so if you start off and you're running in, say, bracket A2, and you ran a 110.5, but you may be leading all the other cars in that same bracket. If you get faster and you are now suddenly a 109.996, you end up in the next higher bracket. And you may find that drivers that have been racing and setting times in that faster bracket time for the entire race, they might be 30 or 40 car lengths up the road from you.
Yep.
You go from first to worst all of a sudden.
Yep.
And what it really promotes is how to be consistent and how to run very similar lap times. And we've seen in some cases where, and this is common with the Spec Racer Fords that rely on the draft so much, that somebody can get locked into the draft of the car right up ahead of them and break out of the bracket there.
Yeah, and listen, we have seen that over the years. I know I have seen it up close and personal. With it again. One of the creators of this whole bracket thing, Chuck Edmonston, kind of brought that in to that. He has been someone who has been leading a bracket, and there's trophies at the end of the end of the weekend, end of the last race, and as you move around. You go through all that stuff. But, he is one who has been leading a bracket the entire event, get down to the last lap, last 100 feet, Greg,
right?
And gets a pull from somebody, either in a Miata or even one of these, these SRFs, they come out, and then next thing you know, he's in another bracket, but now he's back into third or fourth. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you go from winning the brackets, and they have a point system, and they kind of go through it. And so at the end of the year, it becomes kind of interesting. Two of our guys right here, Kyle Robertson, Mac Harrison, they ran earlier, as we talked about, in that, in those Gen 3s out there on the racetrack. Again, it looks like they could be doing some testing for trying to find different things, some tire combination setups and things, for that. So,
absolutely. All right. So real quick, Brian, let's make a call to the grid for our final qualifying session of the morning. Attention in the paddock, race group number 7, our open wheel and prototype drivers. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 7, open wheel and prototypes, please head to the grid now.
All right, as we're waiting for, here comes Jennifer Rome. She's going to complete her lap 5 here, 124.487. So but yeah, they're going that way. But, it does look like Robertson and Mac Harrison could be just, doing some tire testing, running nose to tail here, on the racetrack, just, again, trying to see what may work for later on. Again, when we talked about that in our group, what group were they? They were group 3.
3.
Look, trying to do some testing later on. They know they're going to be kind of up front for that race today, later on for that group. So look, you find somebody who's running in a bracket, you double dip, you go ahead and you try to do some testing here to see where you can improve. Obviously the lap times here are not showing that kind of what they did before, and they ran kind of nose to tail earlier on as well. So at that point, to me, this just shows they're doing some type of a test or some type of a change they may have made after that original qualifying.
All right. So if we go and take a look at this and we'll try and break it down here. And I don't have our normal bracket timing up and running, so we'll try and do this on the fly here, Brian. Right now, Kyle Robertson. Oh, actually, we do have our bracket timing up.
I'm always good for something.
Oh my gosh!
So,
thank you.
If real quick, while you're pulling that up, because I already had it up, I just didn't click over onto it. If we looked at it now, if we were in a race situation, obviously it would be a bracket of A3, 112 to 113.999. You'd have Mac Harrison, Kyle Robertson. Then you'd have Eric Presbyus and Kevin Silbert. That would be your A5 bracket. They would be 116 to 117.999. They'd be racing against each other. Jennifer Romes would be in her own bracket, and then Steve Martin would be in his own bracket right now. So if we were doing the race, that's the way it would be. So not only would you have Mac Harrison racing against Kyle Robertson, not only on the racetrack, but they're also racing in a bracket right now. So,
right.
But again, that could come back and change. And Robertson, if he's the second car in line, could end up getting a tug, and then next thing you know, he's going to go faster.
Yeah, exactly. And so as it stands here, again, giving you the brackets that they're in currently for qualifying really doesn't mean a lot, although, it kind of helps us kind of maybe see where things might play out for the race. Now, obviously, with only 6 drivers on course currently here, it frankly, especially for the Spec Racer 4, it maybe doesn't make that much of a difference here for qualifying. They're all going to be starting right next to one another as they get the green flag.
And I tell you what, whatever they were trying out is not working for Mac Harrison. So if you were watching the camera on turns 9 and 10 there, the light bulb really got loose into the center of the corner and had to capture it and ended up driving left side tires off, coming out just before they get back into that straightaway portion of it. So whatever they're trying to do, they're really trying to push that limit. And again, I don't even know if they're trying to do anything differently than what they did earlier, but it does seem like they are trying.
Yeah, maybe trying to experiment just a little bit. Of course, that light bulb there, turns 9 and 10. That is what brings you on just past our camera. There to the left of what you see there, there is a bit of a rise, a tiny little bit of a right-hand kink, but that is bringing you onto the front straight here, and it is a very, very important corner. And it's interesting. And we were talking to a couple of the drivers last night about this. Is when we come out to New Jersey Motorsports Park, there are two different circuits. There's Lightning, which we're on this weekend, and I think the majority of the other events that we're going to be doing this season are going to be on the Thunderbolt circuit, with the exception, I think, at the very end of the season in October.
I think we're back here.
Yeah. And which should be really good because we're going to end up having to be like in parkas and stuff and like snowsuits.
Well, we figured out the electrical portion of it. There will be heaters.
There will be heaters right below here. But the lower horsepower momentum cars and their drivers really seem to mesh and meld well with the Lightning circuit. And a lot of that is because there is, a lot of work for experimentation, and adjusting your lines, going through certain corners, whether it be through the light bulb, because there are many different ways to get through the light bulb. Also coming through turn 5 as well, and entering turn 5, and more importantly, exiting turn 5. But the larger, higher horsepower cars, like the big bore group that we saw earlier, they seem to tend to favor the Thunderbolt circuit, and a lot of that is because here at Lightning, because of how tight some of the corners are, they do a lot of time just kind of doing throttle management.
Correct.
And waiting until they get out of a turn complex so that they can get back into the throttle. Whereas for the smaller cars, it's a question of how much speed can you carry through a corner.
Absolutely. Yep. That you're 100% correct there. So, yeah, again, there are drivers that favor this quite a bit. It looks like Robertson now. I saw Mac Harrison coming in down into pit road earlier on. So
yeah, here comes the 25 of Robertson, who was our fastest driver on track. Actually, well, you know what? No, we're going by his last lap. Actually, Harrison's the fastest. Robertson just turned in a 1:13.6 as his best lap time. So just about a tenth of a second off of what Mac Harrison ran. And so the Woolwich, New Jersey driver is going to head back to the paddock. So we've got just a couple of drivers left on track here, as we've got just about 6.5 minutes remaining. So, Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. They might actually hear me this time.
They may.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 7, our open wheel and prototype racers. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Race group 7 open wheel and prototype drivers, your qualifying session is next. And Brian, I guess is as good a time as any to remind our listeners at home or folks here at the track that 7th group, that's going to be our last qualifying session of the morning, and then we are going to be breaking for lunch. So it's going to be a bit of an early lunch. We're thinking
it's a brunch.
Yeah, brunch, probably around 11 o'clock or thereabouts, where we'll have an hour-long lunch. We hope to have cars back on course at noon, but we'll have a little bit more. We'll have a better feeling for when the cars will be back on course when our 7th group finishes. Looks like Jennifer Romes in the 186 machine has now decided to call it a session. She had a fast lap of 1:34.652. And that put her into bracket B3, which is for the drivers that run anywhere between a 22 flat and a 23.999.
Yeah, it looks like so. What's really weird, you look at the bracket now, honestly, and you look.
Each driver's in a
each
different.
person's in a different bracket. They're in their own bracket by themselves. Well, actually, that's not true. So you have Robertson and Harrison is in the A3 bracket.
Right.
But when I look at the on screen, it just puts each individual driver in there. So now it just updated. So you've got some different brackets. But yeah, you got 2 in the A3, and then you got 2 in the A5, and then you've got Rome's in her own bracket, and then Steve Martin in his own bracket, along with yeah, pretty much it. So yeah, so it, when you look at that, if you're following the live bracket racing on there, it does it that way. If you're looking at on Race Monitor, that's not going to break out the brackets, but there is a link that you can go to if you want to follow the race later on for the bracket, and that is at marspoints.com. Click on the bracket link, and then you can click live at the top of the screen, and it will show you once these drivers come back out, and as it updates every 2 seconds, it will show you exactly where they are and which bracket they are running against.
All right, so we just saw Steve Martin in the number 74 Ford Focus cross the stripe. He just turned in a 125.799, so a couple of seconds off of his previous best of a 122. Currently, he's sitting in that B3 bracket. B3 for drivers that are 122 to 123.999, so sitting there with Jennifer Romes. I think we've got, at this point, Brian, I know we've got Eric Prepsius on track, the number 51 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He just crossed the start-finish line. And
Kevin Silbert in the 14 just now coming out of the light bulb, and then I believe that Steve Martin
is. I think those are the last 3 drivers out. As we still have again, there's plenty of time here, but we've got just a touch under 3 minutes. But essentially, Brian, for the bracket racers, this is like a practice session. At least when we have 6 cars.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if you didn't come here yesterday and you didn't participate in the, in the practice session yesterday, then, why not go ahead and take the entire, 20-minute sessions? Here comes Steve Martin now. So, why not take the entire 20 minutes and go through and get as much practice as you can?
Exactly. All right, so that two-door Ford Focus now on the pit lane. And I think Steve's wife checking the tire pressures. And
riding on the car. So now he goes from the 74 to the 31, 74, 31.
Now, if he only had that chalk paint, that like blackboard paint that you could use like big sticks of chalk to write on the side
yeah,
of
right?
the car. Exactly.
If somebody used to look at that, they look like, wow, those are nice measurements. 31, 74, 31. Maybe not. But.
Maybe not. Oh, my. All right, so we have 2 cars remaining on track and just about a minute and a half. So, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group.
Sure.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, our open wheel and prototype drivers. Please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype drivers, your qualifying session is next.
Which that will only leave us, I believe, with 2 cars still left on track.
Indeed, and we hear one of them coming our way now. Actually, not coming our way, going away from us. He just came through turn 5.
Well, that would be Silbert. That looked like Silbert. So Prespia must be in the one going up through 7, I believe. Well, actually, that's Silbert. Prespia is now coming out of
through
10.
the light bulb. He'll be coming up our way, and here
yep.
he comes. Yep, that bright blue car. And he stays out, so he's going to take at least another lap. And my suspicion is with 30 seconds remaining on the clock.
That is going to be the lap.
That's going to be the last
He'll
lap.
get that lap. I believe Silbert will go ahead and get the
yeah, it looks like
he'll get the
Silbert.
checker flag here.
Yeah, based on where he is. Well, we hear him coming onto the front straight. It looks like Silbert may get another lap as well.
He may, yeah.
As he sneaks in with 10 seconds remaining on the session. So both of our remaining drivers, Eric Prepsius and Kevin Silbert, working their last laps. Prepsius, his fast lap, a 1:16 flat. Silbert, a 1:16.6. As the checkered flag now, as we hit that 20-minute mark, will be displayed to the next drivers. And we hear Prepsius now coming out of, I think that's Prepsius, coming out of turn number 7. And indeed, and behind Silbert, just coming down the hill out of turn 5.
Yeah. Looks like Prepsius is going to go ahead and finish this lap out. So, yep, staying on. He's going to finish this lap out. So now he'll get the checker flag. So now they'll get him after that. Gives a wave to the flagger there at the start-finish line that he was able to pick that up. So, those two cars. Here comes Kevin Silbert now. So he's going to get his last lap in. So he's going to be able to get that finished. So we'll be able to see whether or not he's going to do it. I will say Kevin Silbert on his last lap by went faster. Let's see if he goes any faster, and he does. On lap 16, runs his fastest lap of this 20-minute session on the 1:16.229. That's going to put him in 4th. So let's go ahead and we'll give you the rundown here. This is, kind of where they're going to qualify in their starting positions. But as we get to the race, you'll see the, as the brackets you file in lifetime. Mac Harrison with a 113.546. That's going to be your provisional pole. Kyle Robertson is going to start second in that 25 machine at 113.647. Eric Prepsius is going to be third with a 1:16 flat, as Greg said earlier. Kevin Silbert is going to start fourth with a 1:16.229. Steve Martin's going to be fifth with a 1:22.755. And Jennifer Romes in that 186. She's going to start sixth, 1:23.816.
All right, Brian. So let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We've got one more qualifying session to go. But before we do that, let's talk about some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the action this weekend from New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit, the 2023 South Jersey Region Lightning Challenge presented by Ciocca Corvette.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
And we're back here at New Jersey Motorsports Lightning Circuit for the 2023 Lightning Challenge, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA, presented by Ciocca Corvette with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, Spec Corvette, the U.S. Touring Car Challenge, as well as Sprint Bracket Racers, who we just saw a few moments ago. And Brian, we've got our last qualifying session now heading on course, and this is a group made up of our open wheel classes as well as our prototype classes. Now, I know we did see our one prototype car, the GTX car of Frank Sanchez, in previous group. We'll see here the remainder of our prototype classes. We've got a number of prototype 2 cars. Actually, not a number, but a few prototype 2 cars, as well as a nice contingent of Club Fords, as well as a Formula V and a Formula Continental. We'll have to check. We are showing one driver as driving a GTX machine. I'll try and see which chassis that is, and we'll have to find out if there's a reason why he's here and the other GTX drivers are in Big Bore.
Well, I think one of them was changed from a GTX to
Sanchez,
I believe.
No, GTX. No, Sanchez is still a GTX car. The issue, and actually, Kathy McLeod, Chief Steward, just came up to me. There had been a question with that Porsche box to GT4 Club Sport that they had moved from GTX to GT2. And now that they have determined, because it is running under the homologation set for that car, that it actually does belong in GTX. Yeah. So we need to find out, though, about Gary Hutchinson, driver of the number 3 machine, and where he rightfully belongs, as our drivers are just now starting their first flying laps here on the Lightning Circuit.
Tell you what, let's talk about one of these drivers here that's out here, because this is a car owned by Joe Marcinski in that Club Ford. You brought that up. Jacob King, 22-year-old out of Franklinville, New Jersey. I believe this is kind of his eighth season racing in the SEC, but he's making his first Mars Championship run this year. So kind of new to the Mars side of it, but has had some
and his family, and we know that his family very, very prominent in the South Jersey region of the SCCA. He's got JD and Sue King here as well. His older brother Max, who just got married, congratulations, Max, has been racing with SCCA for a number of years. I actually first saw Jake race when he and his brother took part in the Sports Car Club of America's Esports Super Tour when COVID hit. And both of them very, very accomplished iRacers, certainly, and good to see him out in that machine. And I believe that the car that we used for the thumbnail for our YouTube streams this weekend is actually Jake.
Yeah. Hey, look, give a shout out to our sponsors too, Jenna Drafting, RAC Engines, and DCM Agriculture and Engineering for coming on board and getting him to run for for his first Mars Championship season. So right now, sitting at the top of the board.
There we go. And it appears, it looks as though Brian, that some of these prototype drivers and the Formula Continental machine of John Mira, looks like they're still trying to get some heat in the tires at this point, being a little bit going through turn one a little gingerly here, and actually I think not carrying as much speed as I would expect under full song, going down the front straight here as we just see Jake King reset fast lap of the session at a 1:10.086.
Yeah. He got about a 6-second lead over Amber Stevenson in that number 5 machine and Samuel Iyer in that number 98 Club Ford. So, 6 and a half, almost 7 seconds between them, between those three. So,
and we've seen Amber Stevenson, beautiful car, red, white, and blue American flag liveried with the stars on the back half of the machine and the stripes on the front half of the machine. Very nice looking. Now we have seen where Sam Iyer has had from time to time some mechanical issues when we've seen him at Summit Point Raceway. So we'll see how he plays out. That being said, we've just gotten a call from race control that Daniel Wolf, driving the Formula V, that they're concerned because of the amount of smoke that's being emitted from the Formula V as he now crosses in front of us on the front straight. And, if a Formula V isn't smoking at some point,
that's when I would be worried.
That's when I would be worried.
I wouldn't be worried about what, you're right. I wouldn't be worried about if it's smoking. I would be worried about if it was not.
Yeah, that air-cooled, I guess, 1,300cc Volkswagen motor, if it's not smoking, that means there's probably a stream of oil on the pavement.
Something is terminal if it's not smoking, right?
Yeah, exactly. We'd be breaking out the bags of kitty litter, I think, if it weren't.
Amber Stevenson, again, just set her fast lap time there. And so now, Jacob King's times dropped, 4.5. She's cut 4.5 seconds as our P2 prototype 2 come by the start finish line here. David Gomberg and Christopher Mosley. Still a 2-second gap there, but they're. I think that could be a race there in P2.
Yeah, I think that could turn out to be a very good race a little bit later today. They are scheduled to roll off at somewhere around 3:20 this afternoon. Again, if we keep to our current schedule, that's where it'll be somewhere between 3:20 and 3:30 this afternoon.
Here comes our lone Formula V, Daniel Wolf there. So, again, a little bit of puff of smoke, but that's kind of on and off the gas. I mean, that's really what that is. That is nothing to be concerned about. I think that, with the Formula Vs, if they're not on the gas, it's smoking. So you can tell where they're, especially, drivers look at videos, right?
Right.
So drivers look at videos to say, hey, where can I gain speed? Where can I not gain speed? With a Formula V, and I love these cars, by the way, right? And I would love to get out and race one of those just one time, just to take it out. Look, you don't have to watch you don't have to watch video. You can watch where it's smoking. Where it's not smoking, you're on the gas. Where it's off smoking, or where it's smoking, you're off the gas. So.
All right, looks like Sam Iyer coming down the pit lane in the light blue number 98 Club Ford.
He went right on through.
Yeah, so. he's heading back out on track. He didn't even, he might have been looking for a gap in traffic. I don't know, because he did not even stop here for his crew or anything. He just rolled on.
Could be trying to, may have thought he had an issue coming, out of the light bulb there and decided to, let's go down pit road. Maybe that, corrected itself, or maybe he's just trying to catch back up and get with Jacob King in some of those other cars to try to help, get a feel of what's going on. Here comes our Formula V, and just as I said, you can tell where you're on and off the gas there. So
Exactly, and I think, and it may be an issue somewhere else around the course, but I think that's normal course of how these cars operate. If you're on the throttle, or you get on the throttle, you lift off the throttle. That's just the way they work.
Yep.
Now, watching now come across the stripe. This is the number 3 machine of Gary Hutchinson. Again, it's marked as a GTX car. We're going to have to get some verification on that. But that is a Radical SRT, maybe an SRT 8, which would make it a GTX car. But again, the question is why we have GTX, if that's the case, GTX cars in multiple groups. But Hutchinson turns in his fastest lap of the session, more importantly, a 1:13.807.
And Greg, just as I talked about, we talked about Samuel Iyer coming down the pit lane here. He's now right behind the 04 of Jacob King. So again, probably trying to get there, knew exactly where he was, and figured if I come down pit road, kind of go through there slowly, he'll catch back up, and then we can kind of run together, kind of see what we've got going on here. As it looks like they're, they'll be coming through turn 5 here. There goes Jacob King there. Here comes Samuel Iyer now out of turn 5, headed down underneath the bridge. So he's got one of those prototype 2s behind him. I'm not sure if that's Mosley or Gomberg that's behind him. We'll have to take a look when they come through the...
there they go, going through turn 7 right there.
Yeah.
Wow, and so Hutchinson in that Radical did not beat his previous best time, but it's very interesting in watching that car, Brian, come down the front straight, because there is a lot of oscillation in the rear end of that car, and I don't get the feeling. I don't feel, as we watch most of the other drivers here, there are some bumps coming up to the start-finish line here, but the amount of oscillation there in that Radical is pretty darn extreme, and that might actually account for some of the brake lockup that we've been seeing going into turn 1 as well throughout the morning.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, as we were setting up our our studio here, overlooking the start-finish line yesterday, you clearly could see, just before the actual start-finish line there is a, where it looks like they butted some pavement there together. And it has created a dip.
Yeah, exactly. All right, looks like Dave Gomberg has taken his prototype 2 machine back to the pits. So his session is done. Fast time today, 1:17.099. We'll call it a 1:17.1.
Yeah, Hutchinson going across our finish line, and I just noticed it even more, Greg. You talked about that. Oscillation. It really hurts to slow it down.
Right, and it's not even a question about the 1 or 2 little waves near the start-finish line, but the rear end of that car is still oscillating as he goes up towards turn 1. As we just had a driver, you'd see their run very wide coming through turn 1.
It was actually Jacob King getting a little loose getting into turn 1. You could see the nose just not wanting to get up underneath him. And tried to drive out of it and ended up putting that left rear in that dirt there. But that time by was his fastest lap at a 1:10 flat with a 4 and a 9. But, Amber Stevenson, we talked about her early on during this session when we said it was about a 6-second gap. It's now only about a 1.7-second gap between her and Jacob King. So she has really gotten up on the wheel here, within these first 10 laps. And really taken that deficit and really moved it down.
All right, as we now have just about 7 minutes remaining on the clock, let's take a look at this Radical coming by once again as the number 3 machine crosses the stripe, and Hutchinson does not improve upon his 1:13.6. Jake King with that off, you wouldn't expect him to improve, but I'll tell you, he was about 7/10 off. Now you know what a run through the grass will do for you.
I was going to say, now you'll know what that left rear when it hits it will do. Samuel Iyer goes his best lap. Again, he's getting some tow from that.
From that prototype 2, looks like another Radical, Chris Mosley, in the number 14 machine. They both set their fastest laps of the session. And John Miro, and I'll tell you, looking at the back of Miro's Continental, very much the same thing that we're seeing with the Radical, and it may very well be, especially compared to the Club Fords, which have a much softer suspension setup. that we're seeing these very stiffly sprung Continentals and all and that Radical just you're not getting a lot of compression.
It's a lot of porpoising that what I'm seeing
Yeah.
out of that Formula Continental as soon as he hits that start finish line. So I think you're right. I think what you're going to see is maybe they go back and maybe make a little bit of a shock change there to help alleviate some of that,
Right.
especially getting up into turn one, because you definitely don't want to get on the brakes and start to slow the car down as you're porpoising, because all that's going to do is upset it even more.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so Jake King just resets fast lap, turns in a 109.789. Amber Stevenson improves upon her best time, a 111.65, so she is 1.8 seconds off of the 04 car. Gary Hutchinson, as we were talking about oscillations, he puts in his fastest lap of the session at a 113.638. Amber Stevenson, again, as she just crosses the stripe coming underneath the Formula V of Wolf going through turn one, she resets her fast lap again at a 111.503.
It's got to be tough. You're getting faster, and the leader of your class is getting faster. It's like, that's not what you want to see. And that is my one F1 word of the day that I will use, and that is porpoising.
Porpoising, yes.
You hear a lot of that in a F1 on the radio when they're talking about some of their bumps. The car is just porpoising way too much. I'm like, are we out in the water now? What are we doing here?
That's because the car, the underside of the car, it keeps stalling out with the aero as it's too close to the ground. All right, so the number 3 machine, Hutchinson, is on the pit lane now. He's got his crew taking a look.
Actually, that looks like one of the stewards taking a look.
Yeah,
a little note there.
And my guess is, hey, what class are you really in?
Yeah. Are you supposed to be out here?
Yeah, and a matter of fact, let's take a look as he drives by, and I want to see if there is a class marking on the side of the car, because I didn't see one earlier.
Yeah. Unless he was supposed to be moved to the big board, but maybe not. Who knows? I mean, we'll get that determined, but see what happens.
All right, coming down the pit lane now is Amber
anything.
Stevenson. Let's see here.
I don't see.
Oh, it's listed as an A Sports racer.
Yeah.
So we'll find out if that's where it's meant to be. Then this is where he's meant to be. Then we've got Amber Stevenson. She comes onto the pit lane again just after having set her personal best. Jake King crosses the line, completing his 14th lap, not improving, about 0.2 off his best.
Yeah.
As we now have remaining on the clock, just a touch under 3 minutes.
I look down here at this Amber Stevenson car, and she's either really, really tall, or they don't have the seat low enough. She sits really, really tall in that. So I've never met her before, but just looking at her, the way she's sitting in that car.
Well, I think
very,
also
very tall.
a lot of the older Lolas and and older Zincs, these Club Fords, the body work is kind of like
the body work is
very low, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And she's got a number of inches between the helmet and the roll bar there at the top.
Yeah, they're just looking at it from an aero standpoint there, hitting and going up, and then her helmet is the first thing that hits from the aero part of it with some of these. But just about 2 minutes left to go here, Greg. Then our qualifying sessions are going to be complete for the day.
Yeah,
so,
going very quickly. And so when we come back this afternoon after lunch, we're going to have a 15-lap or 25-minute race, whichever happens to come first, for each of our 7 groups today. And then we're going to do it all over again tomorrow, Brian, except tomorrow it's all racing from morning till night, morning till afternoon. Where we're going to have our Mars and regular sprint groups, not the bracket group, but our sprint groups, they are going to have a much longer race, 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. And the bracket racers, we're going to see them twice tomorrow. They're going to have 2 11-lap races.
Yep.
So a great weekend of racing here. And my understanding, Brian, is the weather is supposed to be very similar to what it is today, temperature-wise and weather-wise. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, this I tell you what, this has turned out to be a great weekend of weather here, especially for these cars, right? I mean, starts out a little chilly in the morning. I know we were kind of bundled up this morning out, putting out
Yes,
the
we were.
cameras and doing that stuff. But as it's the sun has really come up and gotten up there, it is warming up a little bit. The wind has started to pick up a little bit, although that really isn't going to affect any of the.
Well, it may affect some of these formula cars that are on track right now.
Yeah.
Certainly, I think more so than the 10 top cars, even some of the lower horsepower cars. I don't think are going to be affected by it
Sure.
all that much. But I'll bet you right now, Mr. Wolf in his Formula V.
Think he's feeling a little bit of it.
He might be. Hey, I felt it in the golf cart this morning.
Yeah.
As the aforementioned Formula V, Dan Wolf crosses the stripe, completes his 13th,
And he did
flying
get
lap.
the checkered, so
Yeah, there you go. So checkered flag out on the session now, and I believe we do still have a few drivers on course besides Wolf. Jake King is bringing his car down the pit lane now, so he decided to forego what would have been his final flying lap. And Brian, I'm just trying to hear if they're going to give us a start time.
Yeah, I was going to say trying to pick up when they're possibly going to come back. Like, as we said, checkered flag. Let's see who's going to. So if Samuel Iyer is going to run this all the way out, he's going to get the checker flag. As we said, our Formula V there with Daniel Wolf. He was the first one to pick up the checker flag. Everybody else is starting to come in. Here comes the other P2 there of Christopher Mosley. He's down on pit road right now, so he is going to forego that last lap. For that, everybody else, I do believe, should already be in. We'll have to look around. We'll look at the cameras. I'm not seeing anybody other than, obviously our Formula V coming through there, and I believe that's going to be it, although John Miro may be still out there somewhere. I did not see him come through. Here comes Iyer, and he just came down through 5, so he'll be picked up through 6 and 7 here momentarily, but I do believe he is going to be the last car. Here comes our Formula V now, Daniel Wolf, but I believe Iyer is going to be the last car on track. So,
all right, very very good, and indeed, let's see the Formula V now heading back to the pits.
Must be on the gas because it's not smoking, Greg.
That is exactly right. Or again, he's been driving for 13 laps without any oil. One of the two. All right. So, Brian, as we've run down the order here, I have gotten word we are going to have cars back on course for our very first sprint race of the day. This is going to be SSM. They are going to be on track at 12 noon. So, race start time for SSM will be 12 noon. So let's do this. Let's thank some of our partners and sponsors. We're going to play a little bit of music here at the track during lunchtime and going to play some ads with our upcoming schedule. And we'll be back in just about an hour here from New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit, the 2023 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. And we'll be right back.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
what does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the many picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just
just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the many picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, Certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
And welcome back, everybody, from lunch. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Zanotti. And Brian, it is race time here at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit and the 2023 Lightning Challenge, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. First up for a 15-lap or 25-minute race is SSM. Let's start run down the starting order.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So starting 13th, the number 6 from Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, is James Roberts. Starting 12th from Sykesville, Maryland, the 04 of Adam Violato. Starting 11th from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, the 113 of John Moyer. Starting in the 10th position from Dayton, Maryland, the number 65 of Russell Maloney. Starting in 9th position from Millersville. Wow, can't even see. I even got my glasses on. Millersville, Maryland, the 199 of Ben Sarley. Starting in 8th from New York, New York, the 08 of David Feuerstein. Starting in the 7th position from Nokesville, Virginia, the number 88 of Jay Bindrum. Starting in the 6th position from Herndon, Virginia, the 123 of Kalen Crocker. Starting in the 5th position from Weehawken, New Jersey, the 46 of Isaac Jordan. Starting in the 4th position from Sparks, Glecko, Maryland, the number 63 of John Hotz. Starting in the 3rd position from Washington, D.C., the number 121 of Frank Taberzi. Starting on the front row, starting in the 2nd position from Baltimore, Maryland, the number 32 of Scott O'Rourke. And starting on the pole with a time of 1:19.279 from Dayton, Maryland, the number 15 with a sponsor of It's Not That Bad, Ryan Maloney.
Well, thank God it's not that bad. All right, so our field now coming down the front straight. Starters are looking over O'Rourke and Maloney, and green flag is in the air. Ryan Maloney takes the outside, decides to start from the left-hand side, Brian, rather than the inside, and goes right around Scott O'Rourke as they crest over the top of the hill into turn number 1. Frank Taberzi, that white number 121 machine, he slots into 4th behind John Hotz. John Hotz in the 63 machine moves his way up into 3rd, then Jordan, and then Crocker as they go through turns 3 and 4, and you can see him now entering turn 5.
Yeah, pretty good start there by Ryan Maloney, able to pinch Scott O'Rourke under the apex of the turn 1 as they went up and over that hill. As they come into turn 5, leaves by about half a car length over the 32 of Scott O'Rourke. We'll be looking down in turn 7, see how much that gap is going to increase. Those two guys, they'll be looking to be able to get far enough away as it looks like John Hotz is going to be sitting in 3rd, and then Frank Taberzi is going to drop back to 4th, just as you said, Greg. But as they start to come through, we got one car that went 2 wheels off there coming out of 7 and up to the hill out of 8 off driver's right. We'll see when they get into the light bulb here, looking at the cameras. Ryan Maloney opening up by about 5 car lengths there over Scott O'Rourke, and I'm not sure if that is Frank Taberzi or is that John Hotz sitting in 3rd. If it is Frank Taberzi, maybe all the way further back. No, it is Taberzi and Hotz. Hotz is going to try to get in front of Taberzi going through there, and it could be that if we get too much of a big lead for Ryan Maloney, he could be a sitting duck.
He could very well be. And so Taberzi and Butts Taberzi and Hotz were side by side coming out of the light bulb, going all the way down the front straight. Hotz was able to draft on underneath, as we can see here, a car that's just gone wide.
Well, it looks like it may have been the 08 of David Feuerstein that may have gotten at least 2 wheels off. I'm not sure. We'll go ahead and listen to see for that call, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll get that one now. Callan Crocker was the driver who went off over at turn 7. And he is now rejoined, of course, in that orange number 123 machine. And so whereas he started off today in 6th place, he now finds himself much further back in the field currently here as our leader is now going through turn number 7. You can see there, and we've got another driver that's gone wide coming out of turn number 7.
That may be the 65 of Russell Maloney going a little wide there, Greg. It looked like it was the gray and the blue car that I picked up the back end. Here comes our leaders out of the light bulb now.
Yeah, and so Russ Maloney, that is father of Ryan Maloney, our leader, and having some issues. Ryan Maloney now with almost a 15 car length advantage over John Hotz, who has gotten around Scott O'Rourke in that yellow number 32 machine, who started off on the front row. And Brian, I was going to ask this of you with that start where we saw Ryan Maloney start on the outside on driver's left. You've called a number of races here at the Lightning Circuit. Is that your typical thing for the pole sitter to try and get that run around the outside?
I think so. I think that's the fastest way around here. I think what you do is you end up, if you get a good start or the guy on the inside there gets a good start as well, you're going to end up pinching him on the curb. He's going to have to get on the brakes probably a little bit harder. Remember, you're not up to full speed.
Right.
Taking the green flag right there, so you can kind of ease in there a little bit more. You're kind of in fourth gear through there as you go through the gears, but that is a great way to pin that person in second and get that launching off and over that hill.
All right, and it sounds like Russ Maloney's issues on that last lap kind of continue because we saw him go off over by turn 7. He had also gone off over at turn 5, bringing out the yellow flag. So unfortunately for Russ, who started in 10th, he now finds himself down towards the tail end of the field.
He's trying to get every aspect of this racetrack is what he's trying to do early on so that he doesn't have to do it later on. One quick note, Kalen Crocker may have been late to the grid. When they went out, he started in the back
right,
and now has worked his way back up to the 5th position right now, just ahead of Jay Bindram as they go across the start-finish line. So, again, may have been late to the grid or wanted to start back in the back in order to get up there. But Kalen Crocker all the way up into 5th place right now.
All right, so there you go. So Maloney, Hotz, O'Rourke, your top 3, Taberzi, Jordan Crocker, then Bindram, Russ Maloney, who I said he had a pretty poor last lap, but he had made up a number of positions at the start of this race as well, having started off at the tail end of the field. He actually finds himself in the 8th position right now, 2 positions up on where he was scheduled to start, as the field now makes their way out of turn number 7, and you see a number of drivers there turning it a little early over at turn 7, at least dropping a wheel on the exit of that corner as they crest over the top of a little rise and then come to the light bulb. But this is amazing, Brian. Looking at the light bulb now, speaking of which, with Ryan Maloney is now opened up, I'd say at the least a 25 car length advantage over the rest of the field, which is in SSM is almost unheard of.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, this is all about momentum all the way through, this lap, and he was almost a full second faster than John Hotz and Scott O'Rourke right there. So, again, a 3.7 second lead in this group right here, as you said, Greg. That's unheard of, especially for any racetrack. These cars are all about momentum. We'll see that later on, even in our SM class, where the draft is really, really important. Here, it's even more important because of the lower the horsepower of these cars. You've got to have a partner if you want to catch anybody. Now, again, it is early on. We're going 15 laps. We've already completed 4. We've got 11 to go. That is an insurmountable lead, I think, right now as they go through 5. Ryan Maloney is just setting them up and putting them down right now.
He is. All right, Brian, real quick, let's make a first call to the grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's small bore, IT, B-Spec, Spec E30, GT Pinto, IT7, Legends Cars, SPB, SPU, Spec RX7, STL, and STU, T4, and also, who am I forgetting? Oh, STU has moved in. So race group number 2, which is our production car classes, B-Spec, GT Light, GT Pinto, IT7, Legends Cars, SPB, SPU, Spec RX7, STL and STU, T4, T5, ITA, ITB, ITC, as well as ITS and Spec E30. Please head to the grid. That was almost as long as when we're going to run down the grid.
That was like 26 classes right there alone.
Yeah.
Hey, last time by here, great run going up into turn 1, and I know you all saw it sitting on the camera there between Kalen Crocker and Isaac Jordan. Isaac Jordan had to get a little bit harder on the brakes than he wanted to, and Kalen Crocker was able to go ahead and propel that position up and move him back up into 5th place. So move Crocker ahead of Isaac Jordan there, or Jordan was trying to make that pass and just couldn't get it done down the front stretch. But good run through turns 1.
All right, here, as we are now working lap number 6 here from New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit. our first race of the day. And again, we are going to have, after this, 6 more races, all of them scheduled for 15 laps or 25 minutes, whichever comes first. And now completing lap number 6 is Ryan Maloney. And let's take a look at the gap here that he has. Over 4 seconds, 4.3 seconds to John Hotz. But John Hotz now has, I was going to say, he's finally broken the draft of our third place runner, Scott O'Rourke. O'Rourke now almost 2 seconds in arrears of the white number 63.
Yeah, in some cases, breaking that draft and being faster than O'Rourke, that sometimes isn't really a good thing, right?
No.
You kind of need to, and I talked about it with the horsepower that these cars have in some of these, especially when you get to really through 2, 3, 4, and then really through 5, you kind of, you can separate yourself there. But really, when you come down out of 5, down the bottom of the hill, and you get into 6, from 7 all the way there, you need to have a drafting partner. That's the only way they're going to catch Ryan. Ryan is, like I said, is just setting him up and putting him down right now, staying in the consistent in the 120 lap times. I mean, everything's been in the 119s. I think lap 6 was his slowest, which was last time by, a 120. So Ryan Maloney just separating himself from the rest of this group, along with John Hotz. So John Hotz has opened up, a 2.5 second lead over Scott O'Rourke for that third position.
And Brian, as we're watching here, as Maloney crosses the stripe, let's take a look, because I think here, and indeed, it looked as though John Hotz had made up some ground. That time, about 0.2 of a second faster than Ryan Maloney. Now, with only 8 laps to go, even at 0.2 at a clip, I don't know if that's going to be enough to get up to the number 15 machine. But it appears that John Hotz is actually doing a little bit better than when he had Scott O'Rourke with him, and they were working, supposedly working together.
So I'll tell you what, let's drop back from the top here. Let's talk about our 8th position on back. 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th.
Yeah, 4 in a row.
Russell Maloney, John Moyer, David Fierstein, and Ben Sarley. They are all together. Now, it looks like James Roberts may have gotten that pass over Adam Vialta, so drop him back down to 13th position, move James Roberts back up into 12th. But that four-way battle, 5-car battle right there, that's been going on really since the beginning of the race. So while our leaders, our first 7 cars, they've spread themselves out. Our next couple cars, as they start to spread out just a little bit more here and there, they were nose to tail and side by side coming through the start-finish line.
Yeah, indeed, and you just saw them coming down through turn number 5. And hey, take a look at this, Brian. Because I'm going to be playing the at least here at the track, going to be playing the Caddyshack theme soon enough. There is we've got a little groundhog friend there over at turn number 1.
He's just coming out to see.
Yeah.
He heard us say that Ryan Maloney had such a big lead, and now Frank DeBerzi's caught Scott O'Rourke. He said, I'm going out to watch Frank. Frank is my man. I'm going to watch Frank catch Scott O'Rourke for that third position here at Lightning, and there he is. You can see him on the camera in turn 1 there. He is just sitting there watching.
At attention. All right, so here are those battles a little bit further back in the field that we were talking about. The 65 and the 113 machine here. First off, that's Russ Maloney with John Moyer. About 10 car lengths back from there, we've got Moyer and Fierstein, and Ben Sarley is right back behind Fierstein as well, locked in as they just came over the crest of turn 1, and you can see they're really starting to try and open up as much of turn 1 as they can, and running a little bit wide there, as we're going to see that pack now coming through turn number 5. And the groundhog, he didn't seem phased whatsoever with that car going. Let's see what happens.
He's starting to move, so he's waiting for them to come back. He wants a closer view to make sure that they hit the apex and hit the exit of there. So
I was going to say either that or he's standing at attention. There you go. He's moving a little closer. He's waiting to see if somebody's going to hook a wheel going wide to driver's left. Because they come right back where he is. As a matter of fact, you can see the tire tracks all around him on the pavement there.
He sees Ryan go by, and he's like, okay, he's got enough lead. I'm going to turn my head. Not really. Up there he goes, right up into the tire barrier. He took off. I guess he
maybe he didn't think Frank DeBerzi was the man. He decided to give him a little shade and turned right back towards the fencing right as he and O'Rourke passed by.
Well, we saw another one over there at turn 7 yesterday. So either he has made his way from 5. Let's you know what? Let's talk about the groundhog here in a little bit. Let's talk about Russ Maloney and John Moyer. They're going up into turn 1 side by side. Moyer's going to get the advantage up over the hill over Russell Maloney. It looks like we got a car that may have gone.
Yeah, that was Maloney running a little bit wide there, but the 113 of Moyer, good move, drafted Maloney all the way down the front straight, popped to the inside going into one.
If you look at turn 5 camera, you see a lot of dirt and dust. That is because of the 123 of Kalen Crocker went off into turn 4 right before turn 5, was able to collect it. He was battling there with Isaac Jordan. So Kalen Crocker is going to drop back off. And I tell you what, Greg, he may drop back enough into that battle that we were talking about with Russell Maloney and John Moyer.
Yep, and just as our turn 5 camera starts to have some connectivity issues. All right, Brian, real quick here, as we've got just 5 laps remaining in this 15-lap race, let's make another call to the grid for our next group.
Sure.
Attention in the paddock, race group number 2. Small bore, B-Spec, ITA, BC, and S, Spec E30, GT Light, GT Pinto, IT7, Legends Cars, SPB, SPU, Spec RX7, STL and STU, T4, and if there are any T5 drivers out here that have built a brand new car, come on down. Your race is next. Race group number 2, please head to the grid. We've only got 5 laps remaining here in SSM.
All right.
Make that 4.
Kalen Crocker, he's got some work to do. He's going to have to try to catch back up to that 6th-place car of Jay Bendrum. Last time by, John Moyer had a Russell Maloney. Now throw in Ben Sarley. Ben Sarley right on the back bumper of that 65 machine of Russell Maloney as they head up into turns 2 and turns 3 right now. They should be getting ready to come up into turn 5 and up over the hill. Right about now, you can see the top of them coming through there. Your second car there is going to be the Russell Maloney machine with the John Moyer just ahead, and then Ben Sarley by about a car length and a half now back. Here comes our leader of Ryan Maloney. He's got a 4.5-second gap now lead over John Hotz. The battle on the racetrack right now, Greg, is going to be that 3rd position in the last podium spot here for this sprint race, and that is between Scott O'Rourke and Frank DeBersey as they go over. DeBersey's getting through turns 1 so much better than O'Rourke. He closes right up on that back bumper.
And we realize that you may not see him come down through turn 5 because we are having some connectivity issues over with our camera there. But here they come. They're coming up over the crest of the hill now.
Yeah, there goes John Hotz there. Here comes O'Rourke. Here comes Taberzi. And again, I think when you get back into the turns 2 and turn 3, we got one car that looks like that's going to go off just before turn 5. Again, we'll have to see who that is because there was a car right there behind them. We'll try to work to see if we can get a number because it was, if anybody, that may have been Isaac Jordan. Because I have not. There goes Isaac Jordan now, I believe. Here comes Kalen Crocker. He was able to get past Jay Bendrum on the last lap by the start-finish line. So here comes Adam Volatil. So his day is going to be done.
Yeah, so the number 4 machine who had been running towards the back of the pack looks like he's going to retire that car early. After completing only 11 laps. And so as we watch here, Brian, John Hotz, he continues to take like maybe a 10th or 2/10 out of the lead. But again, now with only 3 laps remaining and he's still over 4 seconds back, not going to be enough of him as we're watching this battle now just coming through turn number 7 that we've been checking a little bit further, a little while here with Moyer and Maloney, Sarley, and I think Fierstein as part of that as well. Fierstein falling a little bit further back once Sarley got around him.
And that's 8th through 12th right there. So that is Russell Maloney in the 65, John Moyer in the 113, Ben Sarley, David Fierstein in the 08, and James Roberts now is caught up. Here they come by the start-finish line. Maloney's going to get the lead of that group. So put Maloney back up in 8th place, John Moyer in 9th, Sarley in 10th, Fierstein in 11th, and James Roberts is going to be in 12th position right now. Our leaders now should be getting ready to come through the light bulb right now. I believe here comes Ryan Maloney through the light bulb right now. When he comes by, there'll be 2 laps to go. John Hotz, but again, Frank DeBersey still trying to work on that. I was going to say, wow, look at that shadow. That was an airplane going over. I was like, where'd that shadow come from? But that is DeBersey still trying to work over Scott O'Rourke for that final podium spot.
Yeah, and Brian, it looks like and we've said this before, where Taberzi seems to almost exclusively get a great run through turn 1, makes up in some cases 2.5 to almost 3 car lengths. It looks as though O'Rourke has the measure of him on the back half of the course. Yes. We just saw them as they came through the light bulb where he had almost a 4-car length advantage that he opened up. And that means that Terberzi is just at the tail end of the draft. And he can only make up about a half a car length down this long front straight.
Yeah, here comes that 8th position through 12th coming through the light bulb now. Now Moyer is going to end up moving around Russell Maloney for that 8th spot there. So give Moyer 8th as they get ready to come down the start-finish line. Moyer's going to have 8th. Russell Maloney's going to 9th. Ben Sarley's going to try to make a move right here, sneak up underneath Maloney. Thought better of it, but what that's going to do, Greg, that's going to allow Fierstein in that 08 machine to go just a little bit wide, but that's going to give him the advantage over there. So now move David Fierstein above Ben Sarley, put him in 10th place.
Yeah, and we saw Sarley. Sarley came down the front straight. He came down the inside, and he was very tentative in the braking zone. And if anything, he got up to maybe the back bumper, and he was stuck to the inside as we're now working the very last lap. And what that allowed the outside car to do was just drive right around him. So look at this. Here comes now up into turn 1, Brian. This is the battle for the last step on the podium as Terberzi now has gotten right back to the rear bumper of that yellow number 32 machine of Scott O'Rourke. That is our battle for 3rd place.
Yeah, our leader, Ryan Maloney there, he tends to come up through turn 5 right now. John Hotz a second. We'll wait for that battle to come for Terberzi and O'Rourke as they come up over the hill out of turn 4, down in through turn 5. O'Rourke by about half a car length, Greg. So it may have been that Frank was saving a little bit of tires there. That's as close as he's been that we've seen with Frank Terberzi to close up on Scott O'Rourke. We'll have to check him out down through 6 and then up through 7, how much closer he's going to be. Now as we look back here, 8th place, John Moyer starting to open it up over that 4, so they're starting to spread out. And it looks like we have one car that may have gone off. That may have either been O'Rourke or Terberzi. One of those cars, I did see a car go around. I see a little bit of movement there. I can't see a color.
And this is over at turn 7.
It looks like it may be O'Rourke. It's kind of hard to see in the brown between the white and the yellow car. We'll have to watch and see who comes out of that. But one of those 2 cars in that battle for the final position as Ryan Maloney takes the checkered flag, followed by John Hotz. Here comes Scott O'Rourke, so that was
by himself.
That was Frank Terberzi that went around there in turn 7 trying to push it. We'll see how many positions Frank's going to end up losing here, whether or not Isaac Jordan or even Kalen Crocker, because they were closing in. I think here comes Terberzi now. So Frank Terberzi is going to go ahead and pick up and stay in that 4th position. But tough break for Frank Terberzi trying to make
tough.
that move.
Yeah, as he had a great battle there with O'Rourke for that very last podium position. And now crossing the stripe in what was a very tough race for him. I think spent more time in the sand than maybe he did on the black stuff there. Kalen Crocker will bring his car home in 5th. He gets around Isaac Jordan, who we saw have an off over at I think turn 1. With,
they both did. They both had offs during this race. Yes.
Yeah, Jay Bindrum now comes across the line. Will finish 7th. John Moyer fights off Russ Maloney and David Fierstein. Moyer will finish 8th. Maloney 9th. Fierstein 10th. And that leaves us with Ben Sarley and James Roberts as our last 2 drivers on the lead lap. And, of course, Adam Valtile retired after 11 laps. Woo!
We're just beginning.
That's it. We've got 6 more sprint races here this afternoon. Here, tell you what, let's bring up that schedule real quick so you can see what we've got coming up this afternoon. Again, 6 more races, 15 laps or 25 minutes in length. And then we do it all again tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Eastern time with our feature races for our Mars groups and then 2 11-lap races for the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. So, Brian, let's do this. Let's take a quick break, thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll have our next group on course. But actually, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for them. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 2. Production car classes, B-Spec, IT classes, Super Touring classes, SE30, USTCC, GT Pinto, IT7, Legends Cars, Spec RX7, T4 and T5. All right, and Brian, I've just gotten word the 5-minute warning has been given on the grid. So this is going to be kind of a short break for us, as we're going to have cars back on course right around 12:30 p.m. today. You are watching the 2023 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette.
What's it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
All right, and we are back here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. And as you can hear, a little bit earlier than 12:30, we've got a very large group rolling onto the course right now, 34 cars deep. Our production car classes, our IT classes, our super touring classes, and a few others in between here, Brian. And let's run down the starting order. Starting 34th, driving the number 15, H Production Honda CRX, it's Ted Heinrichs. Adriana DeSimone will start 33rd in the number 65 Mini Cooper. That's a B-Spec car. Serena Stevenson in her GT Light Austin Mini will start 37th. Start 32nd. Starting 31st, driving the number 86 T4 Subaru, it's Richard Miller. Mike McQueen will start 30th. He's driving the number 29 H Production MG Midget. Starting 29th. Driving the number 79 B-Spec Ford Fiesta, Brandon Lewis. Michael Allenbaugh will start 28th, driving the number 122 ST Light Mazda Miata. Also in STL, driving a Mazda Miata, it's Brian Hune in the number 132 car. He starts 27th. Good to see Brian out here in that. He used to race Formula 500s for years. Starting 26th, driving the number 08 ITA Mazda Miata, it's Dave Feuerstein. Michael Thompson starts 25th in his SPB Porsche Boxster. Bert Struble, who I think you heard that RX-7 blasting its exhaust here for a moment, is from Brookhaven, Pennsylvania, and he starts 24th in his Mazda RX-7. Starting 23rd, driving the number 51 Mazda Miata. It's an ITA car from Phoenix, Maryland. Don Riley. Steve Fiacci's in the number 151 Mazda Miata. He's racing in STL, starting 22nd. Starting 21st, driving the 00 ITA Miata. It's Justin Shepard. Joe Stadelman will start 20th in the ITS number 33 Miata. Starting 19th, driving the number 142 F Production CRX, David Colby. Jennifer Romes starts 18th in the 186 Scion. That's a T4 car. Dan Freeman starts 17th in the number 1 ITA Mazda Miata, with Morgan Burkhardt starting 16th in the number 87 F Production Toyota MR2. Starting 15th in the 03 STL Mazda Miata, Jonathan Cavell. Joel Gambino starts 14th in the number 31 ITA Miata. Deacon Greenfield will start 13th. He's driving the number 75 STL Miata, with Peter Doan starting in 12th in the number 59 Toyota MR2. It's an ITA car. Jerome Hinkle will start 11th in the number 66 Lotus 7, with Kurt Laumauster starting 10th in the number 11 STL Mazda Miata. Amber Stevenson will start 9th in the H Production Toyota Yaris, with Steve Moeller starting 8th in the number 49 ITS Miata. Kyle Colby, your pole sitter at ITA, starts 7th in the number 43 Honda CRX, with Bill Gartner starting 6th in the number 23 STL Miata. Doug Ahn starts 5th in the 100 car, with Ted Cahall 4th. Tom Paulino 3rd in your front row. Mike Lamena in the 89 T4 Mazda, and Jeremy Butts, your pole sitter, in the 69 T4 Mazda.
Tell you what, great job there, Greg, getting that done. We had a little bit of action between the 43 Kyle Colby in that ITA Honda Civic, along with Jerome Hinkle there. The car that got the really good start, Amber Stevenson in that number 5, passed both of those cars, went 3 wide going up into turn 1. You saw it on your cameras as they came up over the hill, really had nowhere to go. And Jerome Hinkle had to get really hard on the brakes there before taking out Kyle Colby, but Kyle Colby with a great save there. Hey, David Fierstein, race 1, just came off the racetrack, went right and got in the grid.
Yeah.
And now he's back out here running an ITA.
They're an ITA, yeah. So real quick change around there to get into the other car.
There was no change around. He just went right from the off the racetrack right to the grid.
He's in the same car. Gotcha.
Same car.
So not the Jared Odrick thing and swapping cars also.
Yep, nope.
Okay.
Same car, went right off the racetrack, right straight up to the grid, put him in his position, and off he goes here again for another race, racing an ITA. Here comes our overall leader here, Jeremy Butts in that T4 machine. Michael Lamena second. Thomas Polino, he's going to lead STL with Ted Cahall right in behind him. And then Douglas Ahn, that's your third in STL, a little bit further back. But Jeremy Butts leading this field. Yeah, got a side-by-side action with Deacon Greenfield right there going in with, I believe that may have been.
Was that the 23 of Bill Gardner, I think, in the battle for fourth?
It may have been, yeah.
Yeah, because they were in very close proximity. Actually, no, I think that was Steve Fiacci in the 151 machine. And here, Deacon, as I think we mentioned during qualifying, he is definitely outmatched in STL right now, running an SSM Mazda Miata that puts out about 105 horsepower, where some of those other STL machines could be putting out close to 200.
I think we've got the 87. Kind of the 87 MR2 have a lot of smoke coming there, so it looks like it may be one of those fittings of starting to either come loose or is loose again, and so that's putting down a lot of smoke. We'll see whether or not Morgan Burkhardt. And then we got one car that went off in turn 7, not going to be able to see. It's a lot of dust, and when you have that happen, Greg, it's hard to see really what's going on. So.
Yes.
It makes it very, very difficult. So we'll see whether or not the 87 there, Morgan Burkhardt, whether or not he's going to come down pit road. I do know they're having a fitting problem.
All right, so our two T4 cars of Butts and Lamena, about 15 car lengths separating them there, about 2.2 seconds at the line. But a great battle shaping up in STL here with Thomas Paolino, Ted Cahall, and Doug Ahn, all in very close proximity. As we've got a car off on the front straight, it is the number 51 machine that has gone around and is up right against the Armco driver's left, and we've got a local caution here on the front straight, Brian.
Yeah, I don't think that car is going to be able to get good. It looks like he may have been, and I don't want to speculate exactly what happened there because it was on the front stretch. Sitting here, may have gotten tapped or looking to make a move. There was another car there. I wasn't able to get that number of that car, but it looks like there may have been a little bit of contact, but it looks like the 51 there. Who did we say that was in the 51?
That is Don Riley in the 51.
Yeah, it came down the front stretch over in the grass on driver's left of the racetrack, kind of slid down in, made some contact with that wall. I do see the window net is down, so we'll have to see whether or not they're going to leave him there or not. But if somebody can go there, that means somebody else can go there.
Yeah, and just as that was happening, Brian, I was watching. We talked about that STL battle up front, right behind it. The battle in ITA, Kyle Colby, he's got an STL machine between Peter Doan and Joel Gambino. Gambino and Doan in the battle for second in ITA were side by side going into turn one on the last lap. Doan now has opened up almost a 6-car length advantage over Joel Gambino here as our racers are starting lap number 3.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the car I'm looking at right now, Greg, who got a great jump to the start of this race, is that number 5, Amber Stevenson, in that H production. That was a heck of a start by her, and able to jump out in front of some of those cars and now starting to work her way back up where she was, again, leading that H production class.
Yeah, it was a great start for her to be up in 7th position, especially when you consider, well, we'll have to take a look when that car comes by. And I think I had originally not mispronounced, but I think I had said at one point that car was actually a B-Spec car. No, it is an H production Toyota Yaris. And it would be interesting to know and see what type of tires that car is on, whether it's on DOTs or whether it's on regular slicks, because the other H production cars might have still been trying to get some heat in the tires when Amber was ready to rock.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, let's look real quick here, Greg. So our front 4 cars, Jeremy Butts, Michael LaMena, Thomas Polino, and Ted Cahall, along with Douglas Ahn is a little bit further back. But where Jeremy had opened up a huge gap, now LaMena, Polino, and Cahall, again, a T4 and then our two STL leaders, they are right on the back bumper of Jeremy Butts. So I don't know if Jeremy Butts is really getting out of the, I know we got a standing yellow here.
And I believe we're going to be going to a full course caution here, Brian, here at the Lightning Circuit. As I think we've got a couple of other cars off as well. We're going to have to take a look. Now, I know that the 87 MR2, the F production car of Morgan Burkhardt, had come down the pit lane just as the incident had happened on the front straight, and the car was smoking fairly heavily. He went back out, but I don't believe he completed a lap, and I'm fairly certain I heard a call that he was disabled on the side of the track. We've got the 97 machine of Bert Struble coming down the pit lane as well, and I will see if he goes, and he is going back to the paddock.
Right.
Yeah, and we've got a number of emergency services vehicles responding right now to these different incidents on track, and as you can see there,
we'll get the Don Riley machine up too. Past the start finish line. Here comes our overall leaders, Jeremy Butt. So again, the double yellow, Jeremy will be the leader. I'm not seeing the pace car, so I guess we're not sending a pace car out here to pick up our leaders.
Well, we'll see, because they would pick them up at the pit exit, which is up at the top of the hill.
Yeah,
and we'll see if it appears or not. But no, it looks as though it looks like our pole sitter from today and current leader Jeremy Butts will bring the field around here as. And that's usually a good sign, because it means that race control kind of expects us to go back to green pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. But let's do this, Brian. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group.
Sure.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. Our Spec Racers, Spec Renault, Spec Racer Ford, and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, EM1 and EM2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Spec Racers, Spec Renault, Spec Racer Ford, and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, EM1 and EM2. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
The other thing you've got here is you've got some of these cars that are now coming by the start-finish line now, the Fierstein. Then you've got Brian Hune, Michael Allenbaugh. Then you throw in, it looks like that may be the 86 there of Richard Miller in that Subaru. They've got to come back and get back around and catch the back half of that field as we start to remove some of these vehicles that have become disabled along the racing surface. And it looks like that our pace car is now picking up kind of the last 2 cars. They'll probably wave those last 2 around.
Yeah, and there was a call over. And there was a call over race control to tell the pace car driver to
wave those 2 cars off, which I believe was going to be the 37 of Serena Stevenson, and then it may be the 65. We'll have to see. There goes the 37 there. So.
All right, and it looks like Ted Heinrichs in the light blue H production Honda CRX. He comes down the pit lane, and I would suspect that he is going to head back to the paddock. So his race is now done after just 5 laps. And yes, now we have the safety car does have the field. And Brian, as I'm checking here on our lap charts, I believe that Morgan Burkhardt was the other vehicle that they were responding to. And unfortunately, I don't believe it is in one of our camera views. And that's the Toyota MR2. But right before we went to full course caution, we have been talking about that battle for second in ITA with Joel Gambino and Peter Doan. Doan must have had an off or at least had an issue. He now finds himself all the way down towards the back of the field, whereas Gambino is running 12th overall. Doan is now sitting 22nd overall, having lost 10 positions all in the course of a lap.
Well, I think that at one point that may have been, and again, my thing is here, sitting here in 11th place is waiting for data. So that horse or car or whatever that is sitting there, that may be the car that you're talking about with Peter Doan in that 59 machine, just ahead of Gambino. But I think they were coming up on the 49 of Steve Moeller, and I think Gambino and Doan had to get out of it quickly as they really closed the gap there. So throw him back. Here comes our additional tow vehicle. That's going to come down and look to get the 51 machine there of Don Riley out of driver's left here from the right across from the start-finish line.
All right, and I'm getting word now, Brian, that I believe the incident that we have emergency services vehicles reporting to, where I believe that the Burkhardt F Production Toyota is located, is actually just before our camera at the entrance to the light bulb. It's being reported as turn 9. Okay, so that is likely where they are.
There they are coming through there right now. So,
and it looks like they've got that car underway. We have an emergency services team now here on the front straight looking to pick up that number 51 machine as well.
Yeah, so we got a couple of them here. So the 87 there getting that flat toe in, and then you've got the wrecker. I do know that there was, the 51 there, Riley did make contact with the guardrail. So there's going to be, it looks like they may be able to do a flat toe, although that left front looks kind of a little toed out and skewed. So.
And hey, and real quick, wanted to because we had it in the chat here. Larry was asking when Steve Ficacci was going to be racing, and Steve is running in our Spec Miata group. That is race group number 4. So you'll have a couple more sessions that you're going to have to sit through.
He's also racing in this one here, I believe, in the 151 in the SDL.
Oh, that's right, he is. So. Well, there you go. So he is in a couple different races. So hey, Larry, I think you're right. He is actually out there right now. Let's double check and see where he is sitting in the order. And we ought to, as long as we're under full course caution, Brian, maybe we'll start to break these things down by class a little bit here as we can.
Well, that just lost race monitor.
Yeah,
so race monitor just went out.
Yeah, let me see what I can do. I think I can get them up and running here.
Last I saw, he was in 16th. So if you're trying to text him, Larry, he's a little busy right now.
Yeah, he's a little busy. You could probably use a little bit of encouragement. Let's take a look. Okay, in STL, your leader currently Thomas Paolino with Ted Cahall second, Douglas Ahn running third, Steve Ficacci, he's running 7th. In T4, our overall leader, Jeremy Butts, with Michael Lamena second, Jennifer Romes in third. In SPB, just a single driver, that's Michael Thompson. In ITS, Steve Moeller leads Joe Stadelman in the battle of the Miatas. In ITA, Kyle Colby in his Honda CRX is your leader. Joel Gambino running in second. Dan Freeman now running in third. As Doan has fallen all the way back to 5th in class. In H Production, Amber Stevenson here with that great start in the Toyota Yaris. She is your leader in class. Ted Heinrichs, who is the only other H Production car out on track because Michael McQueen did not take the green. Stevenson, your leader currently. All right, lights are out on the safety car, Brian, so we're going to be going back to green flag racing this time by. Serena Stevenson leads GTL and her Mini, her original Mini, or as I call it, the Mini.
Mini.
That's right. In F production, Jerome Hinkle, your leader. David Colby running second. And in B-Spec, Adriana Dismone, is your leader. All right, here we go. Green flag is in the air, and we are back to racing here at the Lightning Circuit as Butts leads Lamena down into turn number 1, and we have another early retirement. That is the number 23 machine that is now heading back to the pits.
Yeah, pretty late entry there for the pit. For the pace vehicle there, and I thought Jeremy Butts was going to run right up on the back of that Corvette, or the Corvette was going to race Jeremy down into all the way down into turn 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Wasn't sure who was going to have it. It kind of stacked up the field a little bit, and unfortunately, we had one of our B-Spec cars kind of right in the middle of it.
Actually, I believe that was Amber Stevenson. I think that's our H production Yaris.
No, that was that would have been, I think it may have been Andrea DeSimone in that 65.
65 car.
That was kind of right in the middle and kind of moved over to driver's left going into 1, trying to get out of everybody's way. It looks like I'm not sure, can't see the number there. That is there she goes there. So had an off track there at turn 5 as well for DeSimone. So again, having a little bit of a struggle right now as our cars are headed up through turn 7. Had a little bit of an off there as well in turn 7. Greg, we'll have to see who comes out through the light bulb coming on down. Here comes our overall leader, Jeremy Butts, Michael Lamena. And now you've got Polino and you've got the 182 of Ted Cahall. That's your battle for STL.
That's the battle for STL and the 100 car of Douglas Ahn. Not all that far back from there, about 5 car lengths back. A little bit further back from there, Kyle Colby, who leads ITA. He now has Kurt Laumeister in his STL Miata directly behind him, and then it's Joel Gambino, who's running second in ITA, and this was probably the best thing that could have happened to Gambino, because he was able to get within just a couple car lengths of our ITA leader. A little bit further back in the pack, here, if we take a look in ITS, Steve Moeller and Joe Stadelman, 13th and 14th overall, and they were locked nose to tail when we saw them go by the last time. It looks like another driver's having a little bit of an issue coming through those S's at turns 3 and 4, setting up for turn 5.
Yeah, one of those cars that went through, it does look like they were able to continue, so we'll have to see as our overall leaders in group now coming out of turn 9 and 10, the light bulb there. Jeremy Butts opening it up not only for T4, but the overall over Michael Lamena by about 6 car lengths. Greg, that's kind of been the biggest lead.
All right, and as they come down the front straight with about seven car lengths now, separating Jeremy Butts in that number 69 machine from Michael Lamena in the 89. Let's make another call to the grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racers, Spec Renault, Spec Racer Ford, and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, EM1 and EM2. Race group number 3, Spec Racers, please start heading to the grid. Only 5 laps, actually. I think now we have 5 laps remaining in this race. All right, here as we take a look a little bit further back in the field. Good run today by the number 37 machine, that GT Light Mini. And there's that. That's why I was getting mixed up, is because the 65 new Mini Cooper is actually of Adriana DeSimone right near Serena Stevenson. They're running in pretty close proximity. But it's amazing watching those two cars so close, how the new Mini, which I think rightfully so, all in uppercase letters,
yes,
is that much bigger than the old British Leyland Mini.
Yes, it is. So our overall leaders now go by, headed up into turn 1. And I'll tell you what, Greg, Jeremy Butts is opening that up. Well, I'm going to drop back a little bit. Amber Stevenson in that H production car. She just passed Douglas Ahn for 6th.
That is
overall. That H production.
That is not something you would expect to see.
That Toyota Yaris has got it going on today.
Yeah, without a doubt. Even if Paulino's 34 machine is a Spec Miata, he's got about 20, 30 horsepower. He's got Well, it's, the Miatas aren't exactly the most aerodynamic things going, but a much lower center of gravity,
Yes.
a much wider track, and he's also got rear wheel drive as opposed to Amber, who's got to do everything with those front two wheels. And yeah, I'm amazed, frankly amazed, that an H production car is not only still up towards the front of this pack, but is also making passes on STL cars right now.
that car's hooked up right now today. She did very well as well in that Club Ford, so she has definitely got it going on with that H production. We got one of our minis coming in here.
I was going to say, and with the Wonder Woman driver's suit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, she's definitely putting it to the test right now because she's got it going on with that car. Tell you what, Jerome Hinkle, he's coming up here now in that F production in that Lotus. He's right on the back bumper there of Ted Cahall and Thomas Polino. That's your overall lead for STL. But Jerome Hinkle's starting to play a factor up into that race. So we'll have to see whether or not how much he either gets in it or gets through it relatively quickly.
All right, a little bit further back in the field, watching now, we had been looking at Steve Moeller and Joe Stadelman, the battle for the lead in ITS. Those two Mazda Miatas now being split by David Colby's F Production Honda CRX. So that's given a little bit of clearance now to Steve Moeller, who's actually, I think, starting to make up some ground on Joel Gambino. The two Miatas might be able to draft up towards and maybe see Gambino get some help trying to track down Kyle Colby, the ITA leader.
Yeah, our overall leader now, Jeremy Butts, headed up through turn 7, getting ready to come up through the light bulb here. He's now going to go ahead and put a lap on Serena Stevenson in that Mini as well, or in that Austin Mini, in that GTL machine. Here comes Jeremy Butts, able to make that pass out of the light bulb now. Now you got Michael LeMain, and then you got Thomas Polino. And it looks like Jerome Hinkle now, not as close as what he once was, Greg. Had to do it, and the person that's catching him right now, that driver, Amber Stevenson, she's starting to reel that group in.
And I'm telling you, you watch that H production car come up the hill into turn number 1. It looks like she is barely touching the brake pedal, maybe a slight brush to get the nose to set and turn in. But she is carrying constant speed up that, I'd say probably around 15, 20-foot rise to the entrance of turn 1 and all the way back down the hill. Yeah, she's making up ground. Yeah. That last time by, Jerry Hinkle ran a 1:19.585 in his F production Lotus. Amber Stevenson ran her fastest lap of the race at a 1:19 flat, almost a half second faster, more than a half second faster than Hinkle's Lotus.
Yeah, I have to check our cameras here in turn 7. She may have had a slip up there a little bit. Yeah, because now Douglas Hahn is right on her back bumper there. So now she's got to fight off and almost protect that 6th position from Douglas Hahn in that 100 machine. Again, 2 different classes, but she's got that thing going on right now.
All right, as we now we're running down on laps, Brian. The next time our leader comes by, he will get the 1 to go. And guess what? As I say that, Jeremy Butts crosses the start-finish line. It's the battle for the lead in STL now, side by side through turn number 1. And we have a new leader in STL. Ted Cahall in the blue 182 Mazda Miata gets around Tom Paolino in the number 34 machine. So drop Paolino back into second, and that's the second race where Paolino has had to basically follow a car around on the last lap.
Yeah, we'll have to check it out and see. Greg, I tell you what, as you look out here just past the start-finish line to the right, I'm seeing some debris out there. It is over off driver's left, and I think that was from the earlier contact with the Jerome Hinkle machine and the 43 there of Kyle Colby early on that start with Amber Stevenson getting that great jump. So we should be seeing Jeremy Butts coming through here any moment now to pick up that overall win and that T4 win, waiting for them to come out of the here comes turn 9. Here he comes right there. There he goes right there. So then Michael LeMain, yeah, now you've got Ted Cahall and now Thomas Polino. That's going to be your STL. But here comes Jeremy Butts.
And he is going to cross the line. The number 69 T4 machine is your overall winner, takes the win in T4. Mike LeMain finishes in second overall. And that battle for the win in STL, Ted Cahall holds off Tom Paolino on the last lap. He takes the win. Paolino will finish in second. Jerry Hinkle will win F Production. I believe he was the last car running in the class. Kyle Colby will take the win in ITA. He finishes on track 8th, right behind Douglas Ahn, who's going to take that last step on the podium in STL. Then we've got Steve Moeller. He takes the win in ITS as Joe Stadelman couldn't hold off Gambino and David Colby in order to stay close to Moeller there. And so Stadelman will finish second in ITS, 13th overall. Steve Ficacci, since I know everybody's interested, Steve Ficacci works his way up to 5th in STL. Great run for him. He finishes 14th overall. Peter Doan is going to come home 3rd in ITA, a pretty good distance back from Joel Gambino, about 10 seconds in arrears of our second place finisher in class. If we take a look at H Production, again, Amber Stevenson, our only driver, racing at the end, but a great run for her. Brian, she ended up finishing up 6th overall. And again, for an H Production
Great
car
run
in
for
this
a
field,
car. Yep.
yeah, amazing. All right, let's take a look here in SPB. Michael Thompson, your sole racer in the class. Adriana DeSimone takes the win in B-Spec, but only completes 10 laps as she pitted in early. So that is the rundown. Oh, and let's not forget Serena Stevenson, our sole runner in GTL. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's get ready. We've got our next race coming up, and that is our Spec Racers. They are going to be on track right at about, I think, we've got about 5 or 6 minutes. They're going to be on track right at about 1:01 p.m., give or take. But let's take a quick break and thank our partners and sponsors that are bringing you the coverage here this weekend from New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit, like Glasstown Brewery.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
And we're back here at the Lightning Circuit of New Jersey Motorsports Park in the 2023 Lightning Challenge, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and we have heading out on course right now. Our spec racers should be made up primarily of Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s with their 1.6 liter Ford motors, and I believe we also have a single Spec Racer Ford Gen 2 machine with a 1.9 liter Ford motor. And let's run down the starting order. Starting 15th today, driving the number 50 machine from Frederick, Maryland, it's Melanie Meckel. And I'll get it. All of these are Spec Racer Fords with the exception of one. I'll tell you who that one is in just a moment. Starting 14th, driving the number 51 machine from Frederick, Maryland, it's Eric Prepsius. Starting 13th, driving the number 41 from Vienna, Virginia, Phil Ackley. Tristan Welling starts 12th today. He's in our sole Spec Racer Ford Gen 2 machine. That's the number 32 car. He's from New Windsor, New York. Starting 11th, driving the number 14 machine from Columbia, Maryland, it's Kevin Silbert. Tom Kirchman starts 10th in the 62. He's from Framingham, Massachusetts. While we've got Steve Minkin, he starts 9th in the 99 car from Schwenksville, Pennsylvania. Starting 8th, driving the number 9, it's Nick DeMeo from Malka Hill, New Jersey. And then from Marlton, New Jersey, we've got Mike Thomas. He starts 7th in the 54 car. Starting 6th, driving the number 57 machine from New York, New York, it's Don Privet with John Hall from Vienna, Virginia, starting 5th in the 71. Kyle Robertson will start 4th. He's driving the number 25 car and is from Woolwich, New Jersey, with Jisoo Kim from Staunton, Virginia, starting 3rd in the number 11 car. And your front car starting 2nd, driving the number 55 from Boyd's, Maryland, it's Sam Schechter. And your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 1:12.297, driving the 30 car, it's Mac Harrison. And just like that, Brian,
It's like you knew what was going on.
that's right. Green flag is in the air, and the 55 machine is Schechter this time. Our outside pole sitter starts from the outside, and he takes the lead over Mac Harrison as they come over the top of turn 1 and make that run down to turn 2. We had Jisoo Kim in the 11th slot in the 2nd. Kyle Robertson, John Hall, almost the way they gridded him up, Brian.
Well, I tell you what, that just goes to show you that outside line, staying drivers left there going into turn 1. So if you've got a race coming up and you're on the pole, you may want to think about that. We've seen that the last 3 times, and it has actually helped them propel through turn 1 and get a better line where you're pinching that second place car on the apex there and not able to get along, having to wait to get back on that throttle in order to do it. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that as our races go on, not only later today, but even tomorrow, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that just absolutely stunned me that line works so well as our drivers now make their way through turn 7 up that little rise. And Brian, it looks like we've got a driver sitting counter race over at turn 7, and he's trying to get that thing back underway. And there he goes. He's spinning that car around.
It looks like it's either the 50 or the 51. It is one of those cars because it is that light blue car. So we'll have to see which one that may be.
All right.
Well, there goes the 51. Sorry.
Oh, there you go. So Sam Schechter in the light blue 55. He continues to hold the lead, but we had Jisoo Kim in that yellow number 11 come down the inside, try to hold off Mac Harrison, but almost like on the start, Harrison pinned to the outside, got the better run through the opening corner.
And I believe that's going to be Melanie Meckel that may have spun down there in turn 7, because here she comes now through the light bulb. So she should be coming down here to complete that first lap, as our leaders now are headed down into turn 5, headed down into turn 6. We'll take a look here on our cameras in turn 7. How much of the lead is Sam Schechter going to have? And it's not by much over Mac Harrison and then Jisoo Kim.
All right, and here they come. Now coming out of, as you mentioned, out of turn 7 and up the hill, and they're going to be coming up towards the light bulb now, as we've got birds flying through the air there and everything.
That's an airplane.
Yeah, but look at that, all in a row with the 55 machine leading the way. Harrison and Jisoo Kim all overlapping at least a little bit through there, Brian. So I don't know which is going to be the better run, but we now have coming down the inside the number 30 machine of Harrison, trying to outbreak the 55 going into turn number 1, and they are side by side coming out of the corner with Jisoo Kim popping to the inside as well now.
3 different lines right there for our top 3. I mean, I know that Mac Harrison got a great run out of the light bulb down the front stretch, trying to make that move on Mac Harrison. We'll have to see on the backside here as they get through turns 3 and 4 right now what it looks like when they come up over the hill into turn 5. As here they come now down. It does look like it is going to be Sam Schechter's going to hold off Harrison as they hem to turn 5. Jisoo Kim now throw in there. I believe that may be John Hall sitting in that fourth position.
Yeah, I think that's John Hall in the orange number 71 machine, and he's got Don Privet along with him. Privet just ran. Now, granted, we're only 2 laps in, but Privet just ran the fastest lap of the race, is sitting in 5th position, and he was right on the back of John Hall as well. And I believe we now also have Kyle Robertson in that fight as well.
Yeah, as our leaders now coming through the light bulb right there. Again, Schechter, Harrison, Jisoo Kim, and now throw in that may not even be John Hall right there. That may actually be that's Kyle Privet right there. So Privet now getting a great run past John Hall as our leaders go side by side up into turn 1. Now Schechter's on the inside, Harrison's on the outside. Harrison's going to get a run up over the top out of turn 1, headed down into turn 2. Looks like Mac Harrison may be able to hold it off. But as we get into turn 2 and turn 3, Greg, it changes there a little bit. You may want to have that inside line there, as Sam Schechter had last time too.
Yeah, because that helps you into that little, I'd call it a chicane, but that 3-4 complex there. As you come through turn 2, the track shifts right, and then you've got a left-right, and then you set up for turn 5, where our drivers are coming down the hill right now. So the track, the direction is constantly changing, and it's very hard if you are offline going in the 1 to get back online and carry speed down through turn 5 and then set up for turn number 7, where our leaders are coming through right now. But we're seeing, once again, if you have that outside line going in the 1, you're pretty much golden, because everybody's been able to carry more speed up the hill there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You'll be able to carry it on that outside line as they come up on the back machine there of the 50 of Melanie Meckel there. She moves over driver's right and lets them all go by, but it does look like Mac Harrison, and he's going to open it up by about 6 car lengths now over Sam Schechter, and then Jisoo Kim. Donald Privet another car length and a half back. So Mac Harrison going single file in there through, as Melanie Meckel's going to let everybody go by her, headed up through turn 1 now. Eric Presby is going to be the last car to catch her at this point.
Yeah, and we got a great little battle going on just a little bit further behind our leaders. This is the battle for 5th. John Hall in that bright orange number 71 with Kyle Robertson, who started in 4th today, now sitting in 6th. Steve Minkin currently in 7th position, and Mike Thomas in there as well. He was right in the thick of that battle as well. So 4 cars all battling it out for 5th.
Yeah, it's going to be a good battle all the way down to the end as our leaders now headed out of turn 6 and turn 7, headed up in the hill. They'll be entering turn 8, turn 9, heading into the light bulb here. Again, Mac Harrison leading by about 6 or 7 car lengths. And you wonder, Greg, is Sam Schechter and Jisoo Kim just kind of hanging back there just a little bit more to whether or not they can catch Mac Harrison. And now as I say that, they come through the light bulb. Harrison's opened up, and now Schechter's opened up a little bit over Jisoo Kim. So now you got Jisoo Kim and Donald Privet going to be nose to tail.
All right, here they come underneath the starter bridge to complete lap number 5. And Mac Harrison, just when he needed to, set the fastest lap of the session. But now let's look at that battle for 5th, Brian, because we just had Steve Minkin with a great move going into turn number 1. I'd say maybe a bit of a dive bomb, a little bit late on John Hall. Actually had to pop over the top of the apex curbing so that there was enough room so that there was no contact between he and John Hall. But he got the move done to move Minkin up to 6th, or probably up to 5th, move Hall back to 5th, with Kyle Robertson, Mike Thomas sitting right back there watching it all.
Yeah, John Hall, knowing there's still some time left to go in this race and knowing he's just as fast as Steve Minkin, let him go, let him jump in there. But you're right, somewhat of a dive bomb getting into turn 1. John Hall, being the smart driver that he is, knows, hey, look, there's no reason to push the issue right now. I'll back it up, get in behind you, and then we can battle it out later on.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for race group 4, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please head to the grid. All right, so, Brian, it looks like now our second place rider, Sam Schechter, has really opened things up over Don Privet and Jisoo Kim. Kim, who had been sitting right in the thick of that battle for the lead, now finds himself in 4th position, but he was side by side with Don Privet going into turn 1 that last time by.
Yeah, the last time by too. Also, you talked about Steve Minkin, John Hall. I was watching that battle as they came back across the start-finish line. Minkin and Hall, and now they've opened it up over Robertson and Thomas, where all 4 of those cars were together at one point. Now there's a little bit of a separation there by about a second, 1.7 seconds between Hall and Robertson.
Yeah, and we're seeing now where Hall and Robertson are having opened up maybe a little bit of an advantage now also over Thomas and now Nick DeMio, about 10 car lengths back from there. But nice little fight now with Robertson and Thomas. That's the battle for 7th, right behind Hall and Minkin there. So good fights through the almost the entirety of this 15-car field.
Yeah, pretty good battles all the way around, especially in that top 10 position. Here comes our leaders now. Mac Harrison, Greg, we talked about it, opened up by about 6-7 car lengths the last time by. Sam Schechter has now run him down, but those two are going to start to open up over Jisoo Kim now in 3rd, and Donald Privet back in there in that 4th position.
Yeah, and you can see there on our timing and scoring on the side of your screen, Sam Schechter knocked about half of the 1 second advantage that Harrison had, as we've just now turned, we're just about halfway. We're now working lap number 8, so we've just crossed over that halfway point. But Schechter was almost a half second faster, and now only a half second separating our 2 leaders. And we'll see here how, if that continues to play out. As you said, Jisoo Kim now starting to open up a little bit of advantage over Don Privet, who had some really, really strong first 2 laps.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Donald Privet's going to be able to catch back up to Jisoo Kim. That's the only opportunity he's going to have, or they're going to have, as they come out of the light bulb now, and you see that gap. Looks like we have one car there in turn 7. I'm not sure if that is, that's definitely one. That may be Melanie Meckel again, yes, because I can see the 3 rookie stripes there on the side as well. But I was getting ready to say, Donald Privet, that's the only opportunity he's going to have if he wants to get to this race. We got a 3-car battle here going into turn 1 between Minkin, Hall, and now throw in Kyle Robertson as they go through. Minkin holds off Robinson and John Hall there, Greg. But I tell you what, that was pretty close going up in almost a 3-wide situation.
It certainly was. Kyle Robertson, number 25 machine. I think if he had maybe another quarter car width, he would have shoved the car down the inside. It was that tight going down into turn number 1. And all 3 of those drivers running very similar paces. And I think what you're finding is Robertson, who was the fastest of those 3 drivers by almost 2 seconds, was taking advantage of that fight that's been going on between Hall and Minkin for the last 2 laps.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we wait for our leaders now. Here they come out of the light bulb there, and it looks like that is going to be Schechter and Jisoo Kim, unless we missed Mac Harrison, I didn't see. I saw the blue car first, but we'll have to see.
Right. Well, here it is
here
right
comes,
here.
Here comes Schechter. Here comes Mac Harrison all the way back to fourth place.
Yeah, so something happened there with Harrison. There was a call over the radio, Brian, and it sounded as if he had gone off coming into turn number 9. And so that is going to be an issue for him, obviously, as he falls back to fourth place.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's a pretty big, and not only has he dropped back to fourth place, but he has dropped back 2.5 seconds back of our leader. That's going to be a tough up-road battle to get to. With next time by will be 5 laps to go, so it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Mac Harrison, who's been one of the fastest cars here, not only this morning during qualifying, but definitely here through the race. Here comes Phil Ackley and Tristan Welling heading up into turn 1. That's your battle there for 13th and 14th, respectively. We'll take a look here and see. Here comes our leaders now through the light bulb. Schechter over Jisoo Kim, and now a big, huge gap there to the next car. We've either lost Donald Privet or we've lost Mac Harrison. We'll have to see. One of those two is gone. Here comes our leaders, Schechter and Kim. Here comes Harrison. It seems we have lost Donald Privet.
Yes.
On the racetrack right now. So here comes Minkin Robertson. There is Donald Privet right there. So he as well must have had it off.
Yeah, as he now falls back behind John Hall, he's going to fall back to 8th position overall. So having been up as high as 3rd, he now finds himself 5 positions back there in 5th.
Yeah, so a couple big mistakes here by some pretty good drivers here, Mac Harrison and Donald Privet. In this race, Melanie Meckel here coming up into turn 1. Eric Prespis is coming right in behind her up into turn 1. So the two teammates there are going to take turn 1 there together.
All right, Brian, and real quick, as we've got 5 laps remaining in this race, let's make another call to the grid, make our second call to the grid for race group number 4. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Here comes our leader, Sam Schechter. Sam Schechter moved drivers right, then down to left. Jisoo Kim going to look underneath, going up into turn 1. Wasn't able to make that stick. Got a little loose entering the corner. And Sam Schechter, again, with that outside move, able to hold off Jisoo Kim. Here comes side by side now. Privet's going to get ahead of John Hall, so it looks like John Hall may be losing some grip there too. Looks like we got one car here out of turn 1. That's the 99 of Steve Minkin right over top of the hill. 316 continue.
Where's that groundhog, Brian?
Good thing that groundhog moved, because if not, he'd have been sitting right there staring at Steve Minkin. Now he gets it rolling. So,
all right, so Minkin, who had been up now as high as 4th in the 99 machine, he is now going to fall back considerably as that local caution now pulled down over at the exit of turn number 1. And we'll check this next time by how far he is falling back.
We'll wait for our leaders. Here comes the Ackley. Here comes the Welling machine. Our leader should be now coming out of turn number 10 out of the light bulb there, heading down the front stretch. And it is going to be Schechter over Jisoo Kim. We'll see what that lead is, and it's not very much, Craig.
That's absolutely right, Brian. They are now only 2 car lengths apart. And Jisoo Kim takes a quick look to the inside and thought better of it, moved back drivers left, and then looked to the inside again. All the while, he was about a car length back from the 55 machine. It was a very optimistic thing, but I think he's just trying to get into the headspace there of our leader, Sam Schechter.
Yeah, he's done that the last couple times by and able to try to do that, not able to make it stick. So I'm not sure if he's just kind of setting him up, letting Sam know, hey, just so you know, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere, and this could be where I make my move. But we'll have to see. But yeah, Steve Minkin after that spin, he's dropped all the way back to 10th. The guy on the move right now, running the fastest time, Mike Thomas. Mike Thomas is just sitting there nice and smooth. Every time somebody gets into 4th place, whether it was Mac Harrison before, Donald Privet, John Hall, or even Stephen Minkin, they've all made a mistake. And Mike Thomas is just riding around, letting them go ahead and make those mistakes. Now he's in 4th.
All right, here as we watch a little bit further back, this is the 41 of Ackley and then Tristan Welling. Now, Welling is in the 1.9 liter car. He is down on power considerably to the Spec Racer Ford. But here we go. This is the battle for the lead as Jisoo Kim, big wiggle, under braking, tries to come underneath our leader, Schechter.
Schechter off.
And Schechter's off, driver's left. And we have a new leader, Mac Harrison, in the number 30 machine. He was the third car in, and he saw the seas just open up ahead of him, Brian. Down on the inside, shot by as both Kim and Schechter were trying to get their cars back under control.
Well, look as they come over through top 5, and you're right, it is Mac Harrison leading Jisoo Kim. Jisoo Kim made that move into turn 1, Greg, got really, really loose, didn't really go to driver's left there, was able to control it. I think Schechter just really kind of get in there hard as well, trying to hold him off, and got to the driver's left.
All right, Brian, next time our leaders come by, it'll be 1 lap to go, so let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, Mac Harrison, Jisoo Kim now. They're getting a 1 to go board. So right now, Jisoo Kim, we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to hold on and catch Mac Harrison. They're nose to tail as they go up and over the hill. Sam Schechter by about 20 car lengths now back. Here comes 4th place, Mike Thomas. Donald Privet all the way back up into 5th. So you know that machine is fast because he dropped all the way back to as low as 8th during this race. But it looks like Jisoo Kim and Mac Harrison are going to be the ones that are going to battle this out. We're going to look at it here as they come up over the hill out of turn 5, headed down towards the bridge there between turn 6 and 7. Mac Harrison leading by about a car length and a half now over Jisoo Kim. As we look at our turn 7 camera here, getting ready to go into the apex of that turn, Harrison by about a car length and a half again.
Harrison goes wide.
Yeah, Harrison drives wide. Looks like he may have dropped a right rear in that dirt. We'll see what that does coming out of the light bulb here, whether or not they're going to be side by side, and they are. And Jisoo Kim is on the outside or on the inside. No, I take that back. Jisoo Kim was on the outside, Mac Harrison on the inside. Here they come out. Greg, it's going to be a drag race down out of here.
And it looked like Harrison got around him in the light bulb, and he leads him down onto the front straight. Jisoo Kim tucked behind. He pops out driver's left, but taking the win in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, it is going to be Mac Harrison. Jisoo Kim will finish second, a half a car length back. And now let's look. We got the battle for the last step on the podium now. And coming across the line, it is going to be Sam Schechter coming home in 3rd, then Mike Thomas, then Don Privet. That is your 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Kyle Robertson coming down the front straight now in the number 62 machine. The 25 machine of Robertson crosses, then John Hall, then Nick DeMeo in the 9, then Tom Kirchman in the 62. And there we have now
Steve
coming across
Minkin.
the line, the 99 machine of Steve Minkin rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, pretty good battle. It'll be interesting to hear the conversations back there behind us as they go through tech and they go through the thing to kind of about the documentary of this. That's another big word I used today.
Ooh.
Another document. Somebody mark that down.
I will. I will.
I've got 2 big words today, and I tell you what, Greg, if there's anybody out there listening that may be coming by tomorrow that's listening to us today on the stream because they can't get out here, you know what? It would be great if we get some more Hall's Relief cherry flavor because we're going to run out.
We're going to run
tomorrow.
out. Speaking of John Hall.
Speaking of John Hall.
All right.
Not Daryl Oates, but John Hall. So.
That's right. All right. So that's going to wrap things up for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, and I think the 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid, Brian. So quickly here, let's thank some of our partners and sponsors, and we'll be coming back here with you from the Lightning Circuit in just a few moments, where you're listening to the 2023 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. We'll be right back.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors, a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com. Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at...
All right, Brian, we are back here at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit for the 2023 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA, as well as Ciocca Corvette, and our next group, and I believe our largest single class group, although we've got a few other classes built in, but this is primarily Spec Miata. Let's run down the starting order.
Yeah, I tell you what, 29 car field. We're going to start here in the top 15 here. Starting 15th in the 71, Ivan Seabrook out of Greenwich, New Jersey. Starting 14th, number 11 from Newark, Delaware, Kurt Laumeister. Starting 13th from Owings Mill, Maryland, the number 54 of Michael Cohen. Starting 12th from Bridgeton, New Jersey, the number 18 of Peter Seabrook. Starting 11th from Durwood, Maryland, the number 44 of Kip Gaynor. Starting in the 10th position from New York, the number 195 of John Jenkins. Starting in the 9th position from Oakland, New Jersey, the 88 of Michael LaMena. Starting in the 8th position from Christiansburg, Virginia, the number 78 of Ted Cahall. Starting in 7th from Wyoming, Mississippi, Pennsylvania. I hope that's a misspell here on my sheet. The number 23 of Bill Gartner. Starting in the 6th position from Gurnee, Illinois, the 08 of Robert Cahill. Starting in 5th position, the number 127 from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, of Jared Odrick. Starting in the 4th position from Colts Neck, New Jersey, the number 34 of Thomas Polino. Starting in the 3rd position from Brooklyn, New York, the number 100 Douglas Ahn. Then starting on the front row and starting in the 2nd position from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, the number 63 of John Hotz. And starting on a pole with a time of 1:17.093 from Darnestown, Maryland. And Greg, we just saw him win in the T4 not that long ago, the number 69 of Jeremy Butts.
Jeremy Butts. There you go. All right, so we've got the Corvette pace car provided by Ciocca Corvette. Bringing the field down, he's going to make that move to the right onto the pit lane, and that is going to turn the field over to Jeremy Butts, and a green flag is now in the air. Butts starts from the inside. John Hotz from the outside. The 100 of Doug Ahn is right beside, and Butts takes off to an early lead. Ahn gets by John Hotz as well, so Hotz is going to drop back a couple positions. Looks like he just did not get a good run up the hill, Brian. Then Paulino, Odrick, Cahall, Gartner, your top 7, and I believe we had Ted Cahall and Michael LaMena there in that 88 machine, very close behind, as well as most of the cars now all getting in line, except it looks like still side by side, about 5 cars back between Odrick and Cahall.
Yeah, it looks like John Hotz didn't get a really good start there and got on the brakes a little bit earlier, or got moved to the outside there. Tried to stay behind Jeremy, then got on the brakes a little bit earlier than I expected him to do. Looks like our second place car there may be Thomas Polino. May get drivers off there on the right. And again, as we talked about, Greg, you get that dust and kicked up, it's hard to see what's on the other side of that dust storm. As we look out of turn 10 the light bulb now, it does look like it is going to be Jeremy Butts, maybe Thomas Polino, and then John Hotz. It's Douglas Ahn, in that 100. But now it looks like John Hotz is going to fight back, move to the outside there as they get ready to come across the start-finish line. It is going to be Jeremy Butts going to lead our opening lap. Douglas Ahn, then John Hotz, Thomas Polino, Jared Odrick, and Bill Gartner. That's your top 6 as they head up the hill and through turn 1.
All right, here is a complete lap. So you mentioned lap number 1. A great move from the outside, and we've got cars off on the outside of turn 1 as well. And it's always hard there, Brian, to tell if there's a car that follows that big cloud of dirt over. But it looks like it's just the cloud at this point. A little bit further back in the field here, we had John Jenkins in the 195 make a great move in the turn number 1, and I believe he may have taken a position from Kip Gaynor, who was running in 10th. We'll check that in just a few moments.
Yeah, it looks like early on in the part of this pack, we had one car may have gotten some tires off there coming through turn 5, and our overall leader now hooks the right rear coming out of turn 7 up the hill. That's Jeremy Butts. But he's able to continue. I'm not sure if that's going to help him hold on to that lead, but that's going to bring Douglas Ahn and John Hotz even closer.
I doubt it'll help him. It'll certainly hurt him as they come through the light bulb here, Brian. All 1, 2, 3.
May throw up the dust cloud there so Douglas Ahn can't see, so it may help him. You never know with these days.
Yeah, exactly.
Here they come through the start-finish line now. John Hotz going to look inside, try to break a little bit of that draft. Ahn and Butts trying to run away from that third place of John Hotz. John Hotz could be the sitting duck right there of not having a partner because Polino is just a little bit further back.
And another driver going off into the dirt. Didn't seem to affect all that much. And was that...
that may be the
Stu
188
Libby?
of Stu Libby that have gone off, but able to continue there. But again, you kick up that dust, you can't see. If you're a car behind it, you can't see. You don't know if he's going to go left, right. Is he going to hook it right there? Is he going to continue? And we've got the same challenge that they do down in turn 7 as well. whether or not you don't know whether or not they're going to keep going, whether or not it's going to hook or not. But Jeremy Butts opening up by about a car length and a half, and now Douglas Hahn gets a right rear on that dirt. And I don't know if that dirt is actually on the racetrack, Greg, or they're really expressing the limits of not only the car but the racetrack. They're paying for everything they can. I think
maybe a little more.
Yeah, because everybody seems to be hitting the same spot. So every car that goes through there is kicking up some dust.
And interestingly enough is and we had a couple drivers do track walks here last night, and this morning, I was using a golf cart at about 10 miles an hour, but you'll notice that there are a lot of divots on the inside, basically leading into some of these curbs and over the back of the curbs as well, where the drivers have extended the track limits just a little bit. The challenge that you're going to get into is because there are actually depressions there, that there's a possibility that the car could get upset because it's actually dropping down a little bit further than the track surface itself.
Yep, nope, absolutely. As we look at our cameras here, our front three heading up over the hill out of turn 5, down around the corner, going to head up underneath that bridge. And, our fourth place car there of Thomas Polino gets really sideways down over the hill, almost complete 90 degrees. Jared Odrick's going to be able to capture that, I do believe, because that's going to break a lot of that momentum from Thomas Polino. And, yes, there it is. If you look on our turn 7 camera, Jared Odrick now, he's going to get a little bit of dirt and gravel, but Jared Odrick looks like he's going to take over that fourth position.
Fourth position, yeah. Great run for him.
Yeah, now we'll see whether or not Jared can run down those top 3.
And the one thing that we've seen from Jared, and I think we mentioned it during qualifying this morning as well, from what we saw during the Mazda Challenge, he is nothing if not aggressive. Okay, and and again, for those of you that haven't joined in before, former first round draft choice of the
Miami
Dolphins, and then went to play for the Jaguars as well. I mean, the man knows aggression. All right, as our leaders come out of turn number 1 and head down the hill, and we've got 2 very nice packs here, Brian, that for our top 3 drivers, and then right back behind just a little bit, it's now, as you mentioned, Jared Odrick in 4th, Tom Paolino and Ted Cahall, and Cahal's got Robert Cahall and Mike LaMena trailing right behind him as well. So a real tight battle here. We can see him now starting to rock down the hill.
Yeah, starting to rock down the hill there. Our front 3 opens up over Jared Odrick, and then we, as you just talked about, with Ted Cahall, Robert Cahall, and then Michael LaMena, they're about another, I'd say probably 2.5 seconds back, as they should be coming up underneath the bridge and headed up through turn 6 and turn 7 right now. There they go. They're going to be coming up. Our overall leaders should be coming through the light bulb right now. There you can see it on your camera as they come through. Again, I think the person just sitting here waiting for a mistake is John Hotz. He is waiting for Douglas Hahn and or Jeremy Butts to figure out where can he get them to make a mistake and then go ahead and pounce on that move. And now it looks like Butts and Now Hotz is going to go with On as they go up into turn 1. Put our leader Jeremy Butts back in the 3rd.
That's right. So they both went, John Hotz and On stayed to driver's left. They pushed Butts to the inside, where we know you can't carry as much speed up the hill, and that drops the 69 car back into 3rd. And more importantly, it's given actually a couple car lengths of clearance to Doug On as well as John Hotz.
Yeah, take a look here at our cameras as they come over the hill out of turn 5. Headed down into turn 6, and we'll see how far Douglas Hahn's going to sit there and hold on to John Hotz. There goes Jeremy Butts right there, Greg.
All right, real quick, Brian, because I think we're a little late to do it. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. And let's find out why that's not playing. Hold on 1 second.
While you're waiting for that, we actually have a brand new leader,
okay,
and that's John Hotz. So John Hotz is going to get past Douglas Hahn coming out of turn 6 and under the bridge to turn 7. John Hotz now is your leader coming out of the light bulb. Douglas Hahn is 2nd, and then Jeremy Butts is 3rd.
All right, whoops. I think I know why we didn't hear anything. All right, let's come back over here. Let's do that. And now let's play the chimes. There we go. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5, Big Bore, American Sedan, GT classes, ITE and ITR, Spec Corvette, SM5, STO, ST, and T1, T2, T3, as well as USTCC. Race group number 5 drivers, please start heading to the grid we're already halfway through this one.
Tell you what, Greg, I'm going to drop back a little bit. Good battle on the racetrack here from 12th through 15th between the 18 of Peter Seabrook, Kurt Laumeister, Stephen Ferracci, and the 54 of Michael Cohen. Nose to tail as they went past the start-finish line and up through the up into turn one. Again, those guys, look for them to start making moves and getting some jostling around to try to figure out who's going to end up getting that 12th position. Again, now if you look at your screens and you see a little bit of smoke, it doesn't really get your eye attention because it seems like every car does that as they come through.
Yeah, they're all using every last bit. You know, it kind of reminds me, Brian. It's interesting at Virginia International Raceway, of course, when they repaved the track back in 2017. What they ended up doing as John Hotz crosses the stripe to complete lap number 7, and he's got now almost a 10-car length advantage over on and Butts. But when they repaved the track at VIR back in 2017, what they ended up doing was actually extending the curbing out to where drivers normally would race to for the previous 17 years, what had become dirt patches. But the problem is that as soon as they did that, all the drivers extended it out past that as well. So definitely a challenge there for the race designer, for the track designers. I suspect that if they did that here at New Jersey Motorsports Park, it would be exactly the same as well. So we've got a car, Brian. I don't think it's dust and dirt. It looks like it's smoke coming off the back.
Well, no, that was grass. So that came all the way out into the grass, almost to the camera angle there, as we did. I don't know if they were groundhog hunting or not, but they definitely came out wide there. So you definitely come off that hill, throws that car to the left side of the racetrack. If you don't, we may want to go talk to the racetrack here. Hey, can you water down turn 7 at the on exit? So can you water down turn 1? Can you water down turn 5 there out of exit?
Seriously. All right, our leader now, John Hotz, coming across the stripe. He now completes lap number 8, so we are halfway through this 15-lap or 35-minute race. And Doug On and Jeremy Butts about 15 car lengths back from there. Things starting to stretch out a little bit behind them as well, as Jared Odrick now almost 4 full seconds off of our lead trio. Yeah. He has started to move away a little bit from that number 78 of Ted Cahall.
Yeah, I tell you what, John Hotz has opened up, like you said, 2.5 seconds, and then Douglas On and Jeremy Butts. I think that they're going to start battling, which is going to let John Hotz go. He was faster the last 2 laps by, so he is starting to pull away. Odrick, Cahall, and then LaMena. Odrick's going. I think the car that went off there in turn 5 last time by, I do believe was the 34 of Thomas Polino that we talked about that went off in turn 5 down through the grass, because he's dropped all the way back to 8th, and he was at one point all the way up to the fourth position.
Yeah. And Polino's he's had a rough day so far. He's had, he ended up trailing behind on in SSM. For a podium position. We saw him go off a little bit later in STL, and now with the challenges here in this group as well. Of course, he's also had a lot of seat time today.
Yeah. Well, I think all that happened during STL because he doesn't run SSM. So I think all that was from STL today. But yeah, I mean, it's again still having quite a bit. Here comes LaMena, Cahall. They're starting to reel in a little bit of this Jared Odrick machine there, sitting right there in 4th position. So Ted Cahall, Michael LaMena trying to run down and capture that 4th place battle.
Yeah, that last time by, Odrick almost half a second off of Cahill's and LaMena's pace. So starting to fall back into the clutches of the 5th and 6th place cars.
Yeah, I got a couple good battles right here. Looks like something may have happened out there through the turn now, as last time by, Shauna LaMena had worked herself all the way up into 18th position. She had passed the 39 of David Trinder and Joe Stadelman, but now they've gone back by, along with the 32 of Michael Adepoff. They're back by her, so something must have happened coming up into lap traffic against that Terry Fisher. We talked about him earlier today in that 111. Greg?
All right, real quick, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 5. Big bore American sedan GT cars, spec Corvette, ITE and ITR, SM5 and SPO, STO, T1, T2, T3, GTSC, and USTCC entrants. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5, big bore drivers, please head to the grid.
Tell you what, Greg, our front 3 leaders there, John Hotz, Jeremy Butts, and Douglas Hahn, they have broken apart each other. They're about a second and a half difference between each of the car. The battle of the racetrack that I'm going to watch right now is between 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's Jared Odrick, Ted Cahall, Michael Lamena. I talked about it last time, and we got one car going off there. I can't see who that was, but they were able to continue and keep going. We got another car that may have gone off in turn 5.
We had Paulino go off over by turn 5, and he had continued. So that brings him back as well. And, you can see there just coming and rejoining on the left hand. And he's got some problems with that car. Obviously took a lot of damage in the rear as the bumper cap is off, and he's trying to get that car back underway. I don't know if the spin there was just simply a little aggressive throttle in the grass, but that was likely it as he's trying to get back underway. And again, I think that is the 34 car of Paulino.
Yeah, well, we'll take a listen to that on the radio, see if that definitely is him. But that was definitely not something that you want to see. And now that bumper cover is coming off, so he's going to have to come down pit lane. John Hotz goes through. As I talked about, our front 3 leaders have opened themselves up quite a bit. That battle, Ted Cahall, Jared Odrick, and Michael Lamena, they're nose to tail coming through here. And now throw in the 195, John Jenkins. That's the battle for 4th, Greg. That's a lot of pressure on Jared Odrick in that 127 machine.
It is, and he gets a good jump out of the entry from turn 1. Opens up about a half a car length as they run up the hill. Now, a half a car length in Spec Miata, it don't mean a whole heck of a lot, Brian. So we're going to hopefully see them come through turn 5. We're having our problems with that camera at turn 5 once again, but hopefully we'll see them coming down the hill here momentarily. If not, we'll pick them up over at turn 7.
Yeah. I think the best thing to do is pick them up. I mean, there they go through turn 5, a little bit of delay there, so they should be through turn 7 right about now, getting ready to come up into your camera shot. If not, here comes Paulino. Yeah, that whole bumper cover is completely taked off. Crew will look at it and probably let him know to go all the way back into the paddock. Here comes that 4-car battle there. They're going to be coming through the light bulb right now. Here comes Jeremy Butts in the 2nd position, Douglas Hahn. Here comes that battle, Greg. There they are. And that is a lot of pressure. Lamena going to go to the high side through the light bulb, trying to get a run on Ted Cahall. Not sure if he's going to be able to get that run as they come out of the light bulb, head down to the front stretch. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to.
He was able to
side
pull
by side.
Yeah, be able to pull side by side with Cahall. So Lamena to left, Cahall to right, and Odrick heavy on the brakes going into turn 1. And I don't think Lamena was expecting that at all.
Yeah, I don't think you're right.
And you can see there on the exit, Lamena now under attack by John Jenkins. Jenkins got a great run. Jenkins was about 2 car lengths back from that trio going into turn number 1. And when Lamena checked up, Jenkins immediately altered his line to come down the inside and try to follow Ted Cahall through. And I think he's now our new 6th place runner.
Yeah, we'll have to see there as they come back through. I think Odrick's still going to be in that 4th position. Then Cahall. Then I think you're going to see Jenkins and then Lamena. Lamena's going to drop all the way back to 7th here as we wait for them to come up out of turn 7. There they go, and I think you're right, Greg. I think that Lamena's going to drop all the way back to 7th. But again, last time by, got a great run on the high side, but you're right. Odrick got harder on the brakes heading into turn 1, and Lamena wasn't ready for that.
No, he wasn't.
And so basically he had to get hard on the brakes, and that just upset the car up through there. But here they come now. Here's that 5-car battle. That's 4th through 7th right now. Wait for them to come down. Here they come, and now it looks like Cahall is going to get a run side by side. Odrick's going to push him over to driver's right and then get back in line. Cahall's not going to be able to get the preferred line through there, but they're still going to go side by side, Greg, down with Cahall, and everybody else is going to follow Cahall. We may have a 3-wide battle going into turn 3.
And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Odrick never gets a good run through turn 1, and it was a great move by Cahall to go down the inside and trust that was going to happen, as we've got a car going wide out of turn 1 right now. But the next time John Hotz comes by, he will take the 1-to-go signal from our folks on the starter stand here, as we've got less than 1.5 laps remaining.
Got another car coming down through turn 5. You're going to be hard to see that, but I was able to pick that up. It's going to be out of your screen now. That was to driver's right out of 5. We'll see what that's all about. But here they go now. It looks like Odrick's going to go wide and turn 7. going up through there, and it looks like Ted Cahill may have got the run.
By. And that's a place that Odrick had lots of problems last night in that Mazda Challenge. John Hotz crosses the start-finish line, the number 63 machine, now working his last lap here at the Lightning Circuit in Spec Miata. It is just now that Douglas Ahn, who's running second, crosses the stripe to start his final lap.
And I do not see Jeremy Butts. Jeremy Butts has fallen back. Then the 192 there, that is another lap car back there, Clay Monroe. He was driver's left off coming through there. I do not see Jeremy Butts has come through here yet.
So that's going to move Jared Odrick right now up into third. And so that battle, Brian,
it's down for the last podium spot.
Last podium spot as they just went through turn one. They are now, wow, and that car went for a wild ride outside of turn one. But our battle for third should be coming up into turn 5 momentarily here. And here they come, rolling down the hill. And just at a perfect time for our camera to go and...
Well, we'll pick him up coming in there. There's Douglas Ahn heading up out of turn 7 now. So the next car should be either Ted Cahill, or...
And it is...
a little bit of everybody.
Yes.
So you got LaMena. Now you got LaMena and you got Odrick.
Side by side as they rise up over the hill at turn number 8. We're going to see him coming into the light bulb here in just a moment with everybody filtering right behind as everybody in there coming across the line. We see John Hotz off pace coming across the line. He is your winner. And our second place finisher now just crossed the stripe. That is Douglas Ahn. He'll come home in second.
Here comes the battle. Here it is. LaMena's got third right now.
It's LaMena. It's Odrick. Odrick pops to the inside.
It's going to be LaMena.
LaMena holds off Jared Odrick at the finish line to come home in third. Odrick fourth. Ted Cahill about a half a car length back in fifth. Jeremy Butts in the 69 machine started off on the pole. Finishes in 6th position. John Jenkins will finish in 7th. Robert Cahill finishes 8th. Kip Gaynor 9th. And Bill Gartner will round out the top 10.
Tell you what, Greg, our little groundhog buddy, I guarantee he probably went back underneath those tire barriers and told his wife, we are moving. These guys just are going to destroy our home over here if they continue to keep going off. We're moving over to a different turn.
Oh, my gosh. All right, so let's go very quickly here. Yeah. He had a great view of some of that stuff, I'll tell you. All right, so let's take a look here once again. John Hotz, your winner, margin of victory, and he completely let out of the throttle on the back straight. It would have been more. Margin of victory, 9.8 seconds over Douglas Ahn. LaMena in a great move on the very last lap, gets around Jared Odrick to finish in third. Then Odrick, Cahill, Jeremy Butts, Mike Jenkins, Ted Cahill, Kip Gaynor, and then Bill Gartner rounding out your top 10. All right, so Brian, as we get ready for our next race, that is Big Bore. Let's make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, Big Bore. That's American Sedan, GT classes, USTCC, Touring 1, 2, and 3, Spec Corvette. Well, if you got like a V8 or something close, come on down. You are next. Race group number 5. Please start heading to the grid. We're going to be rolling off here in just a couple of minutes. Please head to the grid now. All right, so Brian, let's take that quick break. We'll be right back here in just a few moments. You are listening to the 2023 Lightning Challenge here at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit, presented by the New South Jersey region of the SCCA. And our sponsor this weekend, Ciocca Corvette.
What's it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna LaMena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
And welcome back to the Lightning course here at New Jersey Motorsports Park at the 2023 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, I think, no, it is not Bert Struvel's E-Production Mazda RX-7. It is a lot of big ground pounders heading out on track. We had 27 cars in this big bore group, American sedan, GT classes, Super Touring classes as well, or actually Super Touring was a little bit earlier today, but we've got Spec Corvette racing here, SPO and STO as well. Let's run down the top 15. Starting 15th, driving the number 42 ITE Nissan 300ZX is Joseph Hall. Starting 14th, driving the GT1 Chevy Camaro from Philadelphia, it's James Benson. Starting 13th, driving the number 170 American Sedan Ford Mustang from Manchester, Pennsylvania, Jared Licklider. And I want to take this time real quickly, Brian, to wish Amanda Phelps, that's Jared's girlfriend,
Yes.
a happy birthday this weekend. She is, I think, spending some time over with the great folks from RP Performance with Sissy Connolly, Brett DePedro, and definitely want to wish her a happy birthday. Starting 12th, driving the number 89 American Sedan, the Blue Knob Auto Ford Mustang, Dylan Licklider. Starting 11th, driving the number 13 USTCC Porsche Cayman, it's Coyote Black. Dominic Rizzo is going to start 10th in the 26 Spec Corvette with John Gatzmeyer in the number 92 Spec Corvette out of Somerset, New Jersey, starting 9th. Starting 8th, Robert Benson is going to start 8th in the number 76 Chevy Monza. That's an SPO car with Gary Hutchinson, scheduled to start 7th in the GTX Radical. Then we've got starting 6th, Jeffrey Pascal. He starts in the number 63 Spec Corvette with Frank Sanchez in the number 6 GTX Lola. He starts 5th. Starting 4th, Alan Phillips in his T2 Ford Mustang. He's out of Glassboro, New Jersey. And then was it the Malvern Missile? David Sanders starting 3rd, starting on the as your pole sitter in Spec Corvette, 3rd overall. Starting 2nd, driving the number 62 GTX Porsche GT4 Club Sport, it's John Weitzman and Jared Odrick, just out of the Spec Miata. He's your pole sitter in his Porsche Cup car as he takes the green flag and jumps out to an early start from the front row. As it looks like Frank Sanchez having some issues there with that Lola, dropping off the pace very quickly there from 5th.
I'll tell you what, Robert Benson and that SPO, that Chevrolet, that Monza, Greg, that thing took off like
It's
a dime.
beast.
It was like he had everything wound. He had all the feet in there, pedaling as fast as he can, and got that thing going. That engine took off. He jumped probably 2 or 3 cars there right off the start up into turn 1, and did it in the middle, I will say.
And you'll know this car, and he just now comes out of turn 5, that big giant wing with the big white stanchions on it. You can see it coming and going because it's got one heck of a power bulge on the hood as well,
Yeah.
Brian. That thing is a total beast. And the last Chevy Monza I ever raced was an ITA Monza, and it just doesn't compare.
We got one car over, driver's left, coming out of turn 7.
And that looks like one of our Porsches that went around.
Well,
Brian.
no, it's not one of the Porsches. They were able to continue. I think that may be your that may be our Robert Benson machine because it looks like it had a really big wing on it.
Oh, the Monza, maybe?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Here comes Odrick. Here comes Wiseman Sanders. Like I said, we'll have to take a look. Here comes Sanchez now. So I have a feeling that was Robert Benson. So
Yeah, you're right. He is
above
not
all
there
these.
in that lead group.
yeah,
So, like I said, you can see him going as Sanchez runs a little wide in that Lola into the dirt. And I'd be worried with Frank Sanchez getting that Lola high-sided on the curbing if he went over a little bit too far over there.
yeah. I think that he'll. He's a continent. He's a professional. He'll take care of it. Here comes Melvin Miller. He got that machine fixed, along with the number 50 there of Joseph Agala. There goes Robert Benson right now up into turn 1, and he just goes straight off.
Straight
right?
off.
Never even turned. He's got a problem with that machine.
Yeah, he certainly does as he gets that car back underway. And, Brian, he had come completely out of the throttle, as you would expect with a car of that
Sure.
kind of power, came totally out of the throttle at about the start-finish line. Sounded like he was coasting up the hill,
Yeah.
and it just went straight off. So we'll see here as he does manage to rejoin.
Greg, I'm looking out the start-finish line. Is that I don't see anything out there. Maybe a kind of a little stream of oil or something. Maybe because he just went straight off. He didn't even turn. So if something was coming out and got underneath that rear tires there in the center of the track, that could become a problem. But I don't see anything, and it doesn't look like anybody else is having that problem.
No, and I'm wondering if perhaps he's dropping something. And I'm trying to listen to the race control here, Brian, because
That's kind of what I'm thinking. He's dropping something. It got
Yeah.
to his rear tires, and because he went straight off, never even turned
yeah.
going into turn 1. Some of these guys I see, trying to make a pass, going into turn 1, not able to get it finished down the straightaway, and they're sitting in that. Well, here he comes right now. So let's see what happens this time as he goes through. And it could be that he just didn't have his brakes pumped up and didn't have enough heat in the brakes to go through there, but very gingerly through turn 1. As we wait here, our overall leaders now coming out of, here comes Jared Odrick now in that Porsche. Again, he was just battling for that last podium spot there in that last race before, Greg.
All right, so here there are a couple things that our safety workers, our corner workers, are looking for right now. One is the number 50 machine, who appears to be somewhat off pace and off power right now. That's Joseph Folia in the GT1 Chevy Corvette, and we've seen where that car has had. We've seen that car, for example, at Summit Point Raceway, where it's had some mechanical issues. The other car that they are looking at is, surprise, surprise, it's the 76 Chevy Monza, but not so much for it going off track. What they were concerned about, and this was something that we saw as it came over the hill at turn 1 and went off track, was the size of the fireball coming out of the exhaust. Not just your typical little flames coming out of that big, giant, probably 4-inch exhaust pipe, right, but it consumed a good portion of the door. And a matter of fact, you can see where that white door is very much blackened right now, Brian. And they think one of the theory that they thought of over at turn 1, when I said it sounded like he was off the throttle, it sounded like the car had died, Brian, and he was actually trying to get it restarted
and
at
it
the
very
time
well
he went
could,
off.
Yeah, and it very well could have been. And so what ends up happening that is if it does die and you're trying to start it as it's rolling and as it's going, what ends up happening is that raw fuel builds up, spills out in through the exhaust and comes out through there, so that when you do fire it back up, boom, it gives that complete burst, and that does it. It looks like Melvin Miller's back in on pit road, so it looks like his day may be done. I know he had that problem early on, so again, makes that right-hand turn.
Exactly. He had problems in qualifying, never turned a lap in qualifying. All right, let's make a call to the grid, Brian, for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, our bracket racers. Please start heading to the grid. Bracket racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, Benson again, and it just looks like there is so much raw fuel that's just backing back up in through there that's what's causing that. That flame. That is really nothing to be concerned about. That will burn off. It's not something like it's going to catch fire. The only thing I'd be concerned about, again, is if it did die again and he goes and gets it started back on quickly, that it ends up going to the right rear tire there.
All right, and Brian, it sounds like Gary Hutchinson, driver of the number 3 GTX Radical, he is off side of the track over by turn 3. It sounds like he's a keeper. We're trying to find out if they need him moved immediately. That could likely bring out a local caution, but it sounds like he's going to be okay where he is. So let's take a look here. An American sedan, Brian, and this has been a great race going on. Had been a great race going between Dylan Licklider and Jared Licklider. I think Jared might have had an issue on the last lap. They had been within about I'd say 2 car lengths of one another since the start of the race, and now we've got Jared. He's almost 5 seconds in arrears of Dylan. Both of those drivers in Ford Mustangs. Dan Licklider, currently our third place American sedan racer. In the battle between, this is one we ought to pick up, I think, is the battle in ITE. We've got Joseph Hall in that silver and black Nissan 300ZX, and Chuck Burns, who's in the Burns Racing Chevy Corvette, one of the Z51 Corvettes. They have been running in pretty close proximity as well for the majority of the session.
We'll wait for them to come down here through the start-finish line, and then we'll see, because, like you said, 1.4-second gap, that's probably the closest battle on the racetrack within a group.
Yeah, once again in Spec Corvette, and great for us to be able to call races with Spec Corvette again. I was down at Virginia International Raceway just 2 weeks ago where they were, and we saw them at our opening Mars race at Summit Point as well. But David Sanders now already a 17-second advantage over the rest of the Spec Corvette field. And here is that battle now, Brian, going into turn 1 in ITE.
Yeah, the 42, Joseph Hall, he's going up over the top of the hill, and now the 27 in that Corvette of Chuck Burns, he's just now topping the hill. So that gap now is back down to 1.3 seconds as they go, as Jared Odrick now putting some laps on some individual cars back there in the back. as he's running around here in a, what's he doing? He's probably getting kind of around a 112, 108, 112 lap pace. That's definitely going to put some of these cars a lap down.
All right, Brian, and now that we are halfway through this race, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. It's going quickly over here.
Absolutely.
With this group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6. That is our bracket racers. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, please start heading to the grid. Bracket racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
We wait for that ITE battle to come back through here. We'll look for pick up that 42 I think I'll say that was 42 Joseph Hall, and then the 27 there of Chuck Burns. Here they come, and now they're going to go side by side going into turn 1. Hall and Burns still side by side. Give that position now over to Chuck Burns as he makes a great move up and over the hill out of turn 1 and back down the hill. Gained a lot of speed going through there. At the line, it was 1/10 of the gap, but now he's made that pass stick.
Yeah, that was a really nice move as he came up the inside of that beautiful red C4 Corvette, and the Nissan dropping back. Now, a little bit further right back behind them, I believe we also had Andrew Connor in his USTCC BMW, who has been working his way up towards those cars on track, not in a battle for position. Matter of fact, he's starting to stretch things out a little bit over Martin Swark in his Honda Civic.
And I think Burns was able to get a pretty good run there with the with Andrew Connor in that 66 machine. Was able to kind of sneak up on Joseph Hall there. I don't think Hall knew that that was a pass for position there. I think he kind of snuck in behind that BMW.
All right, coming down the inside right now, we got the 13 machine and the 70 machine. The 13, that is Coyote Black. He is your USTCC leader in his Porsche Cayman. Car looking very good after the last time we saw it at some point. And he had a win at some point in the rain. Good to see him running that car and doing well in the dry. And I think the other car we mentioned that was right next to him. Oh my gosh! All of a sudden, I forgot it, and it was the
that was the 170 at Jared
170 at Jared Licklider.
They were
exactly.
battling there on the racetrack.
Yep.
So
I have bad short-term memory, Brian.
Yeah. What? Who are you?
Yeah, exactly. Who am I?
Yeah. No, good side-by-side battle coming down the front stretch there, and then Coyote Black was able to get around Licklider in that machine, for that position on track. So.
All right, and the T2 machine, Alan Phillips in his Alan Phillips running in his Ford Mustang, or as it's listed in our registration system as Mustang number 2. That's like thing 1 and thing 2, I guess, maybe.
Or that's his backup car.
That's more likely. He is now up to 6th position overall. The Glassboro, New Jersey native representing the South Jersey region. Good run for him. He is, though, our only T2 driver out on track as Anthony Valente. Actually, no, there you go. Just got a lap put in by Valente in T2, but he is almost 35 seconds in arrears of Alan Phillips.
As we look with 5 laps left to go here, next time by will be 4 to go. Next time Jared comes by the start-finish line. So, again, he's putting them up, putting them down as well. Running lap times of 1:12. It will go quick. Comes the 63 machine. That's 5th place overall. 2nd in spec Corvette of Jeffrey Pascal.
And that's right. I think that's what we're going to settle on today is Jeffrey Pascal. And Jeff came by earlier today. Actually, he's apparently the originator of the whole Malvern missile thing. But wanted to come by and say hello. We didn't get a chance to catch up with him at Summit Point, and he was racing at Virginia International Raceway as well. So nice to finally put a name with the Aspen, Pennsylvania native.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Greg, one of the things I'm looking at we talked about this earlier on, and I'm watching it with these larger cars. You don't really notice it a lot unless we get to the open wheel cars. But I'm watching some of these cars as they get past the start-finish line. You get to the 400-foot mark and the 300-foot mark, these cars, the rear ends tend to really bounce down. There's
Yeah.
really a big dip right there. And, you know, we talked about earlier on with the
With the
Formula
prototypes. Yeah.
Continental and the prototypes. With the porpoising, I'm noticing a lot more of that with these larger cars hitting that line every time right around that 400-foot mark. And some of these cars are really getting upset going up into turn one.
Yeah.
And so they're really having to back it down so that they're starting to get on the brake a little bit right before the 400. Then they're releasing the brake and then getting back on a little bit more to compensate
settle
for
the
that
car.
big dip right there.
Yeah, exactly. And and we talked about how the more stiffly sprung cars like those like the Radicals, like the Formula Continental that we saw earlier, really did not react very well because of the limited amount of wheel travel. And we saw that the Club Fords were doing quite well. What we're seeing is with some of the GT cars, which are very much in the same position, Brian, where they don't have a lot of wheel travel. They have fairly heavy spring rates. It does seem to be a problem. The American sedans, they just kind of soak it up and go.
Yeah.
With no real issue. And so we're watching the number 50 Corvette, the GT1 machine of Folia, and Folia now moving into the lead in GT1 because James Benson, that 43 car, retired early. Folia's Corvette, which is a C3 Corvette, and I do not think it is one of, it's not a tube frame silhouette car.
Sure.
It looks like it is all unibody. Well, I don't know if you call that a unibody, what that Corvette is. I guess you would.
Yeah.
But it is very softly sprung, and it doesn't seem to be affected by it whatsoever. Even if we look at Anthony Pacelli in his Subaru, and he is currently leading in T3. That Subaru Impreza four-door doesn't seem to be all that affected by it either, and I think that's simply the softer suspension.
Yeah. We talk about our, let's take a look back here at our USTCC and our ST battle. Coyote Black in that Porsche leading over the 66 of that BMW of Andrew Connor. The gap last time by was 1.6. He's put another 0.6 on this, 2.2, but it had shrunk down all the way almost to just right around a second. So Andrew Connor able to close that gap a little bit, but now Coyote Black starting to open that up just a little bit more.
All right, Brian, and as we've got our drivers making their way around the course, next time Jared Odrick crosses the start-finish line, he will get the one-to-go board, and I believe he has already, let's see here, I think he may have already picked it up.
Don't believe so.
No, you're right. He is still working lap 13.
It should be coming any minute.
And he's actually coming out of the light bulb right now, Brian, onto the front straight. And there is that white Porsche GT Cup car. And coming underneath the starter stand, getting the one to go, Jared Odrick. Next car to take it, it is then the number 62 of Jonathan Weissman, as we've got a great little fight going on in Spec Corvette, just a little bit behind our leader right now on this very last lap. And it is, it is Gatzmeyer and Dominic Rizzo, the 92 and the 26, two red Chevy Corvettes coming now. They should be coming out of 5 here in just a moment. That is the battle for the last step on the podium in Spec Corvette.
Yeah, pretty good battle there. I was answering a little message over there from our chat, talking about the 74, the 74 of Pacelli. That car was in Kansas last week. I'm like, was that car racing in Kansas last week?
Yes, it absolutely
was. I think it was.
Anthony brought his car out to give some help to Scott Schmidt, who is the technical manager for Sports Car Club of America, which is based in Topeka. They were at Heartland Park for the majors out there, and they were both running. As the checkered flag is in the air, Jared Odrick is your winner here in GT2 and your overall winner. Crossing the stripe, that battle for third in Spec Corvette. John Gatzmeyer will hold off Dominic Rizzo as their race is now done. And we will check some of these other machines as they come through. But yeah, absolutely. Here, Anthony Pacelli, he is like the international man of mystery. He is everywhere. seemingly all the way across. I'm surprised I didn't see him out in Portland the week before here as more drivers continue to cross the line. And nice little fight here. It's Frank Schwartz, who started off, I think, 5th overall, moves his way up to 4th overall in that number 6 Lola GTX machine out of Felton, Delaware. You'll say a lot of lapped cars now are just now crossing the stripe. Jeff Pascal in the number 63 Spec Corvette. He crosses the stripe. He will finish 2nd in that class, with David Sanders taking the win. And so, Brian, let's go and try to break things down here by class as the remainder of our drivers. And I believe there are only a few machines left. Actually, it looks like our leaders are coming through the light bulb now. So it looks like nothing but clearance for us to screw things up. In ITE, Chuck Burns takes the win over Joseph Hall. Margin of victory, 18 seconds. GT2, Jared Odrick, your overall winner, sole driver in the class. In GT1, Joe Folia takes the win as James Benson retired after 4 laps. In American Sedan, Dylan Licklider takes the win over Jared. Daniel Licklider finishes in 3rd. Melvin Miller only completes 2 laps. In the ST class of United States Touring Car Championship, Coyote Black taking the win over Andrew Connor. And this was actually a little bit closer than I expected, as the 66 BMW, Brian, actually pulled within about 7 car lengths of the Cayman at the line. It had been much further apart earlier on, but Coyote Black takes the win there. In USTCC SP, it is Martin Swark. In SPO, Robert Benson takes the win over Robert Hayshak. Hayshak only completes 4 laps. In Touring 2, Alan Phillips takes the win over Anthony Valente. The International Man of Mystery, Subaru edition, Anthony Pacelli takes the win in T3 over Ray Buchanan. Margin of victory, 2.4 seconds. In Spec Corvette, as we mentioned, Dave Sanders, Jeff Pascal, John Gatzmeyer, your podium finishers. In GTX, Jonathan Weissman takes the win over Frank Sanchez. And in GT3, Tim Proctor, our sole finisher. And, Brian, we're taking a look here because it appears as though Jared Odrick has come down the pit lane. He's pulled right over to the side.
Well, no, so really what happened was he came through to get his checkered flag, and the race director down there, race officials, they missed him. They've been looking for him, and he's sitting right there.
Yeah.
Either that or he really has to go to the bathroom and backed up to the...
Yeah, he's parked right next to... No,
yeah,
he's looking at the flag.
They're waiting for his checkered flag, and he's like, what the heck? Where did we go? And he drove right on by him. So.
All right, so we haven't heard the 5-minute warning here yet, Brian, but I'm going to predict... we're going to say here about a 2:30 start time for our next group. It may be a little bit quicker than that, but let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. Our bracket racers, please not just start heading to the grid, but you should be on the grid now. Your race is next. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. And so, Brian, let's take that quick little break. We've got our bracket group up here next, and but we need more of those John Hall cough drops here. And you are listening to the 2023 Lightning Challenge presented by South Jersey Region and Ciocca Corvette here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. We'll be right back.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just lasts 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
And welcome back to the Lightning Circuit, New Jersey Motorsports Park in the 2023 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, got 2 more races left here today, and this is kind of the special one. We got our bracket racers out on track right now. Why don't we quickly run down the starting order, and then we'll try and fill in about, again, what bracket racing is.
All right, starting in the 6th position in the 186 is Jennifer Romes from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Starting 5th from Silver Spring, Maryland, in the number 74 of Steve Martin. Starting in the 4th position from Columbia, Maryland, the 14 of Kevin Silbert. Starting in the 3rd position from Frederick, Maryland, the number 51 of Eric Prepsius. Starting in the 2nd position and on the front row from Woolwich, New Jersey, the number 25 of Kyle Robertson. And starting on the pole, 113.546 was his time this morning from Washington, D.C. We saw him battling early on in that lead. It is the 30 of Mac Harrison.
Yeah, that's right. It's Harrison, Robertson, Prepsius, Silbert, all driving Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Steve Martin in a Ford Focus, Romes in a Scion. And so, Brian, bracket racing, sprint bracket road racing, again, very much like bracket drag racing. Our drivers get classified into different brackets, each bracket about 2 seconds apart, and they try to stay in the same bracket over the course of a race and not break out of their bracket. And because what they could find is they could be winning in their little slice of life, that 2-second bracket, and next thing they know, they break out and they find themselves 50 car lengths back from the next car that they're competing against. We'll talk a little bit more about it as the race goes on, but the green flag now is in the air, Brian, and making an early jump up to turn 1 is Mac Harrison in that silver number 30 machine. Kyle Robertson, Eric Prepsius, the 25 and the 51, following fairly close behind Silbert, Martin, and Romes. And so Brian.
I was going to say, Romes did not take the green flag, so she did not go out for this race, so she's not out here.
All right, so no Scion FRS. It's 5 cars taking the green, 4 of them Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s. And so as these drivers went out, so to break things down here, for the Lightning Circuit, we have 10 different brackets, A1 through A5, B1 through B5. A1 is for our fastest drivers who run a minute 9.999 or faster. The A2 bracket from 110 to 111.999. Again, another 2 seconds there. A3, 112 to 113.999, and so on. And so as we took a look at how our drivers finished up qualifying this morning, we had 2 drivers in the 113s, in Harrison at a 113.54, Kyle Robertson at a 113.64, that would put them in conceivably into the A3 bracket. But what we do, The qualifying session is more or less a way to put them in order to start the race. We're not affixing them to a bracket to start things off.
Correct.
We're going to figure out what bracket they're in probably after 2 laps or so, and we do that by going to the website called Mars Points, MARRS Points.com. At which point you can find right up at the top of the screen a section for the bracket racing, and then once you click there, there's an option for live, and you can see how those brackets get broken down lap after lap through the course of a race.
Yeah, and that refreshes every 15 seconds, so you may see somebody come by the start-finish line, and their time may not update yet based off that timing there, but it will put them in the bracket that they're in. You know, again, completing 1 lap. Again, Mac Harrison, Kyle Robertson, they're in the same. Eric Prepsius is in third in a B1 bracket. Now they start to gain speed. Now they start to get out here. You'll see some brackets switch around. You'll see drivers move around and switch, but a lot of these guys, and we talked about this morning during qualifying. So if you weren't with us for qualifying for the bracket, this bracket really started back in I believe 2017, end of 2016, 2017. Chuck Edmondson kind of came and we kind of started doing this. And what this is it's a way to gather other individuals from other series. There, as long as you meet the SCCA safety rules, competition in order to get out on the racetrack for this, anybody can come. We've had as many as 30 cars one time out in this bracket at Summit Point last year and the year before. So as I said, started it in kind of end of 16, 17. I think we took 18 and fully of 19 off, just kind of moving some things around, trying to gather really what we needed to do. Had the timing for the bracket racing created. K-Halls, I think it's Ted K-Hall that created all this, put all this stuff together, kind of gets in there, puts them in the right bracket after every lap. And so you're able to see where that is. They do build up points throughout the season if you're running, and then there's trophies at the end of each race for these as they go through, a weekend. But again, it's another way for a driver, and we're seeing this here with Mac Harrison, Robertson, Prepsius, and Silbert. They're using it more than likely as a test session. Yeah, trying to figure out what is the best way that it can help them, in their race for their Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 cars that they have. So again, it's another track time. It's another getting out. And again, as long as your car meets SCCA rules. So again, get on SC. If you're listening to the stream and not really 100% sure, and I know we got some track day stuff coming up here later on, you've got, some of these drivers, as long as it meets with the cage and safety and everything else, you could actually come out and run bracket and get a lot of racing.
The SCCA, admittedly, and I've been an SCCA member now for over 20 years. Brian's been a member for a number of years. The classing structure for road racing is very rigid. We have these different categories and multiple classes within a category, which are based typically on performance potential. But there's not a lot of leeway for drivers that have built up cars for other racing organizations, maybe even for Champ Car or even for Lemons, or even drivers that have built up race cars that run in some of the higher time trials classes, either at the regional level or at the national level as well, whether it be with SCCA or Grid Life or Global Time Attack, you name it. It gives them a way to come on course and wheel-to-wheel race. And the barrier to entry there, I think, is certainly a lot lower because all they have to worry about is, again, meeting those safety requirements.
Yep.
And it's neat for us because although, again, the majority of the cars this weekend here in this group are Spec Racer Fords, usually it gives us such a dynamic mix of different types of vehicles on track with different characteristics to watch how they, not just fight each other, but fight the clock, and also how they interact with each other because they are, in many cases, very different handling cars and have very different performance potential and envelopes. It's a kind of a neat little dynamic to watch. Admittedly, with 5 cars on track right now for 15 laps or so, it's a test day for the majority of them.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so real quick, Brian, as we are now a couple of laps into this very first race and have 10 laps remaining, let's go make a call to the grid for our last race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7, our open wheel and prototype racers. If you can please start heading to the grid, your race is next. Open wheel, prototypes, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so if we take a look now and break things down by bracket, Brian, as our drivers have completed 5 laps, much as they were in qualifying, Mac Harrison and Kyle Robertson find themselves in a similar bracket. They are in currently the bracket known as A4, which is for drivers that have run a minute 14 on the low side to 1:15.999 on the high side, and that's admittedly a little bit off of the pace that they set in qualifying, where they were in the next fastest bracket. Mac Harrison is currently leading in that class. And then we see 2 Spec Racer Fords coming up into turn 1 right now. This is Eric Prepsius in that light blue number 51 machine, and then Kevin Silbert in the trailing number 14 machine. And or pardon me, that is not Eric
Kyle Robertson.
That's Kyle Robertson, pardon me, along with Prepsius. Kevin Silbert just now crossed the stripe. So Prepsius currently now, based on the lap time that he just ran, moves himself into the A5 bracket for 1:16 to 1:18. And Kyle Robertson now finds himself still in that A4 bracket, but that is because he just had an issue, went off track because he still got that fast time. And so where Robertson was battling with Mac Harrison for the win in A4 because they're both in that similar time range, he now finds himself somewhere along the lines. Let me see here. Robertson now finds himself almost 12 seconds back from the person he's competing with. That is Mac Harrison. Eric Prepsius directly ahead of him, not his competitor at the moment.
Yeah, no, absolutely, right? I mean, totally different bracket. And again, this is where, you probably got Robertson, Prepsius is out in front of him now, right? They'll go back, they'll talk about it. It could be that they worked out a deal, says, hey, let me get in front of you, you watch what I'm doing, maybe you can help me out a little bit and, make me a better racer. Guys are going to do it. This is the perfect opportunity to do this, right? I mean, you can go out and work with somebody, and in some cases, Greg, we've seen where the main car, which, we'll use Mac Harrison as an example. He goes out and runs in the SRF3 because that's what he's competing for a championship. Somebody else may get in there and run that car for bracket, and they may test something, or it gets somebody else to get seat time. I know that I've seen in years past where, you get somebody that says, hey, I want to go ahead and put this person in my car for bracket so that when I go out for my race, if I have a challenge or I have a problem or I'm feeling something, this is a perfect opportunity to come out, run some laps, gain some data, gain some knowledge, and go back and make that transition so that when you're running for a championship, next thing you know, you've got a better opportunity because now you're going to make your car better.
Exactly. All right, and so we see still nose to tail coming across the start-finish line. And Brian, we're here in one of the 2 cars. I'm not sure if it's Prepsius or whether it's Robertson. It sounds like the under tray, that aluminum under tray at the front of the car, is just smacking off the pavement as it goes over those undulations coming into turn number 1. And only one of those cars on track is doing it. Unfortunately, Prepsius and Robertson too close together. I'm going to suspect, given what happened to Robertson a couple laps ago, where he did go and had a little bit of an adventure, that it is probably the number 25 car, the trailing car in that duo.
Yeah, probably something a little bit loose, and we'll have to see. And it's right after the 400-foot mark. I mean, and it's right in the line that they hit that. And you can see where kind of the pavement kind of comes, or the asphalt kind of comes there together where that dip is. And that's just due for overtime, right? I mean, that's, you get rain up here, you get snow, and so all of a sudden that sits on the asphalt.
A great example, the Circuit of the Americas at where they hold the United States Formula One Grand Prix, which is that track has been open less than now. I think it's in its 10th season,
Right.
and it was flat as a billboard when it opened up. But because of all of the rain and the odd weather that they get in Austin, that track became in very short time, just a couple of years, very, very wavy, to the point where last year they had to rip up a good portion of the asphalt and
Yeah.
lay down new pavement in order to flatten it out.
Yeah. I tell you what, you and I were out here last night setting up the cameras, and it was the first time I had been on this track. I have not raced here. I have not been out on this racetrack, and to go out and see it, it is very great. What it reminds me is of the South Carolina, the way they do their asphalt with the grit, and it's a lot of sand involved in that asphalt.
Like Kershaw,
Absolutely.
Carolina Motorsports Park, which they repaved 2 years ago.
Right.
But that track was known as a tire killer, much like actually Roebling Road down in Georgia as well. And at Carolina Motorsports Park, it was close to 20 years between the initial paving of that track and when it finally got repaved 2 years ago. And it was, again, very much like this, very gritty, and just would absolutely go and wipe out the pavement. So
yeah, we'll have to. Yeah, but I mean, it reminds me of kind of the asphalt down in South Carolina. There's a lot of sand involved into it, and it's a lot of gritty. Myrtle Beach Speedway that used to be around comes to mind. For those of you listening, in the ovals, that was a disastrous speedway. As we're running down on time, Greg, so you want to make another call?
Yeah, let's make another call here as we've got 5 laps remaining in this bracket race. And so race group number 7, our open wheel and prototype drivers, if you could please start coming up to the grid, your race is next. Open wheel drivers, prototype drivers, race group number 7, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is tonight I'm going to, I'll ask some of these questions. Everybody knows I'm not afraid to walk around the paddock and start asking questions about a race car and about how their driving styles and everything else, especially with these lighter cars. What does it do for the tires here, right? There's a lot of knowledgeable people out there. What does this do? Is it a cheese grater? Is it okay? Do they last through the entire session for 20 minutes or 15 laps or 40 minutes? As we saw last night in the Mazda Invitational. So it's kind of interesting to see what what this track does. I know when you go to other racetracks that we go to and that we travel around to and that I know that I've raced on, tire wear is really non-existent, right? I mean, they don't go away as fast, or they go away after one. I did notice that in our SM class earlier today, a lot of sticker tires going out here early on, especially in qualifying. So you've got that on there, and then you're running them again for the race. So how much of that is that tire degradation going away, and how quickly does it go away?
Right, exactly. All right, so if we take a look here, it is Harrison and Robertson still in that A4 bracket for drivers that have run between a minute 14 and 1:15.999. Mac Harrison with a considerable advantage on track, now at about 18 seconds over Kyle Robertson in the bracket A5. That's for drivers that are from a minute 16 to a minute 17.999. Eric Prepsius and Kevin Silbert. Prepsius in that light blue, the baby blue number 51 machine. Kevin Silbert in the dark blue number 14. And they are, well, we've just had Prepsius cross the stripe here. There is, we're going to have to wait for Silbert to cross the line. He's just now coming underneath the start-finish stand. And the margin right now about 18 seconds between Prepsius and Silbert. And then Steve Martin, our sole racer in the B3 bracket. That's where drivers running a minute 22 to 123.999. Fastest time for him so far this session, 123.266. So he's pretty well safe in that particular bracket.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, Jennifer Rome's in that 186 from Fredericksburg, not making the start here. Did go out, qualify this morning, but didn't. I know that she ran in Group 2, I believe. Ran that in a T4 class. earlier on in our small bore group. So, again, deciding to take it off here. Be interesting to see whether or not she comes back tomorrow, because at that point she would basically be running 44 laps.
Yeah, that quite a lot. All right, so also very quickly here, as our leader Mac Harrison is going to get the one to go the next time he crosses the start-finish line. But Harrison, I was just looking at this. He's got a fast time of 1:14.078. He is within 78 thousandths of a second of cracking into the next bracket. Technically, if he does do that, if he breaks into bracket A3, that is going to give Kyle Robertson, who's tens of seconds back, give him the win in bracket A4. That's how this kind of sometimes
That's how this goes.
Yeah, sometimes it works for the good, sometimes it works for the bad. And frankly, it doesn't really matter for Mac Harrison, because he's going to take the win either way, unless something happens here. As I think Harrison now is coming down the front straight. And so he's getting that one to go sign and is now working the last lap here in the bracket race from the Lightning Circuit at New Jersey Motorsports Park. And also in bracket A5, Eric Prepsius has a fast lap of a 1:16.1. Now he's backed off that pace quite a bit. And the last time by he was at a 1:17 flat.
Well, you look here at the times too. Kyle Robertson now, that last time by went 1:17 flat as well. Prepsius goes 1:16.7, so gained 3/10. So again, these guys are doing some testing. They're doing some type of stuff. So could be that Robertson's slowing down just in order to allow him to catch back up and they really want a lap. But yeah, running one lap to go here and waiting for Mac Harrison to take that checkered flag, as I believe he's now coming through the light bulb, coming out of 9 and turn 10. He'll be coming up on the front stretch here to take that checkered flag momentarily.
All right, coming out of the light bulb now is Mac Harrison. And the checker flag is out. Mac Harrison is your first driver across the line. And with a lap time, he does not improve on that 1:14.078. So he's going to stay in bracket Alpha 4, bracket A4 for our drivers, a 1:14 flat to 1:15.999. Next driver to cross the stripe is the 25 machine to Kyle Robertson on that last lap. He turns in a 1:16.7. So that is also going to keep him in bracket A4. He's going to finish second to Kyle Robertson. Eric Prepsius in the number 51 machine finishes up. His last lap was a 1:16.464, so he doesn't improve on the 1:16.133. So he gets to stay in bracket A5, and he is going to take the win over Kevin Silbert, who just crosses the line and takes his final lap here in this bracket race. Then finally, Steve Martin in that Silver Ford Focus. He crosses the line. And as he crosses, he turns in a 1:25 flat, which is a little bit off of his best time of a 1:23 flat, almost 2 seconds,
Sure.
As a matter of fact. And he is your sole finisher in bracket B3. All right, so Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our last race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 7, our open wheel and prototype racers. Please come to the grid now. Your race is next and scheduled to roll off in a few moments. Race group number 7, open wheel drivers and prototype drivers, please come to the grid. Your race is next. And so, Brian, I just heard a whistle. I'm thinking that whistle is probably for the 5-minute warning. Let's do this. We're going to say that we're going to be coming back at somewhere around 2:58 p.m., give or take just a few moments. But let's do this. Let's thank our partners and sponsors that are bringing you this weekend's races here at the Lightning Circuit, like... Let's see, I think we did Glasstown last time, or did we do Ciocca last time? Let's do Ciocca Corvette, our title sponsor for this weekend's racing.
What's it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
And we're back here at the Lightning Circuit. Well, you know, it wasn't even 5 or 6 minutes, Brian. We came right up on 2:56. We were close. All right, we've got our last group of the day heading out on course. These are our open wheel and prototype drivers. Brian, I think we had 8 drivers qualifying. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting in 8th position in the lone Formula V from Hatfield, Pennsylvania, the 67 of Daniel Wolf. Starting in 7th in P2 from Laurel, Maryland, in the 31 of David Gomberg. Starting in 6th position, our Formula Continental from Bath, Pennsylvania, then the 33 of John Miro. Starting in 5th in the ASR from Babylon, New York, the number 3 of Gary Hutchinson. Starting in 4th in Club Ford, the number 98 from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, of Samuel Iyer. Starting in 3rd and on the pole in P2 from Oak Ridge, New Jersey, the number 14 of Christopher Mosley. Starting in 2nd in Club Ford, the number 5 from Garnett Valley, Pennsylvania, Amber Stevenson. And starting on the pole in Club Ford from Franklinville, New Jersey, the 04 of Jacob King.
You know, it's interesting. As we talked about Jared Odrick moving between that Porsche 911 Cup car in GT2 and the Spec Miata, and how different they are. And we have drivers that run SM and SSM, and there's some bit of a difference. I'm looking at the difference between that Amber Stevenson has between this Club Ford that she's racing and the H Production Toyota Yaris that we saw her in earlier today. And that is, you can't have 2 more diametrically opposed club race machines here.
Agree.
All right, Corvette on the pit lane. Green flag is in the air and jumping out, as you might expect, coming out of, I think the 4th row. the number 3 of Gary Hutchinson in that Radical, and I was right. It was a Radical SR8, one of the big boys there, representing accurate air technologies. And boy, it was sucking in a lot of air in that air intake. Just walked right by the aforementioned Club Fords of Jake King and Amber Stevenson, as well as the Prototype 2 Crossley the Prototype 2 Radical SR3 of Chris Mosley.
Well, that radical was short-lived because that radical has just gone off in between turn 4 and turn 5. I did see the top of it kind of spin around in the dirt out there, a driver's left.
Oh no!
Right before the top of the hill, unless I missed him going down, but I don't believe I did because there goes Jacob King, there goes Amber Stevenson after that. So we'll have to see where it is. But yeah, you talk about a missile. That thing shot off like a missile. But yeah, here comes Jacob King coming out of the light bulb out of turns 9 and 10, headed down the front stretch right now. Amber Stevenson behind. But yeah, that did not last long. And I know that there's been some questions about what group that should be in, whether it's CTX or that's ASR.
And I think they decided that it actually does belong in the GTX class. But they didn't want to see about shifting the driver around, from group to group and making the weekend more difficult, for him here. Obviously we want to have all of our racers to have fun. We don't want to put any additional pressure on them or anything like that. No harm in having him run here as an A Sports racer here this weekend as Jake King opens up a tremendous advantage on the rest of the field now that we had that number 3 machine of Hutchinson slide off, and Hutchinson just now crossing the start-finish line to complete his opening lap, and we are going to find him currently sitting in 8th position as Jake King, Amber Stevenson, now your top 2 drivers, and I think Jake has about a 3-second advantage right now on Stevenson.
Yeah, come across the start-finish line right about now, so we'll see. Amber coming out of turn 10, turn 11 right now, crossing the start-finish line right now, so we'll have to see. But, yeah, I mean, I was looking at comparing lap times back from that H production car that she had earlier on there in our small bore group, and then compared to now. So now this car obviously is a little bit faster, but, when you talk about the start, I think the H production car got a better start than this one here.
Did.
I tell you, early on when we talked about it, she jumped probably 4 or 5 cars between the start-finish line and turn 1 in that small bore group.
She knows how to use momentum in that Toyota Yaris. There is no doubt about it. And she's carrying very good speed here in the Club Ford as well. And I think, maybe that learning throttle and brake management here in the Club Ford has probably done her a great deal of good in that Yaris. I know in the virtual racing world, some of the drivers that I know that really focus on the open wheel cars and on the prototype cars, when they move over to something as odd as the Volkswagen Jetta TDI Cup car, which is still on the iRacing platform, they get completely thrown.
Now you may want to hold your monitor. The wind is starting to pick up here. We're having to hold our stuff down. I'm holding the TV. You need to hold that monitor because it's going to end up in the light bulb.
That's
it. Blowing out here. So.
All right, crossing the stripe there. There is the 14 of Chris Mosley. He is currently running now 3rd overall in his Radical SR3. And we'll start to break things down here a little bit by class. Of course, we've got all of our drivers in this group sitting on our timing and scoring to the right-hand side of your screen. But as it stands right now, in Club Ford, it is Jake King. I almost said Max King there for a moment. Jake King, Max is Jake's older brother. Amber Stevenson second, about 6 seconds right now separate the two of them after 3 flying laps. Chris Mosley in 3rd overall. Then we've got Sam Meyer. He's running 4th overall, 3rd in Club Ford. Then we've got our sole Formula Continental of John Miro in the number 33 machine. Dave Gomberg running 2nd in Prototype 2 at the moment. And then we've got the aforementioned Gary Hutchinson and Dan Wolf. Wolf, and oddly enough, still smoking in the Formula V.
As I said, and we've said it all along, I'd be worried if it wasn't.
Exactly.
Greg, I was looking real quick. I was looking at the Formula Continental of Miro, last couple laps by when you were kind of going through that rundown. And I noticed that the porpoising that I talked about, man, I've used that 4 times today. That's right. A miracle. It's not as bad as it was earlier on this morning. Right. So obviously there was some changes there. that made that. Obviously, that is something that he was probably able to go back and tell the crew, hey, we need to make a change here.
Somebody called up from SeaWorld to give
Yeah.
give them some hints
Right.
on how to get into turn one. Yeah, it looks like a number of our drivers have made some adjustments there to maybe soften up the rear of the car just a little bit. And that's for especially for those drivers that don't do the test day, the qualifying session on Saturday morning. That's their time to make adjustments.
Yeah, and you don't really know that, right? You come out, and again, I think a lot of people that didn't come out and practice yesterday, a lot of them probably have a lot of seat time here, right?
Yeah.
So they probably don't need to, or they're
Or-
with today's technology hitting the sim.
Yeah, but actually, the Lightning circuit I don't believe is on the sim. I believe it's a Thunderbolt circuit that is. But the other thing is here, a lot of these drivers, the last time they ran the Lightning circuit was last year. After a winter, and I don't think they had any snow here. But with some cold weather and humidity, it could definitely be an issue. And the track here, these little waves and dips on the front straight could be very different from the last time that they drove the course.
Yep. No, absolutely. I do believe they did get some snow up here this year.
Okay.
I know I didn't get any snow where I live, and that's fine. I'm happy about that.
Nor did I.
As long as they got snow up here, I'm okay with that. As long as they got it.
Don't bring it down to Charlotte, my friends.
It didn't snow when I was here a couple weeks ago. I was actually up here in Millville last week doing some stuff for work. So spent a couple days up here. It wasn't snowing then. It's not snowing now. There's no precipitation in the weather right now. So I'm all good with that. We had Jacob King just put a lap on Gary Hutchinson, I believe. So Jacob King, again, 110 flats best with a 2. And then Hutchinson 117.5. That was his best lap last time by. But again, Jacob King putting that number 3 one lap down.
All right, and Mosley in the other P2 car, the other Radical on track, turns in a 114.682. Again, running third overall, about 19 seconds in arrears of Amber Stevenson's American flag liveried Club Ford. Yeah, there's still a little bit of
a little bit, but it's not as bad as it was this morning. This morning it was doing it so bad that by the time he got into turn 1 on the brakes, he was in the brake, off the brake, on the brake, off the brake, the whole line to get through that turn. Here comes Jacob King now. 8 laps left to go.
Although, we'll definitely have to watch this, Brian, because there's another, I think there might be another piece to this component as we watch that Continental come down the front straight. John Miro's qualifying time this morning was a 115.960. So let's call it a 116 flat. Sure. Miro's fastest time today, a 117.2. So he's about a full second off of where he was in qualifying. Maybe with a little extra speed coming into the corner, he might be in a better position.
Yeah.
All right. Real quick, Brian, because we've got some drivers going on course here after our last race is done. Let me make a quick announcement. Attention in the paddock. Track sprint drivers. Track sprint drivers, both registration and tech, are now open. In addition to that, you are going to have a drivers meeting this afternoon at 3:45 p.m. in the classroom. Again, track sprint drivers, both registration and tech, are open now, and you are going to have a drivers meeting at 3:45 this afternoon in the classroom. And we'll make that announcement a couple more times, Brian.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be on track after this session is over with our wings and things here. Still trying to figure out after all these years, Greg, what's a thing?
The prototypes are the things.
Well, I mean, heck, I'm still trying to figure out what a Susu Studio is.
So that's.
So
I don't think Phil Collins knows what it is either. As a matter of fact, I'm fairly certain that Phil Collins and Genesis are pretty adamant that they just made it up.
Yeah.
The things not so made up.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, if you're not around the PA system and you can't really hear us here in the back of the building, we're actually on the other side of the building, right near the start-finish line. You can turn your FM dial to 104.7 if you're here at the track. That's where you're going to be able to gather all the announcements. If you happen to be further back in the grass for the electrical outlets, or you may even be all the way back by the karting track. So we may have to find somebody's helmet. John Hotz has got like 15 helmets now because he had to buy like 10 of them.
They should be all, and they should all be radioed up.
Yeah.
Now, if you're in the Washington, D.C., Baltimore area, I'm fairly certain that 104.7 not going to work for you.
No, it's not going to work down there. But if you're here at the track, 104.7 here on your FM dial. I've always wanted to say that as a radio guy.
Yes.
You know.
104.7 on your FM dial.
It's me. It's Brian D.
There you go. That's it.
It.
I was going to say, don't quit your weekend job.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
All right, Jacob King continues to be your leader here with a fast lap in the books of a 1:10.025, which he set early on in this race. Fourth lap in the race. He's still turning, though, in the low 110s. Just put in a 110.418, almost a second and a half faster per lap than Amber Stevenson. That gap now back to Stevenson as King there you go. Just as I say it, King resets fast lap. He gets down into the 109s, a 109.894, and he is now opened up. He had over a 17-second advantage. Here comes Stevenson now across the line. And let's see where the number 5 machine slots in. Yeah, almost 3 seconds that Jake King picked up over Amber Stevenson that last time by. Chris Mosley, who is, should see him coming across the stripe here in just a few moments, currently running third. He's your leader in Prototype 2. With Dave Gomberg running second in that class, 6th overall. And we just saw Gary Hutchinson coming up on the back, about ready to for that A Sports Racer machine to put Dan Wolf and his Formula V down another lap. Wolf currently running 8th overall, as we would probably expect given the other machinery that's out here this weekend.
Yep.
Hutchinson, after that monster corner and a half, he is currently sitting 7th overall.
Tell you what, Jacob King, now it seems like that car is getting better and better and better. I mean, I don't remember what lap he did it on earlier this morning. I'll take a look at that. But, now again, it goes 109.9, which is, not even half a, probably 100th of a second off of what he just ran on the last lap.
Yeah.
So,
very consistent.
Listening to him play with the throttle and the brake a little bit going into turn 1 in the last 2 laps where he's gotten that much better. Mm-hmm. Definitely trying some stuff now that he's got that big lead. But, Greg, you got to be really, really careful because, you've got that huge lead. You start to look around. You start thinking, okay, let me try this. Let me try that. Next thing you know, you're kind of in the dirt a little bit here, and you don't want to do something kind of stupid where it's going to hurt the car or hurt anything else. So,
and we've seen that so many times, Brian, where somebody steps out to a tremendous lead, and basically what they have to do for the good portion of a race is simply maintain focus. Yep. And that is the hardest thing to do. Perhaps, one thing that'll help Jake as he comes up and crosses over turn 1 right now is he's starting to make up some ground on that Formula V, on the number 67 of Dan Wolf. And, at least that gives him a little bit of a carrot further ahead as we see Wolf now coming down the hill, just exiting turn 5. It gives him that little bit of a carrot, gives him something to focus on for maybe a half a lap.
Yeah, just went faster on that lap than he did earlier this morning qualifying. So qualifying 109.789. He just went 109.707. So fastest lap of the day right there at lap 12. Again, I don't know how many laps he ran during qualifying this morning. So, compile those 2 laps together, those 2 sessions together, and he's probably in the 20-some lap range already. And to take that and run that 707 on his, last lap by, coming out of the light bulb now, getting faster and faster, and he's really getting through turn 1. I'm amazed how fast he's getting through. There'll be 2 laps to go this time by. Now he decided to slow down, take a break, let his tires cool off at a 110.2.
Yeah, and so a little bit more information about Jake, or Jake and the car. So this is a car that is owned by another prominent Club Ford racer in the Mars series, Joe Marcinski, and Joe, or pardon me, that I think Joe is letting Jake drive it for the entirety of the season, and Jake just recently graduated from Rowan University this spring with a civil engineering degree. And he said he landed a job working for his mentor and also fellow South Jersey region racer, Robert Benson. Huh? And he was also the 2017 South Jersey region Rookie of the Year. So, a little bit of a pedigree. We already talked. He's certainly got a pedigree between his older brother and his family, his mother and father here in the South Jersey region as well. But putting on a real nice display here this afternoon, as we now have 2 laps, or about a lap and a half remaining. The next time Jake King comes under the starter stand, and actually he's right in front of us now, Jake King's going to get that 1 to go signal, and just another 2 miles left for Jake King here at Lightning today.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, real quick, while Jake is working his last lap, let's make that call to the let's make that call for our track sprint drivers. Attention, track sprint drivers, registration and tech are now open. Track sprint drivers, registration and tech are open, and you will have a driver's meeting starting at 3:45 this afternoon in the classroom. Again, track sprint drivers, registration and tech open, driver's meeting, 3:45.
Here comes Jake King now coming out of turn 7, heading up the hill into 8. They'll be coming through 9, going through the light bulb. We've got some of our P2 cars over there, and Gary Hutchinson and then ASR car. Here comes our Formula V car right now. So they're working their last lap. As Christopher Mosley sticks his hand. Tough individual to beat this weekend at Club Ford.
Yeah, I mean, we said it before. We know that Jake can drive without a doubt, and he just seems to be fitting very well with this Club Ford, having come out of and having started, I think, like his brother in Spec Racer Fords. So good to see that finish come in. Amber Stevenson comes across the start-finish line, takes the checkered flag. She's going to finish second overall, second in Club Ford. Good run for Amber with a fast time there. She got it down to a 1:13.009, and that was about a second and a half off of her best qualifying time. But it was also
she ran a 1:11.6 on lap 4, which would be
that's right,
a tenth slower than what she ran this morning.
Yeah, it's actually pretty close.
So early on in the race, she ran a much faster lap.
All right, and now side by side, coming down the the front straight. Unlapping himself from our number 3 racer. Speaking of the number 3 Gary Hutchinson comes home in ASR, A Sports Racer. He is going to finish up 5th overall, runs his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap. And as he came across the line, he had Chris Mosley right beside him. Mosley is going to be your Prototype 2 winner, finishes 3rd overall. Sam Meyer in his Club Ford, the number 98 machine, will finish 3rd in Club Ford, 4th overall. Then Hutchinson, as we mentioned, then John Miro and Dave Gomberg rounding out. Forgot one. John Miro in his Formula Continental, Dave Gomberg finishing 2nd in Prototype 2, and then our sole Formula V driver, Dan Wolf, rounding out the 8-car field.
Jacob King so excited, he decided he's taking a victory lap.
And there you go. Well, we've got a little time before our track sprints take over the course.
He said, I'm taking me a victory lap.
That is it. All right. So real quick, Brian, as we get ready to sign off, let's quickly take a look at the schedule coming up tomorrow. All right. So tomorrow, it's going to be feature race day here at the Lightning Challenge here at New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit. We are going to have races that are 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever come first, for 6 of our 7 race groups. For all of our sprint groups, not the bracket group. They will have 22-lap or 40-lap races, and our sprint bracket group, which is race group number 6, they will have 2 11-lap races tomorrow, one before lunch, one after lunch, and we anticipate that we'll probably be going to lunch a little bit later tomorrow, 12:30, but more importantly, Brian, a little bit later start tomorrow. We're going to be starting at 9 a.m. instead of 8 a.m. And so if you liked what you saw here today and you want to join us here tomorrow, right here on the Washington, D.C. region's YouTube channel, I'll post up the links here a little bit later tonight. And, you could watch us or you could watch Monaco and Indy and
But that's boring.
Charlotte. Yeah,
That's boring.
That's boring. You want to be here with us. So for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsburg. Thank you again to all of our sponsors, our presenting sponsor, Ciocca Corvette, Glasstown Brewery, as well as Cornerstone Financial Partners. And we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thanks for joining us, everybody.
Take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.